Chapter 1 of the Emancipated. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. The Emancipated by George Gissing. Part 1. Chapter 1. Northerners in Sunlight. By a window looking from Posillipo upon the Bay of Naples sat an English lady engaged in letter-writing. She was only in her 24th year, but her attire of subdued mourning indicated widowhood already at the stage when it is permitted to make quiet suggestion of freedom rather than distressful reference to loss. The dress, however, was severely plain, and its grey coldness, which would well have harmonized with an English sky in this month of November, looked alien in the southern sunlight. There was no mistaking her nationality. The absorption, the troubled earnestness with which she bent over her writing, were peculiar to a cast of features such as can be found only in our familiar island. A physiognomy not quite pure in outline, vigorous in general effect and in detail delicate. A proud young face, full of character and capacity, beautiful in chaste control. Sorrowful it was not, but its paleness and thinness expressed something more than imperfect health of body. The blue-grey eyes, when they wandered for a moment in an effort of recollection, had a look of weariness, even of ennui. The lips moved as if in nervous impatience until she had found the phrase or the thought for which her pen waited. Save for these intervals she wrote with quick decision, in a large clear hand, never underlining, but frequently supplying the emphasis of heavy stroke in her penning of a word. At the end of her letters came a signature excellent in individuality, Miriam Basque. The furniture of her room was modern, and of the kind demanded by wealthy forestieri in the lodgings they condescended to occupy. On the variegated tiles of the floor were strewn rugs and carpets. The drapery was bright, without much reference to taste in the ordering of hues. A handsome stove served at present to support leafy plants, a row of which also stood on the balcony before the window. Round the ceiling ran a painted border of foliage and flowers. The chief ornament of the walls was a large and indifferent copy of Raphael's St. Cecilia. There were, too, several gouache drawings of local scenery, a fiery night view of Vesuvius, a panorama of the bay, and a very blue grotto. The whole was blithe, sunny, Neapolitan, sufficiently unlike a sitting-room in Redheck House, Bartles, Lancashire, which Mrs. Baske had in her mind as she wrote. A few English books lay here and there, volumes of unattractive binding, and presenting titles little suggestive of a holiday in Campania, works which it would be misleading to call theological, the feeblest modern echoes of fierce old Puritans, half shamefaced modifications of logic, which, at all events, was wont to conceal no consequence of its savage premises. More noticeable were some architectural plans unrolled upon a settee. The uppermost represented the elevation of a building designed for religious purposes, painfully recognizable by all who know the conventicles of sectarian England. On the blank space beneath the drawing were a few comments, lightly pencilled. Having finished and addressed some half-dozen brief letters, Mrs. Baske brooded for several minutes before she began to write on the next sheet of paper. It was intended for her sister-in-law, a lady of middle age, who shared in the occupancy of Redheck House. At length she penned the introductory formula, but again became absent, and sat gazing at the branches of a pine-tree which stood in strong relief against cloudless blue. A sigh, an impatient gesture, and she went on with her task. "It is very kind of you to be so active in attending to the things which you know I have at heart. You say I shall find everything as I could wish it on my return, but you cannot think what a stranger to Bartles I already feel. It will soon be 6 months since I lived my real life there. During my illness I might as well have been absent. Then came those weeks in the Isle of Wight, and now this exile. I feel it, as exile, bitterly. To be sure, Naples is beautiful, but it does not interest me. You need not envy me the bright sky, for it gives me no pleasure. There is so much to pain and sadden, so much that makes me angry. On Sunday I was miserable. The Spences are as kind as any one could be, but—I won't write about it. No doubt you understand me. What do you think ought to be done about Mrs. Ackworth and her daughter? It is shameful, after all they have received from me. Will you tell them that I am gravely displeased to hear of them absenting themselves from chapel? I have a very good mind to write to Mr. Higginson, and beg him to suspend the girl from his employment until she becomes regular in her attendance at worship. Perhaps that would seem malicious, but she and her mother ought to be punished in some way. Speak to them very sternly. I do not understand how young Brooks has dared to tell you I promised him work in the greenhouse. He is irreclaimable, the worst character that ever came under my notice. He shall not set foot on the premises. If he is in want, he has only himself to blame. I do not like to think of his wife suffering, but it is the attribute of sins such as his that they involve the innocent with the guilty. And then she has shown herself so wretchedly weak. Try, however, to help her secretly if her distress becomes too acute. It was impertinent in Mrs. Walker to make such reference to me in public. This is the result of my absence and helplessness. I shall write to her 2 lines. A flush had risen to her cheek, and in adding the last 2 words she all but pierced through the thin note-paper. Then her hand trembled so much that she was obliged to pause. At the same moment there sounded a tap at the door, and, on Mrs. Baske's giving permission, a lady entered. This was Mrs. Spence, a cousin of the young widow. She and her husband had an apartment here in the Villa Sannazaro, and were able to devote certain rooms to the convenience of their relative during her stay at Naples. Her age was about 30. She had a graceful figure, a manner of much refinement, and a bright, gentle, intellectual face, which just now bore an announcement of news. "They have arrived!" "Already?" replied the other, in a tone of civil interest. "They decided not to break the journey after Genoa. Cecily and Mrs. Lessingham are too tired to do anything but get settled in their rooms, but Mr. Mallard has come to tell us." Miriam laid down her pen, and asked in the same voice as before, "Shall I come?" "If you are not too busy." And Mrs. Spence added, with a smile, "I should think you must have a certain curiosity to see each other after so long an acquaintance at second hand." "I will come in a moment." Mrs. Spence left the room. For a minute Miriam sat reflecting, then rose. In moving towards the door she chanced to see her image in a mirror. 2 of a large size adorned the room, and it checked her step. She regarded herself gravely, and passed a smoothing hand over the dark hair above her temples. By a corridor she reached her friend's sitting-room, where Mrs. Spence sat in the company of 2 gentlemen. The elder of these was Edward Spence. His bearded face, studious of cast and small-featured, spoke a placid, self-commanding character. A lingering smile, and the pleasant wrinkles about his brow told of a mind familiar with many byways of fancy and reflection. His companion, a man of 35, had a far more striking countenance. His complexion was of the kind which used to be called adust, burnt up with inner fires. His visage was long and somewhat harshly designed, very apt, it would seem, to the expression of bitter ironies or stern resentments, but at present bright with friendly pleasure. He had a heavy moustache, but no beard. His hair tumbled in disorder. To matters of costume he evidently gave little thought, for his clothes, though of the kind a gentleman would wear in travelling, had seen their best days, and the waistcoat even lacked one of its buttons. His black necktie was knotted into an indescribable shape, and the ends hung loose. Him Mrs. Spence at once presented to her cousin as Mr. Mallard. He bowed ungracefully, then with a manner naturally frank, but constrained by obvious shyness, took the hand Miriam held to him. "We are scarcely strangers, Mr. Mallard," she said in a self–possessed tone, regarding him with steady eyes. "Miss Doran has spoken of you frequently on the journey," he replied, knitting his brows into a scowl as he smiled and returned her look. "Your illness made her very anxious. You are much better, I hope?" "Much, thank you." Allowance made for the difference of quality in their voices, Mrs. Baske and Mallard resembled each other in speech. They had the same grave note, the same decision. "They must be very tired after their journey," Miriam added, seating herself. "Miss Doran seems scarcely so at all, but Mrs. Lessingham is rather overwearied, I'm afraid." "Why didn't you break your journey at Florence or Rome?" asked Mrs. Spence. "I proposed it, but the other counsels prevailed. All through Italy Miss Doran was distracted between desire to get to Naples and misery at not being able to see the towns we passed. At last she buried herself in the Revue des Deux Mondes, and refused even to look out of the window." "I suppose we may go and see her in the morning?" said Miriam. "My express instructions are," replied Mallard, "that you are on no account to go. They will come here quite early. Miss Doran begged hard to come with me now, but I wouldn't allow it." "Is that the one instance in which your authority has prevailed?" inquired Spence. "You seem to declare it in a tone of triumph." "Well," replied the other, with a grim smile, leaning forward in his chair, "I don't undertake to lay down rules for the young lady of 18 as I could for the child of 12, but my age and sobriety of character still ensure me respect." He glanced at Mrs. Baske, and their eyes met. Miriam smiled rather coldly, but continued to observe him after he had looked away again. "You met them at Genoa?" she asked presently, in her tone of habitual reserve. "Yes. I came by sea from London, and had a couple of days to wait for their arrival from Paris." "And I suppose you also are staying at Mrs. Gluck's?" "Oh no! I have a room at old quarters of mine high up in the town, Vico Brancaccio. I shall only be in Naples a few days." "How's that?" inquired Spence. "I'm going to work at Amalfi and Paestum." "Then, as usual, we shall see nothing of you," said Mrs. Spence. "Pray, do you dine at Mrs. Gluck's this evening?" "By no means." "May we, then, have the pleasure of your company? There is no need to go back to Vico Brancaccio. I am sure Mrs. Baske will excuse you the torture of uniform." With a sort of grumble, the invitation was accepted. A little while after, Spence proposed to his friend a walk before sunset. "Yes, let us go up the hill," said Mallard, rising abruptly. "I need movement after the railway." They left the villa, and Mallard grew less restrained in his conversation. "How does Mrs. Baske answer to your expectations?" Spence asked him. "I had seen her photograph, you know." "Where?" "Her brother showed it me. One taken at the time of her marriage." "What is Elgar doing at present?" "It's more than a year since we crossed each other," Mallard replied. "He was then going to the devil as speedily as can in reason be expected of a man. I happened to encounter him one morning at Victoria Station, and he seemed to have just slept off a great deal of heavy drinking. Told me he was going down to Brighton to see about selling a houseful of furniture there, his own property. I didn't inquire how or why he came possessed of it. He is beyond help, I imagine. When it comes to his last penny, he'll probably blow his brains out. Just the fellow to do that kind of thing." "I suppose he hasn't done it already. His sister has heard nothing of him for 2 years at least, and this account of yours is the latest I have received." "I should think he still lives. He would be sure to make a coup de théâtre of his exit." "Poor lad!" said the elder man, with feeling. "I liked him." "Why, so did I. And I wish it had been in my scope to keep him in some kind of order. Yes, I liked him much. And as for brains, why, I have scarcely known a man who's so impressed me with a sense of his ability. But you could see that he was doomed from his cradle. Strongly like his sister in face." "I'm afraid the thought of him troubles her a good deal." "She looks ill." "Yes, we are uneasy about her," said Spence. Then, with a burst of impatience, "There's no getting her mind away from that pestilent Bartles. What do you think she is projecting now? It appears that the dissenters of Bartles are troubled concerning their chapel. It isn't large enough, so Miriam proposes to pull down her own house and build them a chapel on the site, of course at her own expense. The ground being her freehold, she can unfortunately do what she likes with it. The same with her personal property. The thing has gone so far that a Manchester firm of architects have prepared plans. They are lying about in her room here." Mallard regarded the speaker with humorous wonder. "And the fact is," pursued Spence, "that such an undertaking as this will impoverish her. She is not so wealthy as to be able to lay out thousands of pounds and leave her position unaltered." "I suppose she lives only for her religious convictions." "I don't profess to understand her. Her character is not easily sounded. But no doubt she has the puritanical spirit in a rather rare degree. I daily thank the fates that my wife grew up apart from that branch of the family. Of all the accursed—but this is an old topic. Better not beat oneself uselessly." "A Puritan at Naples," mused Mallard. "The situation is interesting." "Very. But then she doesn't really live in Naples. From the first day she has shown herself bent on resisting every influence of the place. She won't admit that the climate benefits her. She won't allow an expression of interest in anything Italian to escape her. I doubt whether we shall ever get her even to Pompeii. One afternoon I persuaded her to walk up here with me, and tried to make her confess that this view was beautiful. She grudged making any such admission. It is her nature to distrust the beautiful." "To be sure, that is the badge of her persuasion." "Last Sunday we didn't know whether to compassionate her or to be angry with her. The Bradshaws are at Mrs. Gluck's. You know them by name, I think. There again an interesting study, in a very different way. Twice in the day she shut herself up with them in their rooms, and they held a dissident service. The hours she spent here were passed in the solitude of her own room, lest she should witness our profane enjoyment of the fine weather. Eleanor refrained from touching the piano, and at meals kept the gravest countenance, in mere kindness. I doubt whether that is right. It isn't as though we were dealing with a woman whose mind is hopelessly immatured. She is only a girl still, and I know she has brains, if she could be induced to use them." "Mrs. Baske has a remarkable face, it seems to me," said Mallard. "It enrages me to talk of the matter." They were now on the road which runs along the ridge of Posillipo. At a point where it is parted only by a low wall from the westward declivity, they paused and looked towards the setting sun. "What a noise from Fuorigrotta!" murmured Spence, when he had leaned for a moment on the wall. "It always amuses me. Only in this part of the world could so small a place make such a clamour." They were looking away from Naples. At the foot of the vine–coloured hillside lay the noisy village, or suburb, named from its position at the outer end of the tunnel, which the Romans pierced to make a shorter way between Naples and Puteoli. Thence stretched an extensive plain, set in a deep amphitheatre of hills, and bounded by the sea. Vineyards and maize–fields, pine–trees and poplars, diversify its surface, and through the midst of it runs a long straight road, dwindling till it reaches the shore at the hamlet of Bagnoli. Follow the enclosing ridge to the left to where its slope cuts athwart plain and sea and sky. There, close upon the coast, lies the island rock of Nisida, meeting–place of Cicero and Brutus after Caesar's death. Turn to the opposite quarter of the plain. First rises the cliff of Camaldoli, where from their oak–shadowed lawn the monks look forth upon as fair a prospect as is beheld by man. Lower hills succeed, hiding Pozzuoli and the inner curve of its bay. Behind them, too, is the nook which shelters Lake Avernus, and at a little distance, by the further shore, are the ruins of Cumae, first home of the Greeks upon Italian soil. A long promontory curves round the gulf. A dark crag at the end of it is Cape Misenum, and a little on the hither side, obscured in remoteness, lies what once was Baiae. Beyond the promontory gleams again a blue line of sea. The low length of Procida is its limit, and behind that, crowning the view, stands the mountain height of Ischia. Over all, the hues of an autumn evening in Campania. From behind a bulk of cloud, here and there tossed by high wind–currents into fantastic shapes, sprang rays of fire, burning to the zenith. Between the sea–beach at Bagnoli and the summit of Ischia, tract followed upon tract of colour that each moment underwent a subtle change, darkening here, there fading into exquisite transparencies of distance, till by degrees the islands lost projection and became mere films against the declining day. The plain was ruddy with dead vine–leaves, and golden with the decaying foliage of the poplars. Camaldoli and its neighbour heights stood gorgeously enrobed, in itself a picture so beautiful that the eye wearied with delight in its memories, a source of solemn joy, inexhaustible for ever. "I suppose," said Mallard, in the undertone of reflection, "the pagan associations of Naples are a great obstacle to Mrs. Baske's enjoyment of the scenery." "She admits that. By the by, what are likely to be the relations between her and Miss Doran?" "I have wondered. They seem to keep on terms of easy correspondence. But doesn't Cecily herself throw any light on that point?" Mallard made a pause before answering. "You must remember that I know very little of her. I have never spoken more intimately with her than you yourself have. Naturally, since she has ceased to be a child, I have kept my distance. In fact, I shall be heartily glad when the next 3 years are over, and we can shake hands with a definite good–bye." "What irritates you?" inquired Spence, with a smile which recognized a phase of his friend's character. "The fact of my position. A nice thing for a fellow like me to have charge of a fortune. It oppresses me, the sense of responsibility. I want to get the weight off my shoulders. What the deuce did her father mean by burdening me in this way?" "He foresaw nothing of the kind," said Spence, amused. "Only the unlikely event of Trench's death led you the sole trustee. If Doran proposed anything at all, why, who knows what it may have been?" Mallard refused to meet the other's look. His eyes were fixed on the horizon. "All the same, the event was possible, and he should have chosen another man of business. It's worse than being rich on my own account. I have dreams of a national repudiation of debt. I imagine dock companies failing, and banks stopping payment. It disturbs my work. I am tired of it. Why can't I transfer the affair to some trustworthy and competent person? Yourself, for instance. Why didn't Doran select you to begin with, the natural man to associate with Trench? Who never opened a book save his ledger, who was the model of a reputable dealer in calicoes, who—" "I apologize," growled Mallard, "but you know in what sense I spoke." "Pray, what has Cecily become since I saw her in London?" asked the other, after a pause, during which he smiled his own interpretation of Mallard's humour. "A very superior young person, I assure you," was the reply, gravely spoken. "Miss Doran is a young woman of her time. She ranks with the Emancipated. She is as far above the Girton girl as that interesting creature is above the product of an establishment for young ladies. Miss Doran has no prejudices, and, in the vulgar sense of the word, no principles. She is familiar with the Latin classics and with the Parisian feuilletons. She knows all about the newest religion, and can tell you Sarcey's opinion of the newest play. Miss Doran will discuss with you the merits of Sarah Bernhardt in La Dame aux Camélias, or the literary theories of the brothers Goncourt. I am not sure that she knows much about Shakespeare, but her appreciation of Baudelaire is exquisite. I don't think she is naturally very cruel, but she can plead convincingly the cause of vivisection. Miss Doran—" Spence interrupted him with a burst of laughter. "All of which, my dear fellow, simply means that you—" Mallard in his turn interrupted gruffly. "Precisely. That I am the wrong man to hold even the position of steward to one so advanced. What have I to do with the heiresses and fashionable ladies? I have my work to get on with, and it shall not suffer from the intrusion of idlers." "I see you direct your diatribe half against Mrs. Lessingham. How has she annoyed you?" "Annoyed me? You never were more mistaken. It's with myself that I am annoyed." "On what account?" "For being so absurd as to question sometimes whether my responsibility doesn't extend beyond stock and share. I ask myself whether Doran, who so befriended me, and put such trust in me, and paid me so well in advance for the duties I was to undertake, didn't take it for granted that I should exercise some influence in the matter of his daughter's education. Is she growing up what he would have wished her to be? And if—why, it's no easy thing to say what views he had on the subject. The lax man, we know, is often enough severe with his own womankind; but as you have given me no description of what Cecily really is, I can offer no judgment. Wait till I have seen her. Doubtless she fulfils her promise of being beautiful." "Yes, there is no denying her beauty." "As for her modernite, why, Mr. Ross Mallard is a singular person to take exception on that score." "I don't know about that. When did I say that the modern woman was my ideal?" "When had you ever a good word for the system which makes of woman a dummy and a kill–joy?" "That has nothing to do with the question," replied Mallard, preserving a tone of gruff impartiality. "Have I been faithful to my stewardship? When I consented to Miss Doran's passing from Mrs. Elgar's care to that of Mrs. Lessingham's, was I doing right?" "Mallard, you are a curious instance of the Puritan conscience surviving in a man whose intellect is liberated. The note of your character, including your artistic character, is this conscientiousness. Without it, you would have had worldly success long ago. Without it, you wouldn't talk nonsense of Cecily Doran. Had you rather she were co–operating with Mrs. Baske in a scheme to rebuild all the chapels in Lancashire?" "There is a medium." "Why, yes, and neither this nor that. An insipid refinement, a taste for culture moderated by reverence for Mrs. Grundy." "Perhaps you're right. It's only occasionally that I'm troubled in this way, but I heartily wish the 3 years remaining were over." "And the definite good–bye spoken. A good phrase, that of yours. What possessed you to come here just now, if it disturbs you to be kept in mind of these responsibilities?" "I should find it hard to tell you. The very sense of responsibility, I suppose. But, as I said, I am not going to stay in Naples." "You'll come and give us a definite good–bye before you leave?" Mallard said nothing, but turned and began to move on. They passed one of the sentry–boxes, which here along the ridge marks the limits of Neapolitan excise. A boy soldier, musket in hand, cast curious glances at them. After walking in silence for a few minutes, they began to descend the eastern face of the hill, and before them lay that portion of the great gulf which pictures have made so familiar. The landscape was still visible in all its main details, still softly suffused with warm colours from the west. About the cone of Vesuvius a darkly purple cloud was gathering. The twin height of Somma stood clear and of a rich brown. Naples, the many–coloured, was seen in profile, climbing from the Castel dell'Ovo, around which the sea slept, to the rock of St. Elmo. Along the curve of the Chiaia lights had begun to glimmer. Far withdrawn, the craggy promontory of Sorrento darkened to profoundest blue, and Capri veiled itself in mist. End of chapter 1.
Part 1, Chapter 2 of the Emancipated. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kay Hand. The Emancipated by George Gissing. Chapter 2, Cecily Doran. Villa Sannazaro had no architectural beauty. It was a building of considerable size, irregular, in need of external repair. Through the middle of it ran a great archway, guarded by copies of the 2 Molossian hounds which stand before the Hall of Animals in the Vatican. Beneath the arch, on the right–hand side, was the main entrance to the house. If you passed straight through, you came out upon a terrace, where grew a magnificent stone pine and some robust agaves. The view hence was uninterrupted, embracing the line of the bay from Posillipo to Cape Minerva. From the parapet bordering the platform, you looked over a descent of 20 feet into a downward-sloping vineyard. Formerly the residence of an old Neapolitan family, the villa had gone the way of many such ancestral abodes, and was now let out among several tenants. The Spences were established here for the winter. On the occasion of his marriage 3 years ago, Edward Spence relinquished his connection with a shipping firm which he represented in Manchester, and went to live in London. A year and a half later he took his wife to Italy, where they had since remained. He was not wealthy, but had means sufficient to his demands and prospects. Thinking for himself in most matters, he chose to abandon money-making at the juncture when most men deem it incumbent upon them to press their efforts in that direction. Business was repugnant to him, and he saw no reason why he should sacrifice his own existence to put a possible family in more than easy circumstances. He had the inclinations of a student, but was untroubled by any desire to distinguish himself. Freedom from the demands of the office meant to him the possibility of living where he chose, and devoting to his books the best part of the day instead of its fragmentary leisure. His choice in marriage was most happy. Eleanor Spence had passed her maiden life in Manchester, but with parents of healthy mind and more literature than generally falls to the lot of a commercial family. Pursuing a natural development, she allied herself with her husband's freedom of intellect, and found her nature's opportunities in the life which was to him most suitable. By a rare chance, she was the broader minded of the two, the more truly impartial. Her emancipation from dogma had been so gradual, so unconfused by external pressure, that from her present standpoint she could look back with calmness and justice on all the stages she had left behind. With her cousin Miriam she could sympathize in a way impossible to Spence, who, by the by, somewhat misrepresented his wife in the account he gave to Mallard of their Sunday experiences. Puritanism was familiar to her by more than speculation. In the compassion with which she regarded Miriam, there was no mixture of contempt, as in her husband's case. On the other hand, she did not pretend to read completely her cousin's heart and mind. She knew that there was no simple key to Miriam's character, and the quiet study of its phases from day to day deeply interested her. Cecily Doran had been known to Spence from childhood. Her father was his intimate friend. But Eleanor had only made the girl's acquaintance in London just after her marriage, when Cecily was spending a season there with her aunt, Mrs. Lessingham. Mallard's ward was then little more than 15. After several years of weak health, she had entered upon a vigorous maidenhood, and gave such promise of free, joyous, aspiring life as could not but strongly affect the sympathies of a woman like Eleanor. 3 years prior to that, at the time of her father's death, Cecily was living with Mrs. Elgar, a widow, and her daughter Miriam, the latter on the point of marrying, at 18, one Mr. Baskey, a pietistic mill owner, aged 50. It seemed then very doubtful whether Cecily would live to mature years. She had been motherless from infancy, and the difficulty with those who brought her up was to repress an activity of mind which seemed to be one cause of her bodily feebleness. In those days there was a strong affection between her and Miriam Elgar, and it showed no sign of diminution in either when, on Mrs. Elgar's death, a year and a half after Miriam's marriage, Cecily passed into the care of her father's sister, a lady of moderate fortune, of parts and attainments, and with a great love of cosmopolitan life. A few months more, and Mrs. Baskey was to be a widow, childless, left in possession of some 800 a year, her house at Bartles, and a local importance to which she was not indifferent. With the exception of her brother away in London, she had no near kin. It would now have been a great solace to her if Cecily Doran could have been her companion, but the young girl was in Paris, or Berlin, or St. Petersburg, and as Miriam was soon to learn, the material distance between them meant little in comparison with the spiritual remoteness which had resulted from Cecily's education under Mrs. Lessingham. They corresponded, however, and at first frequently, but letters grew shorter on both sides, and arrived less often. The two were now to meet for the first time since Cecily was a child of 14. The ladies arrived at the villa about 11 o'clock. Miriam had shown herself indisposed to speak of them, both last evening when Mallard was present, and again this morning when alone with her relatives. At breakfast she was even more taciturn than usual, and kept her room for an hour after the meal. Then, however, she came to sit with Eleanor, and remained when the visitors were announced. Mrs. Lessingham did not answer to the common idea of a strong-minded woman. At 47 she preserved much natural grace of bearing, a good complexion, pleasantly mobile features. Her dress was in excellent taste, tending to elaboration, such as becomes a lady who makes some figure in the world of ease. Little wrinkles at the outer corners of her eyes assisted her look of placid thoughtfulness. When she spoke, these were wont to disappear, and the expression of her face became an animated intelligence, an eager curiosity, or a vivacious good humour. Her lips gave a hint of sarcasm, but this was reserved for special occasions. As a rule, her habit of speech was suave, much observant of amenities. One might have imagined that she had enjoyed a calm life, but this was far from being the case. The daughter of a country solicitor, she married early, for love, and the issue was disastrous. Above her right temple, just at the roots of the hair, a scar was discoverable. It was the memento of an occasion on which her husband aimed a blow at her with a mantelpiece ornament, and came within an ace of murder. Intimates of the household said that the provocation was great, that Mrs. Lessingham's gift of sarcasm had that morning displayed itself much too brilliantly. Still the missile was an extreme retort, and on the whole it could not be wondered at that husband and wife resolved to live apart in future. Mr. Lessingham was, in fact, an aristocratic boor, and his wife never puzzled so much over any intellectual difficulty as she did over the question how, as a girl, she came to imagine herself enamoured of him. She was not, perhaps, singular in her concernment with such a personal problem. "It is 6 years since I was in Italy," she said, when greetings were over and she had seated herself. "Don't you envy my companion, Mrs. Spence? If anything could revive one's first enjoyment, it would be the sight of Cecily's." Cecily was sitting by Miriam, whose hand she had only just relinquished. Her anxious and affectionate inquiries moved Miriam to a smile which seemed rather of indulgence than warm kindness. "How little we thought where our next meeting would be!" Cecily was saying, when the eyes of the others turned upon her at her aunt's remark. Noble beauty can scarcely be disassociated from harmony of utterance. Voice and visage are the correspondent means whereby spirit addresses itself to the ear and eye. One who had heard Cecily Doran speaking where he could not see her must have turned in that direction, have listened eagerly for the sounds to repeat themselves, and then have moved forward to discover the speaker. The divinest singer may leave one unaffected by the tone of her speech. Cecily could not sing, but her voice declared her of those who think in song, whose minds are modulated to the poetry, not to the prose, of life. Her enunciation had the peculiar finish which is acquired in intercourse with the best cosmopolitan society, the best in a worthy sense. 4 years ago, when she left Lancashire, she had a touch of a provincial accent. Miriam, though she spoke well, was not wholly free from it. But now it was impossible to discover by listening to her from what part of England she came. Mrs. Lessingham, whose admirable tact and adaptability rendered her unimpeachable in such details, had devoted herself with artistic zeal to her niece's training for the world. The pupil's natural aptitude ensured perfection in the result. Cecily's manner accorded with her utterance. It had every charm derivable from youth, yet nothing of immaturity. She was as completely at her ease as Mrs. Lessingham, and as much more graceful in her self-control as the advantages of nature made inevitable. Miriam looked very cold, very severe, very English by the side of this brilliant girl. The thinness and pallor of her features became more noticeable. The provincial faults of her dress were painfully obvious. Cecily was not robust, but her form lacked no development appropriate to her years, and its beauty was displayed by Parisian handiwork. In this respect, too, she had changed remarkably since Miriam last saw her, when she was such a frail child. Her hair of dark gold showed itself beneath a hat which Eleanor Spence kept regarding with frank admiration, so novel it was in style, and so perfectly suitable to its wearer. Her gloves, her shoes, were no less perfect. From head to foot nothing was to be found that did not become her, that was not faultless in its kind. At the same time, nothing that suggested idle expense or vanity. To dwell at all upon the subject would be disproportion, but for the note of contrast that was struck. In an assembly of well-dressed people, no one would have remarked Cecily's attire, unless to praise its quiet distinction. In the Spences' sitting-room it became another matter. It gave emphasis to differences of character. It distinguished the atmosphere of Cecily's life from that breathed by her old friends. "We are going to read together Goethe's Italienische Rieche," continued Mrs. Lessingham. "It was of quite infinite value to me when I was first here. In each town I tuned my thoughts by it, to use a phrase which sounds like affectation, but has a very real significance." "It was much the same with me," observed Spence. "Yes, but you had the inestimable advantage of knowing the classics. And Cecily, I am thankful to say, at least has something of Latin. An ode of Horace, which I look at with fretfulness, yields her its meaning. Last night, when I was tired and willing to be flattered, she tried to make me believe it was not yet too late to learn." "Surely not," said Eleanor gracefully. But Goethe, you remember he says that the desire to see Italy had become an illness with him. I know so well what that means. Cecily will never know. The happiness has come before longing for it had ceased to be a pleasure." It was not so much affection as pride that her voice expressed when she referred to her niece. The same in her look, which was less tender than gratified and admiring. Cecily smiled in return, but was not wholly attentive. Her eyes constantly turned to Miriam, endeavouring, though vainly, to exchange a glance. Mrs. Lessingham was well aware of the difficulty of addressing to Mrs. Baske any remark upon natural topics which could engage her sympathy, yet to ignore her presence was impossible. "Do you think of seeing Rome and the northern cities when your health is established?" she inquired, in a voice which skilfully avoided any presumption of the reply. "Or shall you return by sea?" "I am not a very good sailor," answered Miriam, with sufficient suavity, "and I shall probably go back by land. But I don't think I shall stop anywhere." "It will be wiser, no doubt," said Mrs. Lessingham, "to leave the rest of Italy for another visit. To see Naples first, and then go north, is very much like taking dessert before one's substantial dinner. I am a little sorry that Cecily begins here, but it was better to come and enjoy Naples with her friends this winter. I hope we shall spend most of our time in Italy for a year or two." Conversation took its natural course, and presently turned to the subject, inexhaustible at Naples, of the relative advantages of this and that situation for an abode. Mrs. Lessingham, turning to the window, expressed her admiration of the view it afforded. "I think it is still better from Mrs. Baske's sitting room," said Eleanor, who had been watching Cecily, and thought that she might be glad of an opportunity of private talk with Miriam. And Cecily at once availed herself of the suggestion. "Would you let me see it, Miriam?" she asked, "if it is not troublesome?" Miriam rose, and they went out together. In silence they passed along the corridor, and when they had entered her room, Miriam walked at once to the window. Then she half turned, and her eyes fell before Cecily's earnest gaze. "I do so wish to be with you in your illness," said the girl, with affectionate warmth. "Indeed, I would have come if I could have been of any use. After all the trouble you used to have with my wretched headaches and ailments." "You never have anything of the kind now," said Miriam, with her indulgent smile. "Never. I am in what Mr. Mallard calls aggressive health. But it shocks me to see how pale you still are, Miriam. I thought the voyage and these 10 days at Naples. And you have such a careworn look. Cannot you throw off your troubles under this sky?" "You know that the sky matters very little to me, Cecily." "If I could give you only half my delight! I was awake before dawn this morning, and it was impossible to lie still. I dressed and stood at the open window. I couldn't see the sun itself as it rose, but I watched the first beams strike on Capri and the sea, and I tried to make a drawing of the island as it then looked, a poor little daub, but it will be precious in bringing back to my mind all I felt when I was busy with it. Such feeling I have never known, as if every nerve in me had received an exquisite new sense. I keep saying to myself, is this really Naples? Let us go on to the balcony. Oh, you must be glad with me." Freed from the constraint of formal colloquy, and overcoming the slight embarrassment caused by what she knew of Miriam's thoughts, Cecily revealed her nature as it lay beneath the graces from which education had endowed her. This enthusiasm was no new discovery to Miriam, but in the early days it had attached itself to far other things. Cecily seemed to have forgotten that she was ever in sympathy with the mood which imposed silence on her friend. Her eyes drank light from the landscape. Her beauty was transfigured by passionate reception of all the influences this scene could exercise upon heart and mind. She leaned on the railing of the balcony and gazed until tears of ecstasy made her sight dim. "Let us see much of each other whilst we are here," she said, suddenly turning to Miriam. "I could never have dreamt of our being together in Italy. It is a happy fate, and gives me all kinds of hope. We will be often alone together in glorious places. We will talk it over. That is better than writing. You shall understand me, Miriam. You shall get as well and strong as I am, and know what I mean when I speak of the joy of living. We shall be sisters again, like we used to be." Miriam smiled and shook her head. "Tell me about things at home. Is Miss Baske well?" "Quite well. I have had 2 letters from her since I was here. She wished me to give you her love." "I will write to her. And is old Don still alive?" Yes, but very feeble, poor old fellow. He forgets even to be angry with the baker's boy." Cecily laughed with a moved playfulness. "He has forgotten me. I don't like to be forgotten by anyone who ever cared for me." There was a pause. They came back into the room, and Cecily, with a look of hesitation, asked quietly, "Have you heard of late from Reuben?" Miriam, with averted eyes, answered simply, "No." Again there was silence, until Cecily, moving about the room, came to the Saint Cecilia. "So my patron saint is always before you. I am glad of that. Where is the original of this picture, Miriam? I forget." "I never knew." "Oh, I wish to speak to you of Mr. Mallard. You met him yesterday. Had you much conversation?" "A good deal. He dined with us." "Did he? I thought it possible. And do you like him?" "I couldn't say until I knew him better." "It isn't easy to know him, I think," said Cecily, in a reflective and perfectly natural tone, smiling thoughtfully. "But he is a very interesting man, and I wish he would be more friendly with me. I tried hard to win his confidence on the journey from Genoa, but I didn't seem to have much success. I fancy," she laughed, "that he is still in the habit of regarding me as a little girl, who wouldn't quite understand him if he spoke of serious things. When I wished to talk of his painting, he would only joke. That annoyed me a little, and I tried to let him see that it did, with the result that he refused to speak of anything for a long time." "What does Mr. Mallard paint?" Miriam asked, half absently. "Landscape," was the reply, given with veiled surprise. "Did you never see anything of his?" "I remember. The Bradshaws have a picture by him in their dining room. They showed it to me when I was last in Manchester. I'm afraid I looked at it very inattentively, for it has never re-entered my mind from that day to this. But I was ill at the time." "His pictures are neglected," said Cicely, "but people who understand them say they have great value. If he has anything accepted by the Academy, it is sure to be hung out of sight. I think he is wrong to exhibit there at all. Academies are foolish things, and always give most encouragement to the men who are worth least. When there is talk of such subjects, I never lose an opportunity of mentioning Mr. Mallard's name, and telling all I can about his work. Some day I shall, perhaps, be able to help him. I will insist on every friend of mine who buys pictures at all possessing at least one of Mr. Mallard's. Then perhaps he will condescend to talk with me of serious things." She added the last sentence merrily, meeting Miriam's look with the frankest eyes. "Does Mrs. Lessingham hold the same opinion?" Miriam inquired. "Oh, yes. Aunt, of course, knows far more about art than I do, and she thinks very highly indeed of Mr. Mallard. Not long ago she met Monsieur Lambert at a friend's house in Paris, the French critic who has just been writing about English landscape, and he mentioned Mr. Mallard with great respect. That was splendid, wasn't it?" She spoke with joyous spiritedness. However modern, Cecily, it was clear, had caught nothing of the disease of pococurantism. Into whatever pleased her or enlisted her sympathies, she threw all the glad energies of her being. The scornful remark on the Royal Academy was, one could see, not so much a mere echo of advanced opinion, as a piece of championship in a friend's cause. The respect with which she mentioned the name of the French critic, her exultation in his dictum, were notes of a youthful idealism which interpreted the world nobly, and took its stand on generous beliefs. "Mr. Mallard will help you to see Naples, no doubt," said Miriam. "Indeed, I wish he would, but he distinctly told us that he has no time. He is going to Amalfi in a few days to work. I begged him at least to go to Pompeii with us, but he frowned, as he so often does, and seemed unwilling to be persuaded, so I said no more. There again, I feel sure he was afraid of being annoyed by trifling talk in such places. But one mustn't judge an artist like other men. To be sure, anything I could say or think would be trivial compared with what is in his mind." "But isn't it rather discourteous?" Miriam observed impartially. "Oh, I could never think of it in that way. An artist is privileged. He must defend his time and his sensibilities. The common terms of society have no application to him. Don't you feel that, Miriam?" "I know so little of art and artists. But such a claim seems to me very strange." Cecily laughed. "This is one of 1,000 things we will talk about. Art is the grandest thing in the world. It means everything that is strong and beautiful. Statues, pictures, poetry, music. How could one live without art? The artist is born a prince among men. What has he to do with the rules by which common people must direct their lives? Before long you will feel this as deeply as I do, Miriam. We are in Italy! Italy!" "Shall we go back to the others?" Miriam suggested, in a voice which contrasted curiously with that exultant cry. "Yes, it is time." Cecily's eyes fell on the plans of the chapel, which were still lying open. "What is this?" she asked. "Something in Naples? Oh, no." "It's nothing," said Miriam, carelessly. "Come, Cecily." The visitors took their leave just as the midday cannon boomed from St. Elmo. They had promised to come and dine in a day or two. After their departure, Miriam showed as little disposition to make comments as she had to indulge in expectation before their arrival. Eleanor and her husband put less restraint upon themselves. "Heavens!" cried Spence when they were alone. "What astounding capacity of growth was in that child!" "She is a swift and beautiful creature," said Eleanor, in a warm undertone characteristic of her when she expressed admiration. "I wish I could have overheard the interview in Miriam's room." "I never felt more curiosity about anything. Pity one is not a psychological artist. I should have stolen to the keyhole and committed eavesdropping with a glow of self-approval." "I half understand our friend Mallard." "So do I, Ned." They looked at each other and smiled significantly. That evening Spence again had a walk with the artist. He returned to the villa alone, and only just in time to dress for dinner. Guests were expected, Mr. and Mrs. Bradshaw of Manchester, old acquaintances of the Spences and of Miriam. When it had become known that Mrs. Baske, advised to pass the winter in a mild climate, was about to accept an invitation from her cousin and go by sea to Naples, the Bradshaws, to the astonishment of all their friends, offered to accompany her. It was the first time that either of them had left England, and they seemed most unlikely people to be suddenly affected with a zeal for foreign travel. Miriam gladly welcomed their proposal, and it was put into execution. When Spence entered the room, his friends had already arrived. Mr. Bradshaw stood in the attitude familiar to him when on his own hearthrug, his back turned to that part of the wall where in England would have been a fireplace, and one hand thrust into the pocket of his evening coat. "I tell you what it is, Spence," he exclaimed, "I'm very much afraid I shall be committing an assault. Certainly I shall if I don't soon learn some good racy Italian. I must make out a little list of sentences and get you or Mrs. Spence to translate them. Such as, 'Do you take me for a fool?' or 'Be off, you scoundrel!' or 'I'll break every bone in your body.' That's the kind of thing practically needed in Naples, I find." "Been in conflict with the coachman again?" asked Spence, laughing. "Slightly. Never got into such a helpless rage in my life. 2 fellows kept up with me this afternoon for a couple miles or so. Now what makes me so mad is the assumption of these blackguards that I don't know my own mind. I go out for a stroll, and the first cabby I pass wants to take me to Pozzuoli or Vesuvius or Jericho for aught I know. It's no use showing him that I don't have the slightest intention of going to any such place. What the deuce! Does the fellow suppose he can persuade me or badger me into doing what I've no mind to do? Does he take me for an ass? It's the insult of the thing that riles me. The same if I look in at a shop window. Out rushes a gabbling swindler and wants to drag me in." "Only to take you in, Mr. Bradshaw," interjected Eleanor. "Good! To take me in with a vengeance. Why, if I've a mind to buy, shan't I go in of my own accord? And isn't it a sure and certain thing that I shall never spend a halfpenny with a scoundrel who attacks me like that?" "How can you expect foreigners to reason, Jacob?" exclaimed Mrs. Bradshaw. "You should take these things as compliments," remarked Spence. "They see an Englishman coming along, and as a matter of course they consider him a person of wealth and leisure, who will be grateful to anyone for suggesting how he can kill time. Having nothing in the world to do but enjoy himself, why shouldn't the English lord drive to Baiae and back just to get an appetite?" "Lord, eh?" growled Mr. Bradshaw, rising on his toes and smiling with a certain satisfaction. 80 years, all but 2 sat lightly on Jacob Bush Bradshaw. His cheek was ruddy, his eyes had the lustre of health. In the wrinkled forehead you saw activity of brain, and on his lips the stubborn independence of a Lancashire employer of labour. Prosperity had set its mark upon him, that peculiarly English prosperity which is so intimately associated with spotless linen, with a good cut of clothes, with scant but valuable jewellery, with the absence of any perfume save that which suggests the morning tub. He was a manufacturer of silk. The provincial accent notwithstanding, his conversation on general subjects soon declared him a man of logical mind and of much homely information. A sufficient self-esteem allied itself with his force of character, but robust amiability prevented this from becoming offensive. He had the sense of humor, and enjoyed a laugh at himself as well as at other people. Though his life had been absorbed in the pursuit of solid gain, he was no scorner of the attainments which lay beyond his own scope. And in these latter years, now that the fierce struggle was decided in his favor, he often gave proof of a liberal curiosity. With regard to art and learning, he had the intelligence to be aware of his own defects. Where he did not enjoy, he at least knew that he ought to have done so. And he had a suspicion that herein also progress could be made by stubborn effort, as in the material world. Finding himself abroad, he had set himself to observe and learn, with results now and then not a little amusing. The consciousness of wealth disposed him to intellectual generosity. Standing on so firm a pedestal, he did not mind admitting that others might have a wider outlook. Italy was an impecunious country. Personally and patriotically, he had a pleasure in recognizing the fact, and this made it easier for him to concede the points of superiority which he had heard attributed to her. Jacob was rigidly sincere. He had no touch of the snobbery which shows itself in sham admiration. If he liked a thing, he said so, and strongly. If he felt no liking where his guidebook directed him to be enthusiastic, he kept silence and cudgelled his brains. Equally ingenuous was his wife, but with results that argued a shallower nature. Mrs. Bradshaw had the heartiest and frankest contempt for all things foreign. In Italy, she deemed herself among a people so inferior to the English that even to discuss the relative merits of the two nations would have been ludicrous. Life abroad she could not take as a serious thing; it amused or disgusted her, as the case might be; never occasioned her a grave thought. The proposal of this excursion, when first made to her, she received with mockery. When she saw that her husband meant something more than a joke, she took time to consider, and at length accepted the notion as a freak which possibly would be entertaining, and might at all events be indulged after a lifetime of sobriety. Entertainment she found in abundance. Though natural beauty made little if any appeal to her, she interested herself greatly in Vesuvius, regarding it as a serionomic phenomenon which could only exist in a country inhabited by childish triflers. Her memory was storing all manner of Italian absurdities, everything being an absurdity which differed from English habit and custom, to furnish her with matter for mirthful talk when she got safely back to Manchester and civilization. With respect to the things which Jacob was constraining himself to study, antiquities, sculptures, paintings stored in the Naples Museum, her attitude was one of jocose indifference or of half-tolerant contempt. Puritanism diluted with worldliness and a measure of common sense directed her views of art in general. Works such as the Ferenz Hercules and the group about the bull she looked upon much as she regarded the wall scribbling of some dirty-minded urchin. The robust matron is not horrified by such indecencies, but to be sure will not stand and examine them. "Oh, come along, Jacob," she exclaimed to her husband, when, at their first visit to the museum, he went to work at the antiques with his Murray. "I've no patience, you ought to be ashamed of yourself." The Bradshaws were staying at the pension selected by Mrs. Lessingham. Naturally, the conversation at dinner turned much on that lady and her niece. With Cecily's father, Mr. Bradshaw had been well acquainted, but Cecily herself he had not seen since her childhood, and his astonishment at meeting her as Miss Doran was great. "What kind of society do they live among?" he asked of Spence. "Tip-top people, I suppose." "Not exactly what we understand by tip-top in England. Mrs. Lessingham's family connections are aristocratic, but she prefers the society of authors, artists, that kind of thing." "Queer people for a young girl to make friends of, eh?" "Well, there's Mallard, for instance." "Ah, Mallard, to be sure." Mrs. Bradshaw looked at her hostess and smiled knowingly. "Miss Doran is rather fond of talking about Mr. Mallard," she remarked. "Did you notice that, Miriam?" "Yes, I did." Jacob broke the silence. "How does he get on with his painting?" he asked, and it sounded very much as though the reference were to a man busy on the front door. "He's never likely to be very popular," replied Spence, adapting his remarks to the level of his guest's understanding. "There was something of his in this year's Academy, and it sold at a tolerable price." "That thing of his I bought, you remember? I find people don't see much in it. They complain that the colour's so dull. But then, as I always say, what else could you expect on a bit of Yorkshire moor in winter? Is he going to paint anything here? Now, if he'd do me a bit of the bay with Vesuvius smoking—" "That would be something like," assented Mrs. Bradshaw. When the ladies had left the dining room, Mr. Bradshaw, over his cigarette, reverted to the subject of Cecily. "I suppose the lass has had a first-rate education?" "Of the very newest fashion for girls. I am told she reads Latin." "By Jove!" cried the other, with sudden animation. "That reminds me of something I wanted to talk about. When I was leaving Manchester, I got together a few hooks, that were likely to be useful over here. My friend Lomax, the bookseller, suggested them. 'Got a classical dictionary?' says he. 'Not I. As you know, my schooling never went much beyond the 3 R's, and hanged if I knew what a classical dictionary was.' 'Better take one,' says Lomax. 'You'll want to look up your gods and goddesses.' So I took it, and I've been looking into it these last few days." "Well?" Jacob had a comical look of perplexity and indignation. He thumped the table. "Do you mean to tell me that's the kind of stuff boys are sent to learn at school?" "A good deal of it comes in." "Then all I can say is, no wonder the colleges turn out such a lot of young blackguards. Why, man, I can scarcely believe my eyes. You mean to say that, if I'd had a son, he'd have been brought up on that kind of literature, without me knowing anything about it? Why, I've locked the book up. I was ashamed to let it lay on the table." "It's the old Lempriere, I suppose," said Spence, vastly amused. "The new dictionaries are toned down a good deal. They weren't so squeamish in the old days." "But the lads still read the books these things come out of, eh?" "Oh, yes. It has always been one of the most laughable inconsistencies in English morality. Anything you could find in the dictionary is milk for babes compared with several Greek plays that have to be read for examinations." "It fair caps me, Spence. Classical education, that is, eh? That's what parsons are bred on? And by the Lord, you say they're beginning it with girls?" "Very zealously." "Nay!" Jacob threw up his arms, and abandoned the effort to express himself. Later, when the guests were gone, Spence remembered this, and to Eleanor's surprise, he broke into uproarious laughter. "One of the best jokes I ever heard. A fresh, first-hand judgment on the morality of the classics by a plain-minded Englishman of business." He told the story. "And Bradshaw's perfectly right. That's the best of it." End of Part 1, Chapter 2.
Chapter 3 of The Emancipated. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. The Emancipated by George Gissing. Chapter 3. The Boarding House on the Mergellina. The year was 1878. A tourist reaching his Baedeker for a genteel but not oppressively aristocratic pension in the open parts of Naples would have found himself directed, by an asterisk, to the establishment kept by Mrs. Gluck on the Mergellina, frequented by English and Germans, and very comfortable. The recommendation was a just one. Mrs. Gluck enjoyed the advantage of having lived as many years in England as she had in Germany. Her predilections leaned, if anything, to the English side, and the arrival of a "nice" English family always put her in excellent spirits. She then exhibited herself as an Anglicized matron, perfectly familiar with all the requirements, great and little, of her guests, and, when minutiae were once settled, capable of meeting ladies and gentlemen on terms of equality in her drawing-room or at her table, where she always presided. Indeed, there was much true refinement in Mrs. Gluck. You had not been long in her house before she found an opportunity of letting you know that she prided herself on connection with the family of the great musician, and under her roof there was generally some one who played or sang well. It was her dear that all who sat at her dinner-table, the English people at all events, should be in evening dress. She herself had no little art in adorning herself so as to appear, what she was, a lady, and yet not to conflict with the ladies whose presence honoured her. In the drawing room, a few days after the arrival of Mrs. Lessingham and her niece, several members of the household were assembled in readiness for the second dinner bell. There was Frau Wohlgemuth, a middle–aged lady with severe brows, utilizing spare moments over a German work on Greek sculpture. Certain plates in the book had caught the eye of Mrs. Bradshaw, and the result that she regarded this innocent student as a person of most doubtful character, who, if in ignorance admitted to a respectable boarding–house, should certainly have been got rid of as soon as the nature of her reading had been discovered. Frau Wohlgemuth had once or twice been astonished at the severe look fixed upon her by the buxom English lady, but happily would never receive an explanation of this silent animus. Then there was Fräulein Kriel, who had unwillingly incurred even more of Mrs. Bradshaw's displeasure, in that she, an unmarried person, had actually looked over the volume together with its possessor, not so much as blushing when she found herself observed by strangers. The remaining persons were an English family, a mother and 3 daughters, their name Denyer. Mrs. Denyer was florid, vivacious, and of a certain size. She had seen much of the world, and prided herself on cosmopolitanism. The one thing with which she could not dispense was intellectual society. This would be her second winter in Naples, but she gave her acquaintances to understand that Italy was by no means the country of her choice. She preferred the northern latitudes, because there the intellectual atmosphere was more bracing. But for her daughter's sake she abode here. "You know, my girls adore Italy." Of these young ladies, the 2 elder, Barbara and Madeline were their seductive names, had good looks. Barbara, perhaps 22 years old, was rather colourless, somewhat too slim, altogether a trifle limp, but she had a commendable taste in dress. Madeline, a couple of years younger, presented a more healthy physique, and a less common comeliness, but in the matter of costume she lacked her sister's discretion. Her colours were ill–matched, her ornaments awkwardly worn, even her hair sought more freedom than was consistent with grace. The youngest girl, Zillah, who was about 19, had been less kindly dealt with by nature. Like Barbara, she was of very light complexion, and this accentuated her plainness. She aimed at no compensation in attire, unless it were that her sober garments exhibited perfect neatness and complete inoffensiveness. Zillah's was a good face, in spite of its unattractive features. She had a peculiarly earnest look, a reflective manner, and much conscientiousness of speech. Common to the 3 was a resolve to be modern, advanced, and emancipated, or perish in the attempt. Every one who spoke with them must understand that they were no everyday young ladies, imbued with notions and prejudices recognized as feminine, frittering away their lives amid the follies of the drawing–room and of the circulating library. Culture was their pursuit, heterodoxy their pride. If indeed it were true, as Mrs. Bradshaw somewhat acrimoniously declared, that they were all desperately bent on capturing husbands, then assuredly the poor girls went about their enterprise with singular lack of prudence. Each had her rôle. Barbara's was to pose as the adorer of Italy, the enthusiastic glorifier of Italian unity. She spoke Italian feebly, but, with English people, never lost an opportunity of babbling its phrases. Speak to her of Rome, and before long she was sure to murmur rapturously, "Roma capitale d'Italia," the watchword of anti–papal victory. Of English writers she loved, or affected to love, those only who had found inspiration south of the Alps. The proud mother repeated a story of Barbara's going up to the wall of Casa Guidi and kissing it. In her view the modern Italians could do no wrong. They were divinely regenerate. She praised their architecture. Madeline, whom her sisters addressed affectionately as Mad, professed a wider intellectual scope. Less given to the melting mood than Barbara, less naïve in her enthusiasms, she took for her province aesthetic criticism in its totality, and shone rather in censure than in laudation. French she read passably. German she had talked so much of studying that it was her belief she had acquired it. Greek and Latin were beyond her scope, but from modern essayists who wrote in the flamboyant style, she had gathered enough knowledge of these literatures to be able to discourse of them with a very fluent inaccuracy. With all schools of painting she was, of course, quite familiar. The great masters, vulgarly so known, interested her but moderately, and to praise them was, in her eyes, to incur a suspicion of Philistinism. From her preceptors in this sphere she had learnt certain names, old and new, which stood for more exquisite virtues, and the frequent mention of them, with a happy vagueness, made her conversation very impressive to the generality of people. The same in music. It goes without saying that Madeline was an indifferentist in politics and on social questions. At the introduction of such topics she smiled. Zilla's position was one of more difficulty. With nothing of her sister's superficial cleverness, with a mind that worked slowly and a memory irretentive, she had a genuine desire to instruct herself, and that in a solid way. She alone studied with real persistence, and, by the irony of fate, she alone continually exposed her ignorance, committed gross blunders, was guilty of deplorable lapses of memory. Her unhappy lot kept her in a constant state of nervousness and shame. She had no worldly tact, no command of her modest resources, yet her zeal to support the credit of the family was always driving her into hurried speech, sure to end in some disastrous pitfall. Conscious of aesthetic defects, Zillah had chosen for her speciality the study of the history of civilization. But for being a Denyer, she might have been content to say that she studied history, and in that case her life might also have been solaced by the companionship of readable books. But, as modernism would have it, she could not be content to base her historical inquiries on anything less than strata of geology and biological elements, with the result that she toiled day by day at perky little primers and compendia, and only learnt one chapter that it might be driven out of her head by the next. Equally out of deference to her sisters, she smothered her impulses to conventional piety, and made believe that her spiritual life supported itself on the postulates of science. As a result of all which, the poor girl was not very happy, but in that again did she not give proof of belonging to her time? There existed a Mr. Denyer, but this gentleman was very seldom indeed in the bosom of his family. Letters and remittances came from him from the most surprising quarters of the globe. His profession was that of speculator at large, and, with small encouragement of any kind, he toiled unceasingly to support his wife and daughters in their elegant leisure. At one time he was eagerly engaged in a project for making starch from potatoes in the south of Ireland. When this failed, he utilized a knowledge of Spanish, casually picked up, like all his acquirements, and was next heard of at Vera Cruz, where he dealt in cochineal, indigo, sarsaparilla, and logwood. Yellow fever interfered with his activity, and after a brief sojourn with his family in the United States, where they had joined him with the idea of making a definite settlement, he heard of something promising in Egypt, and thither repaired. A spare, vivacious, pathetically sanguine man, always speaking of the day when he would settle down, in enjoyment of a moderate fortune, and most obviously doomed never to settle at all, save in the final home of mortality. Mrs. Lessingham and her niece entered the room. On Cecily, as usual, all eyes were more or less openly directed. Her evening dress was simple, though with the simplicity not to be commanded by every one who wills, and her demeanour very far from exacting general homage. But her birthright of distinction could not be laid aside, and the suave Mrs. Gluck was not singular in recognizing that here was such a guest as did not every day grace her pension. Barbara and Madeline Denyer never looked at her without secret pangs. In appearance, however, they were very friendly, and Cecily had met their overtures from the first with the simple goodwill natural to her. She went and seated herself by Madeline, who had on her lap a little portfolio. "These are the drawings of which I spoke," said Madeline, half opening the portfolio. "Mr. Marsh's? Oh, I shall be glad to see them." Of course we ought to have daylight, but we'll look at them again to–morrow. You can form an idea of their character." They were small water–colours, the work, as each declared in fantastic signature, of one Clifford Marsh, spoken of by the Denyers, and by Madeline in particular, as a personal friend. He was expected to arrive any day in Naples. The subjects, Cecily had been informed, were natural scenery; the style impressionist. Impressionism was no novel term to Cecily, and in Paris she had had her attention intelligently directed to good work of that kind. She knew, of course, that, like every other style, it must be judged with reference to its success in achieving the end proposed. But the first glance at the first of Mr. Marsh's productions perplexed her. "A study on the Roman Campagna," said Madeline. It might just as well, for all Cecily could determine, have been a study of cloud–forms, or of a storm at sea, or of anything, or of nothing. Nor did there seem to be any cogent reason why it should be looked at one way up rather than the other. Was this genius or impudence? "You don't know the Campagna yet," remarked Madeline, finding that the other kept silence. "Of course, you can't appreciate the marvellous truthfulness of this impression, but it gives you new emotions, doesn't it?" Mrs. Lessingham would have permitted herself to reply with a pointed affirmative. Cecily was too considerate of others' feelings for that, yet she had not the habit of smooth falsehood. "I am not very familiar with this kind of work," she said. "Please let me just look and think, and tell me your own thoughts about each." Madeline was not displeased. Already she had discovered that in most directions Miss Doran altogether exceeded her own reach, and that it was not safe to talk conscious nonsense to her. The tone of modesty seemed unaffected, and, as Madeline had reasons for trying to believe in Clifford Marsh, it gratified her to feel that there at length she might tread firmly and hold her own. The examination of the drawings proceeded, with the result that Cecily's original misgiving was strongly confirmed. What would Ross Mallard say? Mallard's own work was not of the impressionist school, and he might suffer prejudice to direct him. But she had a conviction of how his remarks would sound were this portfolio submitted to him. Genius? Scarcely. But if not, then assuredly the other thing, and that in flagrant degree. Most happily the dinner–bell came with its peremptory interruption. "I must see them again to–morrow," said Cecily, in her pleasantest voice. At table the ladies were in a majority. Mr. Bradshaw was the only man past middle life. Next in age to him came Mr. Musselwhite, who looked about 40, and whose aquiline nose, high forehead, light bushy whiskers, and air of vacant satisfaction, marked him as the aristocrat of the assembly. This gentleman suffered under a truly aristocratic affliction, the ever–reviving difficulty of passing his day. Mild in demeanour, easy in the discharge of petty social obligations, perfectly inoffensive, he came and went like a vivified statue of gentlemanly ennui. Every morning there arrived for him a consignment of English newspapers. These were taken to his bedroom at 9 o'clock, together with a cup of chocolate. They presumably occupied him until he appeared in the drawing–room, just before the hour of luncheon, when, in spite of the freshness of his morning attire, he seemed already burdened by the blank of time, always sitting down to the meal with an audible sigh of gratitude. Invariably he addressed to his neighbour a remark on the direction of the smoke from Vesuvius. If the neighbour happened to be uninformed in things Neapolitan, Mr. Musselwhite seized the occasion to explain at length the meteorological significance of these varying fumes. Luncheon over, he rose like one who is summoned to a painful duty. In fact, the great task of the day was before him, the struggle with time until the hour of dinner. You would meet him sauntering sadly about the gardens of the Villa Nazionale, often looking at his watch, which he always regulated by the canon of St. Elmo, or gazing with lack–lustre eye at a shop–window in the Toledo, or sitting with a little glass of Marsala before him in one of the fashionable cafés, sunk in despondency. But when at length he appeared at the dinner–table, once more fresh from his toilet, then did a gleam of animation transform his countenance; for the victory was won, yet again was old Time defeated. Then he would discourse his best. Two topics were his, the weather, and "My brother the baronet's place in Lincolnshire." The manner of his monologue on this second and more fruitful subject was really touching. When so fortunate as to have a new listener, he began by telling him or her that he was his father's fourth son, and consequently third brother to Sir Grant Musselwhite, who goes in so much for model farming, you know. At the hereditary place in Lincolnshire he had spent the bloom of his life, which he now looked back upon with tender regrets. He did not mention the fact that, at the age of 25, he had been beguiled from that Arcadia by wily persons who took advantage of his innocent youth, who initiated him into the metropolitan mysteries which sadden the soul and deplete the pocket, who finally abandoned him upon the shoal of a youngest brother's allowance, when his father passed away from the place in Lincolnshire, and young Sir Grant, reigning in the old baronet's stead, deemed himself generous in making the family scapegrace any provision at all. Yet such were the outlines of Mr. Musselwhite's history. Had he been the commonplace spendthrift, one knows pretty well what lines his subsequent life would have run. But poor Mr. Musselwhite was at heart a domestic creature. Exiled from his home, he wandered in melancholy, year after year, round a circle of continental resorts, never seeking relief in dissipation, never discovering a rational pursuit, imagining to himself that he atoned for the disreputable past in keeping far from the track of his distinguished relatives. Ah, that place in Lincolnshire! To the listener's mind it became one of the most imposing of English ancestral abodes. The house was of indescribable magnitude and splendour. It had a remarkable turret, whence, across many miles of plain, Lincoln Cathedral could be discovered by the naked eye. It had an interminable drive from the lodge to a stately portico. It had gardens of fabulous fertility. It had stables which would have served a cavalry regiment. In what region were the kine of Sir Grant Musselwhite unknown to fame? Who had not heard of his dairy produce? 3 stories was Mr. Musselwhite in the habit of telling, scintillating fragments of his blissful youth. One was of a fox cub and a terrier, another of a heifer that went mad, the third, and the most thrilling, of a dismissed coachman who turned burglar, and in the dead of night fired shots at old Sir Grant and his sons. In relating these anecdotes his eye grew moist and his throat swelled. Mr. Musselwhite's place at table was next to Barbara Denyer. So long as Miss Denyer was new, or comparatively new, to her neighbour's reminiscences, all went well between them. Barbara condescended to show interest in the place in Lincolnshire. She put pertinent questions. She smiled, or looked appropriately serious in listening to the 3 stories. But this could not go on indefinitely, and for more than a week now conversation between the two had been a trying matter. For Mr. Musselwhite to sustain a dialogue on such topics as Barbara had made her own was impossible, and he had no faculty even for the commonest kind of impersonal talk. He devoted himself to his dinner in amiable silence, enjoying the consciousness that nearly an hour of occupation was before him, and that bedtime lay at no hopeless distance. Moreover, there was a boy, yet it is doubtful whether he should be so described, for though he numbered rather less than 16 years, experience had already made him blasé. He sat beside his mother, a Mrs. Strangwich. For Master Strangwich, the ordinary sources of youthful satisfaction did not exist. He talked with the mature on terms of something more than equality, and always gave them the impression that they had still much to learn. This objectionable youth had long since been everywhere and seen everything. The naïveté of finding pleasure in novel circumstances moved him to a pitying surprise. Speak of the glories of the Bay of Naples, and he would remark, with hands in pockets, and head thrown back, that he thought a good deal more of the Golden Horn. If climate came up for discussion, he gave an impartial vote, based on much personal observation, in favour of Southern California. His parents belonged to the race of modern nomads, those curious beings who are reviving an early stage of civilization, as an ingenious expedient for employing money and time which they have not intelligence enough to spend in a settled habitat. It was already noticed in the pension that Master Strangwich paid somewhat marked attentions to Madeline Denyer. There was no knowing what might come about if their acquaintance should be prolonged for a few weeks. But Madeline had at present something else to think about than the condescending favour of Master Strangwich. As the guests entered the dining room, Mrs. Gluck informed Mrs. Denyer that the English artist who was looked for had just arrived, and would in a few minutes join the company. "Mr. Marsh is here," said Mrs. Denyer aloud to her daughters, in a tone of no particular satisfaction. Madeline glanced at Miss Doran, who however did not seem to have heard the remark. And whilst the guests were still busy with their soup, Mr. Clifford Marsh presented himself. Within the doorway he stood for a moment surveying the room. With placid eye he selected Mrs. Denyer, and approached her just to shake hands. Her 3 daughters received from him the same attention. Words Mr. Marsh had none, but he smiled, as smiles the man conscious of attracting merited observation. Indeed, it was impossible not to regard Mr. Marsh with curiosity. His attire was very conventional in itself, but somehow did not look like the evening uniform of common men. It sat upon him with an artistic freedom, and seemed the garb of a man superior to his surroundings. The artist was slight, pale, rather feminine of feature. He had delicate hands, which he managed to display to advantage. His auburn hair was not long behind, as might have been expected, but rolled in a magnificent mass upon his brows. Many were the affectations whereby his countenance rendered itself unceasingly interesting. At times he wrinkled his forehead down the middle, and then smiled at vacancy, a humorous sadness. Or his eyes became very wide as he regarded, yet appeared not to see, some particular person, or his lips drew themselves in a symbol of meaning reticence. All this, moreover, not in such degrees as to make him patently ridiculous. By no means. Mr. and Mrs. Bradshaw might exchange frequent glances, and have a difficulty in preserving decorum, but they were unsophisticated. Mrs. Lessingham smiled, indeed, when there came a reasonable pretext, but not contemptuously. Mr. Marsh's aspect, if anything, pleased her. She liked these avoidances of the commonplace. Cecily did not fail to inspect the new arrival. She too was well aware that hatred of vulgarity constrains many persons who are anything but fools to emphasize their being in odd ways, and it might still, in spite of the impressionist water colours, be proved that Mr. Marsh had a right to vary from the kindly race of men. She hoped he was really a person of some account. It delighted her to be with such. And then she suspected that Madeline Denyer had something more than friendship for Mr. Marsh, and her sympathies were moved. "What sort of weather did you leave in England?" Mrs. Denyer inquired, when the artist was seated next to her. "I came away from London on the 3rd day of absolute darkness," replied Mr. Marsh, genially. "Oh dear!" exclaimed Mrs. Gluck, and at once translated this news for the benefit of Frau Wohlgemuth, who murmured "Ach!" and shook her head. "The fog is even yet in my throat," proceeded the artist, to whom most of the guests were listening. "I can still see nothing but lurid patches of gaslight on a background of solid mephitic fume. There are fine effects to be caught, there's no denying it, but not every man has the requisite physique for such studies. As I came along here from the railway station, it occurred to me that the Dante story might have been repeated in my case. The Neapolitans should have pointed to me and whispered, 'Behold the man who has been in hell.'" Cecily was amused. She looked at Madeline and exchanged a friendly glance with her. At the same time she was becoming aware that Mr. Marsh, who sat opposite, vouchsafed her the homage of his gaze rather too frequently and persistently. It was soon manifest to her, moreover, that Madeline had noticed the same thing, and not with entire equanimity. So Cecily began to converse with Mrs. Lessingham, and no longer gave heed to the artist's utterances. She was going to spend an hour with Miriam this evening, without express invitation. Mr. Bradshaw would drive up the hill with her, and doubtless Mr. Spence would see her safely home. Thus she saw no more for the present of the Denyers' friend. Those ladies had a private sitting room, and thither, in the course of the evening, Clifford Marsh repaired. Barbara and Zillah, with their mother, remained in the drawing room. On opening the door to which he had been directed, Marsh found Madeline bent over a book. She raised her eyes carelessly, and said: "Oh, I hoped it was Barbara." "I will tell her at once that you wish to speak to her." "Don't trouble." "No trouble at all." He turned away, and at once Madeline rose impatiently from her chair, speaking with peremptory accent. "Please do as I request you. Come and sit down." Marsh obeyed, and more than obeyed. He kicked a stool close to her, dropped upon it with one leg curled underneath him, and leaned his head against her shoulder. Madeline remained passive, her features still showing the resentment his manner had provoked. "I've come all this way just to see you, Mad, when I've no right to be here at all." "Why no right?" "I told you to prepare yourself for bad news." "That's a very annoying habit of yours. I hate to be kept in suspense in that way. Why can't you always say at once what you mean? Father does the same thing constantly in his letters. I'm sure we've quite enough anxiety from him. I don't see why you should increase it." Without otherwise moving, he put his arm about her. "What is it, Clifford? Tell me, and be quick." "It's soon told, Mad. My step father informs me that he will continue the usual allowance until my 26th birthday, 18th of February next, you know, and no longer than that. After then, I must look out for myself." Madeline wrinkled her brows. "What's the reason?" she asked, after a pause. "The old trouble. He says I've had quite long enough to make my way as an artist, if I'm going to make it at all. In his opinion, I am simply wasting my time and his money. No cash results, that is to say, no success. Of course, his view." The girl kept silence. Marsh shifted his position slightly, so as to get a view of her face. "Somebody else's, too, I'm half afraid," he murmured dubiously. Madeline was thinking of a look she had caught on Miss Doran's face when the portfolio disclosed its contents, of Miss Doran's silence, of certain other persons' looks and silence, or worse than silence. The knitting of her brows became deeper. Marsh felt an uneasy movement in her frame. "Speak plainly," he said. "It's far better." "It's very hot, Clifford. Sit on a chair, we can talk better." "I understand." He moved a little away from her, and looked round the room with a smile of disillusion. "You needn't insult me," said Madeline, but not with the former petulance. "Often enough you have done that, and yet I don't think I have given you cause." Still crouching upon the stool, he clasped her hands over his knee, jerked his head back, a frequent movement, to settle his hair, and smiled with increase of bitterness. "I meant no insult," he said, "either now or at other times, though you are always ready to interpret me in that way. I merely hint at the truth, which would sound disagreeable in plain terms." "You mean, of course, that I think of nothing, have never thought of anything, but your material prospects." "Why didn't you marry me a year ago, Mad?" "Because I should have been mad indeed to have done so. You admit it would have caused your step father at once to stop his allowance. And pray, what would have become of us?" "Exactly. See your faith in me brought to the touchstone. I suppose the present day would have seen you as it now does." "Yes, if you had embarrassed me with lack of confidence. Decidedly not if you had been to me the wife an artist needs. My future has lain in your power to make or mar. You have chosen to keep me in perpetual anxiety, and now you take a suitable opportunity to overthrow me altogether, or rather, you try to. We will see how things go, when I am free to pursue my course untroubled." "Do so by all manner of means," exclaimed Madeline, her voice trembling. "Perhaps I shall prove to have been your friend in this way, at all events. As your wife in London lodgings on the 3rd floor, I confess it is very unlikely I should have aided you. I haven't the least belief in projects of that kind. At best, you would have been forced into some kind of paltry work just to support me, and where would be the good of our marriage? You know perfectly well that lots of men have been degraded in this way. They take a wife to be their muse, and she becomes the millstone about their neck. Then they hate her, and I don't blame them." What's the good of saying one moment that you know your work can never appeal to the multitude, and the next affecting to believe that our marriage would make you miraculously successful?" "Then it would have been better to part before this." "No doubt, as it turns out." "Why do you speak bitterly? I am stating an obvious fact." "If I remember rightly, you had some sort of idea that the fact of our engagement might help you. That didn't seem to me impossible. It is a very different thing from marriage on nothing a year." "You have no faith in me. You never had. And how could you believe in what you don't understand? I see now what I have been forced to suspect, that your character is just as practical as that of other women. Your talk of art is nothing more than talk. You think, in truth, of pounds, shillings, and pence." "I think of them a good deal," said Madeline, "and I should be an idiot if I didn't. What is art if the artist has nothing to live on? Pray, what are you going to do henceforth? Shall you scorn the mention of pounds, shillings, and pence? Come to see me when you have had no dinner to day, and are feeling very uncertain about breakfast in the morning, and I will say, 'Pooh! Your talk about art was after all nothing but talk. You are a sham.'" Marsh's leg began to ache. He rose and moved about the room. Madeline at length turned her eyes to him. He was brooding genuinely, and not for effect. Her glance discerned this. "Well, what are you going to do, in fact?" she asked. "I'm hanged if I know, Mad, and there's the truth." He turned and regarded her with wide eyes, seriously perceptive of a blank horizon. "I've asked him to let me have half the money, but he refuses even that. His object is, of course, to compel me into the life of a Philistine. I believe the fellow thinks it's kindness. I know my mother does. She, of course, has as little faith in me as you have." Madeline did not resent this. She regarded the floor for a minute, and, without raising her eyes, said, "Come here, Clifford." He approached. Still without raising her eyes, she again spoke. "Do you believe in yourself?" The words were impressive. Marsh gave a start, uttered an impatient sound, and half turned away. "Do you believe in yourself, Clifford?" "Of course I do," came from him blusterously. "Very well. In that case, struggle on. If you care for the kind of help you once said I could give you, I will try to give it still. Paint something that will sell, and go on with the other work at the same time." "Something that will sell!" he exclaimed, with disgust. "I can't, so there's an end of it." "And an end of your artist life, it seems to me, unless you have another plan." "I wondered whether you could suggest any." Madeline shook her head slowly. They both brooded in a cheerless way. When the girl again spoke, it was in an undertone, as if not quite sure that she wished to be heard. "I had rather you were an artist than anything else, Clifford." Marsh decided not to hear. He thrust his hands deeper into his pockets, and trod about the floor heavily. Madeline made another remark. "I suppose the kind of work that is proposed for you would leave you no time for art?" "Pooh! Of course not. Who was ever Philistine and artist at the same time?" "Well, it's a bad job. I wish I could help you. I wish I had money." "If you had, I shouldn't benefit by it," was the exasperated reply. "Will you please to do what you were going to do at first, and tell Barbara I wish to speak to her?" "Yes, I will." His temper grew worse. In his weakness he really had thought it likely that Madeline would suggest something hopeful. Men of his stamp constantly entertain unreasonable expectations, and are angry when the unreason is forced upon their consciousness. "One word before you go, please," said Madeline, standing up and speaking with emphasis. "After what you said just now, this is, of course, our last interview of this kind. When we meet again, and I think it would be gentlemanly in you to go and live somewhere else, you are Mr. Marsh, and I, if you please, am Miss Denyer." "I will bear it in mind." "Thank you." He still lingered near the door. "Be good enough to leave me." He made an effort and left the room. When the door had closed, Madeline heaved a deep sigh, and was for some minutes in a brown, if not a black, study. Then she shivered a little, sighed again, and again took up the volume she had been reading. It was Daudet's Les Femmes d'Artistes. Not long after, all the Denyers were reunited in their sitting room. Mrs. Denyer had brought up an open letter. "From your father again," she said, addressing the girls conjointly. "I am sure he wears me out. This is worse than the last. The fact of the matter is, I must warn you very seriously that I can't supply you with as much as I have been doing. I repeat that I am serious this time. It's a horrible bore, and a good deal worse than a bore. If I could keep your remittances the same by doing on less myself, I would, but there's no possibility of that. I shall be in Alexandria in 10 days, and perhaps Colossi will have some money for me, but I can't count on it. Things have gone deuced badly, and are likely to go even worse, as far as I can see. Do think about getting less expensive quarters. I wish to heaven poor little Mad could get married. Hasn't Marsh any prospects yet?" "That's all at an end," remarked Madeline, interrupted. "We've just come to an understanding." Mrs. Denyer stared. "You've broken off?" "Mr. Marsh's allowance is to be stopped. His prospects are worse than ever. What's the good of keeping up our engagement?" There was a confused colloquy between all four. Barbara shrugged her fair shoulders. Zillah looked very gravely and pitifully at Madeline. Madeline herself seemed the least concerned. "I won't have this!" cried Mrs. Denyer, finally. "His stepfather is willing to give him a position in business, and he must accept it. Then the marriage can be soon." "The marriage will decidedly not be soon, mother," replied Madeline, haughtily. "I shall judge for myself in this, at all events." "You are a silly, empty–headed girl," retorted her mother, with swelling bosom and reddening face. "You have quarrelled on some simpleton's question, no doubt. He will accept his stepfather's offer. We know that well enough. He ought to have done so a year ago, and our difficulties would have been lightened. Your father means what he says." "Wolf!" cried Barbara, petulantly. "Well, I can see that the wolf has come at last, in good earnest. My girl, you'll have to become more serious, Barbara. You, at all events, cannot afford to trifle." "I am no trifler," said the enthusiast for Italian unity and regeneracy. "Let us have proof of that, then." Mrs. Denyer looked at her meaningly. "Mother," said Zillah, earnestly, "do let me write to Mrs. Stonehouse, and beg her to find me a place as nursery governess. I can manage that, I feel sure." "I'll think about it, dear. But, Madeline, I insist on your putting an end to this ridiculous state of things. You will order him to take the position offered." "Mother, I can do nothing of the kind. If necessary, I'll go for a governess as well." Thereupon Zillah wept, protesting that such desecration was impossible. The scene prolonged itself to midnight. On the morrow, with the exception of Mrs. Denyer's resolve to subdue Marsh, all was forgotten, and the Denyer family pursued their old course, putting off decided action until there should come another cry of wolf. End of chapter 3.
Part 1, Chapter 4 of The Emancipated. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kay Hand. The Emancipated by George GISSING. Part 1, Chapter 4, Miriam's Brother. But for the aid of his wife's more sympathetic insight, Edward Spence would have continued to interpret Miriam's cheerless frame of mind as a mere result of impatience at being removed from the familiar scenes of her religious activity, and of disquietude amid uncongenial surroundings. A Puritan at Naples, that was the phrase which represented her to his imagination. His liking for the picturesque and suggestive led him to regard her solely in that light. No strain of modern humanitarianism complicated Miriam's character. One had not to take into account a possible melancholy produced by the contrast between her life of ease in the South and the squalor of laborious multitudes under a sky of mill smoke and English fog. Of the new philanthropy she spoke, if at all, with angry scorn, holding it to be based on rationalism, radicalism, positivism, or whatsoever name embodied the conflict between the children of this world and the children of light. Far from Miriam any desire to abolish the misery which was among the divinely appointed conditions of this preliminary existence. No, she was uncomfortable, and content that others should be so for discomfort's sake. It fretted her that the Sunday in Naples could not be as universally dolorous as it was at Bartles. It revolted her to hear happy voices in a country abandoned to heathendom. "Whenever I see her looking at old Vesuvius," said Spence to Eleanor, his eye twinkling, "I feel sure that she muses on the possibility of another tremendous outbreak. She regards him in a friendly way. He is the minister of vengeance." Eleanor's discernment was not long in bringing her to a modification of this estimate. "I am convinced, Ned, that her thoughts are not so constantly at Bartles as we imagine. In any case, I begin to understand what she suffers from most. It is want of occupation for her mind. She is crushed with ennui." This is irreverence. As well attribute ennui to the prophet Jeremiah meditating woes to come. "I allow you your joke, but I am right for all that. She has nothing to think about that profoundly interests her. Her books are all but as sapless to her as to you or me. She is sinking into melancholia." "But, my dear girl, the chapel!" "She only pretends to think of it. Miriam is becoming a hypocrite. I have noticed several little signs of it since Cecily came. She poses, and in wretchedness. Please to recollect that her age is 24. I do so frequently, and marvel at human nature. I do so, and without marvelling at all, for I see human nature justifying itself. I'll tell you what I am going to do. I shall propose to her to begin to read Dante." "The Inferno! Why, yes." "And I shall craftily introduce to her attention one or two wicked and worldly little books, such as the Improvisatori and the Golden Treasury, and so on. Any such attempts at first would have been premature, but I think the time has come." Miriam knew no language but her own, and Eleanor by no means purposed inviting her to a course of grammar and exercise. She herself, with her husband's assistance, had learned to read Italian in the only rational way for mature-minded persons, simply taking the text in a close translation, and glancing from time to time at a skeleton accidents. This, of course, will not do in the case of fools, but Miriam Baske, all appearances notwithstanding, did not belong in that category. On hearing her cousin's proposition, she at first smiled coldly. But she did not reject it, and in a day or two they had made a fair beginning of the Inferno. Such a beginning, indeed, as surprised Eleanor, who was not yet made aware that Miriam worked at the book in private with feverish energy, drank at the fountain like one perishing of thirst. Andersen's exquisite story was not so readily accepted, yet this, too, before long, showed a bookmarker. And Miriam's countenance brightened. She could not conceal this effect. Her step was a little lighter, and her speech became more natural. A relapse was to be expected. It came at the bidding of Sirocco. One morning the heavens lowered, grey, rolling. It might have been England. Vesuvius, heavily laden at first with a cloud like that on Olympus when the gods were wrathful, by degrees passed from vision, withdrew its form into recesses of dun mists. The angry blue of Capri faded upon a troubled blending of sea and sky. Everywhere the horizon contracted and grew mournful. Rain began to fall. Miriam sank as the heavens darkened. The strength of which she had lately been conscious forsook her. All her body was oppressed with languor, her mind miserably void. No book made appeal to her, and the sight of those which she had brought from home was intolerable. She lay upon a couch, her limbs torpid, burdensome. Eleanor's company was worse than useless. "Please leave me alone," she said at length. "The sound of your voice irritates ink." An hour went by, and no one disturbed her mood. Her languor was on the confines of sleep, when a knock at the door caused her to stir impatiently and half raised herself. It was her maid who entered, holding a note. "A gentleman is called, ma'am. He wished me to give you this." Miriam glanced at the address, and at once stood up, only her pale face witnessing the lack of energy of a moment ago. "Is he waiting?" "Yes, ma'am." The note was of 2 or 3 lines. "Will you let me see you? Of course I mean alone. It's a long time since we saw each other. R.E." "I will see him in this room." The footstep of the maid as she came back along the tiled corridor was accompanied by one much heavier. Miriam kept her eyes turned to the door. Her look was of pained expectancy and of sternness. She stood close by the window, as if purposely drawing as far away as possible. The visitor was introduced, and the door closed behind him. He, too, stood still as far from Miriam as might be. His age seemed to be 7 or 28, and the cast of his features so strongly resembled Miriam's that there was no doubt of his being her brother. Yet he had more beauty as a man than she as a woman. Her traits were in him developed so as to lose severity and attain a kind of vigour, which at first sight promised a rich and generous nature. His excellent forehead and dark imaginative eyes indicated a mind anything but likely to bear the trammels in which Miriam had grown up. In the attitude with which he waited for his sister to speak there was both pride and shame. His look fell before hers, but the constrained smile on his lips was one of self-esteem at issue with adversity. He wore the dress of a gentleman, but it was disorderly. His light overcoat hung unbuttoned, and in his hand he crushed together a bat of soft felt. "Why have you come to see me, Reuben?" Miriam asked at length, speaking with difficulty and in an offended tone. "Why shouldn't I, Miriam?" he returned quietly, stepping nearer to her. "Till a few days ago I knew nothing of the illness you have had, or I should, at all events, have written. When I heard you had come to Naples, I followed. I might as well be here as anywhere else, and I felt a wish to see you." "Why should you wish to see me? What does it matter to you whether I am well or ill?" "Yes, it matters, though of course you find it hard to believe." "Very, when I remember the words with which you last parted from me. If I was hateful to you then, how am I less so now?" "A man in anger, and especially one of my nature, often says more than he means. It was never you that were hateful to me, though your beliefs and your circumstances might madden me into saying such a thing. My beliefs, as I told you then, are a part of myself. She said it with irritable insistence, an accent which would doubtless have been significant in the ears of Eleanor Spence. "I don't wish to speak of that. Have you recovered your health, Miriam?" "I am better." He came nearer again, throwing his hat aside. "Will you let me sit down? I've had a long journey in 3rd class, and I feel tired. Such weather as this doesn't help to make me cheerful. I imagined Naples with a rather different sky." Miriam motioned towards a chair, and looked drearily from the window at the dreary sea. Neither spoke again for 2 or 3 minutes. Reuben Elgar surveyed the room, but inattentively. "What is it you want of me?" Miriam asked, facing him abruptly. "Want? You hint that I have come to ask you for money?" "I shouldn't have thought it impossible. If you were in need, you spoke of a 3rd-class journey, I am, at all events, the natural person for your thoughts to turn to." Reuben laughed dispiritedly. No, Miriam, I haven't quite got to that. You are the very last person I should think of in such a case." "Why?" "Simply because I am not quite so contemptible as you think me. I don't quarrel with my sister, and come back after some years to make it up, just because I want to make a demand on her purse." "You haven't accustomed me to credit you with high motives, Reuben." "No, and I have never succeeded in making you understand me. I suppose it's hopeless that you ever will. We are too different. You regard me as a vulgar reprobate, who by some odd freak of nature happens to be akin to you. I can picture so well what your imagination makes of me. All the instances of debauchery and general blackguardism that the commerce of life has forced upon your knowledge go towards completing the ideal. It's a pity. I have always felt that you and I might have been a great deal to each other if you had had a reasonable education. I remember you as a child rebelling against the idiocies of your training, before your brain and soul had utterly yielded. Then you were my sister, and even then, if it had been possible, I would have dragged you away and saved you." "I thank Heaven," said Miriam, "that my childhood was in other hands than yours." "Yes, and it is very bitter to me to hear you say so." Miriam kept silence, but looked at him less disdainfully. "I suppose," he said, "the people you are staying with have much the same horror of my name as you have?" "You speak as loosely as you think. The Spences can scarcely respect you." "You purpose remaining with them all winter?" "It is quite uncertain. With what intentions have you come here? Do you wish me to speak of you to the Spences or not?" He still kept looking about the room. Perhaps upon him, too, the baleful southern wind was exercising its influence, for he sat listlessly when he was not speaking, and had a weary look. "You may speak of me or not, as you like. I don't see that anything's to be gained by my meeting them, but I'll do just as you please." "You mean to stay in Naples?" "A short time. I've never been here before, and, as I said, I may as well be here as anywhere else." "When did you last see Mr. Mallard?" "Mallard? Why, what makes you speak of him?" "You made his acquaintance, I think, not long after you last saw me." "Ha! I understand. That was why he sought me out. You and your friends sent him to me as a companion likely to do me good." "I knew nothing of Mr. Mallard then, nothing personally, but he doesn't seem to be the kind of man whose interest you would resent." "Then you know him?" Reuben asked in a tone of some pleasure. "He is in Naples at present." "I am delighted to hear it. Mallard is an excellent fellow in his own way. Somehow I've lost sight of him for a long time. He's painting here, I suppose? Where can I find him?" "I don't know his address, but I can at once get it for you. You are sure he will welcome you?" "Why not? Have you spoken to him about me?" "No," Miriam replied distantly. "Why shouldn't he welcome me, then? We were very good friends. Do you attribute to him such judgments as your own?" His way of speaking was subject to abrupt changes. When, as in this instance, he broke forth impulsively, there was a corresponding gleam in his fine eyes and a nervous tension in all his frame. His voice had an extraordinary power of conveying scornful passion. At such moments he seemed to reveal a profound and strong nature. "I am very slightly acquainted with Mr. Mallard," Miriam answered, with the cold austerity which was the counterpart in her of Reuben's fiery impulsiveness. "But I understand that he is considered trustworthy and honourable by people of like character." Elgar rose from his chair, and in doing so all but flung it down. "Trustworthy and honourable? Why, so is many a greengrocer. How the artist would be flattered to hear this estimate of his personality! The Honourable Mallard! I must tell him that." "You will not dare to repeat words from my lips!" exclaimed Miriam sternly. "You have sunk lower even than I thought." "What limit, then, did you put to my debasement? In what direction had I still a scrap of trustworthiness and honour left? Tell me that yourself, instead of talking to no purpose in this frenzied way. Why do you come here if you only wish to renew our old differences?" "You were the first to do so." "Can I pretend to be friendly with you, Reuben? What word of penitence have you spoken? In what way have you amended yourself? Is not every other sentence you speak a defence of yourself and scorn upon me?" "And what right have you to judge me? Of course I defend myself, and as scornfully as you like, when I am despised and condemned by one who knows as little of me as the first stranger I pass on the road. Can you not come forward with a face like a sister's, and leave my faults for my own conscience? You judge me. What do you, with your nun's experiences, your heart chilled, your paltry view of the world through a chapel window, know of a man whose passions boil in him like the fire in yonder mountain? I should subdue my passions. Excellent text for a copybook in a girls' school. I should be another man than I am. I should remould myself. I should cool my brain with doctrine. With a bullet, if you like. Say that, and you will tell the truth. But with the truth you have nothing to do. Too long ago you were taught that you must never face that. Do you deal as truthfully with yourself as I with my own heart? I wonder, I wonder." Miriam's eyes had fallen. She stood quite motionless, with a face of suffering. "You want me to confess my sins?" Reuben continued, walking about in uncontrollable excitement. "What is your chapel formula? Find one comprehensive enough, and let me repeat it after you. Only mind that it includes hypocrisy for the sake of confession. I tell you I am conscious of no sins, of follies, of ignorances, of miseries, as many as you please. And to what account should they all go? Was I so admirably guided in childhood and boyhood that my subsequent life is not to be explained? It succeeded in your case, my poor sister. Oh, nobly! Don't be afraid that I shall outrage you by saying all I think. But just think of me as a result of Jewish education applied to an English lad, and one whose temperament was plain enough to eyes of ordinary penetration. My very name! Your name, too. You it has made a Jew in soul. Upon me it weighs like a curse as often as I think of it. It symbolizes all that is making my life a brutal failure. A failure! A failure!" He threw himself upon the couch and became silent, his strength at an end, even his countenance exhausted of vitality, looking haggard and almost ignoble. Miriam stirred at length, for the first time, and gazed steadily at him. "Reuben, let us have an end of this," she said, in a voice half choked. "Stay or go as you will, but I shall utter no more reproaches. You must make of your life what you can. As you say, I don't understand you. Perhaps the mere fact of my being a woman is enough to make that impossible. Only don't throw your scorn at me for believing what you can't believe. Talk quietly, avoid those subjects. Tell me, if you wish to, what you are doing or think of doing." "You should have spoken like this earlier, Miriam. It would have spared my memory its most wretched burden." "How?" "You know quite well that I valued your affection, and that it had no little importance in my life. Instead of still having my sister, I had only the memory of her anger and injustice, and of my own cursed temper. I had no influence for good." "Perhaps not in the common sense of the words. I am not going to talk humbug about a woman's power to make a man angelic. That will do for third-rate novels and plays. But I shouldn't have thrown myself away as I have done if you had cared to know what I was doing." "Did I not care, Reuben?" "If so, you thought it was your duty not to show it. You thought harshness was the only proper treatment for a case such as mine. I had had too much of that." "What did you mean just now by speaking as though you were poor?" "I have been poor for a long time. Poor compared with what I was. Most of my money has gone on the fool's way. I haven't come here to lament over it. It's one of my rules never, if I can help it, to think of the past. What has been, and what will be, will be. When I fume and rage like an idiot, it's only the blood in me getting the better of the brain, an example of the fault that always wrecks me. Do you think I cannot see it myself? Just now I couldn't keep back the insensate words, insensate because useless, but I judged myself all the time as distinctly as I do now it's over." "Your money gone, Reuben," murmured his sister in consternation. "You might have foreseen that. Come and sit down by me, Miriam. I am tired and wretched. Where is the sun? Surely one may have sunshine at Naples." He was now idly fretful. Miriam seated herself at his side, and he took her hand. "I thought you might perhaps receive me like this at first. I came only with that hope. I wished you looked better, Miriam. How do you employ yourself here?" "I am much out of doors. I get stronger. You spoke of old Mallard. I am glad he is here, really good. You know, Mallard's a friend of no slight account. I should think you might even like him." "But yourself, Reuben?" "No, no. Let me rest a little. I am sick and tired of myself. Let's talk of old Mallard. And what's become of little Cecily Doran?" "She is here, with her aunt." "She here too? By Jove! Well, of course, I shall have nothing to do with them. Mallard still acting as her guardian, I suppose. Rather a joke, that. I never could get him to speak on the subject. But I feel glad you know him. He's a solid fellow, tremendously conscientious. Just the things you would like in a man, no doubt. Have you seen any of his paintings?" Miriam shook her head absently, unable to find voice for the topic, which was remote from her thoughts. "He's done fine things, great things. I shall look him up, and we'll drink a bottle of wine together." He kept stroking Miriam's hand, a white hand with blue veins, a strong hand, though so delicately fashioned. The touch of the wedding ring again gave a new direction to his discursive thoughts. "After this, shall you go back to that horrible hole in Lancashire?" "I hope to go back home, certainly." "Home, home," he muttered impatiently. "It has made you ill, poor girl. Stay in Italy a long time, now you are once here. For you to be here at all seems a miracle. It gives me hopes." Miriam did not resent this, in word at all events. She was submitting again to physical oppression. Her head drooped, and her abstracted gaze was veiled with despondent lassitude. Reuben talked idly, in loose sentences. "Do you think of me as old or young, Miriam?" he asked, when both had kept silence for a while. "I no longer think of you as older than myself." "That is natural. I imagined that. In one way I am old enough, but in another I am only just beginning my life, and have all my energies fresh. I shall do something yet. Can you believe it?" "Do what?" she asked wearily. "Oh, I have plans, all sorts of plans." He joined his hands together behind his head and began to stir with a revival of mental energy. But plans of what sort? There is only one direction open to me. My law has, of course, gone to limbo. It was always an absurdity. Most of my money has gone the same way, and I'm not sorry for it. If I had never had anything, I should have set desperately to work long ago. Now I am bound to work, and you will see the results. Of course, in our days, there's only one road for a man like me. I shall go in for literature." Miriam listened, but made no comment. "My life hitherto has not been wasted," Elgar pursued, leaning forward with a new light on his countenance. "I have been gaining experience. Do you understand? Few men at my age have seen more of life, the kind of life that is useful as literary material. It's only quite of late that I have begun to appreciate this, to see all the possibilities that are in myself. It has taken all this time to outgrow the miserable misdirection of my boyhood, and to become a man of my time. Thank the fates, I no longer live in the Pentateuch, but at the latter end of the 19th century. Many a lad has to work this deliverance for himself nowadays. I don't wish to speak unkindly any more, Miriam, but I must tell you plain facts. Some fellows free themselves by dint of hard study. In my case, that was made impossible by all sorts of reasons. Temperament mainly, as you know. I was always a rebel against my fetters. I had not to learn that liberty was desirable, but how to obtain it, and what use to make of it. All the disorder through which I have gone was a struggle towards self-knowledge and understanding of my time. You and others are wildly in error in calling it dissipation, profligacy, recklessness, and so on. You, at least, Miriam, ought to have judged me more truly. You, at all events, should not have classed me with common men." His eyes were now agleam, and the beauty of his countenance fully manifest. He held his head in a pose of superb confidence. There was too much real force in his features to make this seem a demonstration of idle vanity. Miriam regarded him and continued to do so. "To be sure, my powers are in your eyes valueless," he pursued. "Or rather, your eyes have never been opened to anything of the kind. The 19th century is nothing new to you. Its special opportunities and demands and characteristics would revolt you if they were made clear to your intelligence. If I tell you I am before everything a man of my time, I suppose this seems only a cynical confession of all the weaknesses and crimes you have already attributed to me. It shall not always be so. Why, what are you, after all, Miriam? 23, 24? Which is it? Why, you are a child still. Your time of education is before you. You are a child, come to Italy to learn what can be made of life." She averted her face, but smiled, and not quite so coldly as of wont. She could not but think of Cecily, whose words a few days ago had been in spirit so like these, so like them in the ring of enthusiasm. "Some day," Elgar went on, exalting himself more and more, "you shall wonder in looking back on this scene between us, wonder how you could have been so harsh to me. It is impossible that you and I, soul brother and sister, should move on constantly diverging paths. Tell me, you are not really without some kind of faith in my abilities?" "You know it has always been my grief that you put them to no use." "Very well, but it remains for you to learn what my powers really are, and to bring yourself to sympathize with my direction. You are a child. There is my hope. You shall be taught. Yes, yes. Your obstinacy shall be overcome. You shall be made to see your own good." "And who is to be so kind as to take charge of my education?" Miriam asked, without looking at him, in an idly contemptuous tone. "Why not old Mallard?" cried Reuben, breaking suddenly into jest. "The tutorship of children is in his line." Miriam showed herself offended. "Please don't speak of me. I am willing to hear what you purpose for yourself, but don't mix my name with it." Elgar resumed the tone of ambition. Whether he had in truth definite literary schemes could not be gathered from the rhetoric on which he was born. His main conviction seemed to be that he embodied the spirit of his time, and would ere long achieve a work of notable significance, the fruit of all his experiences. Miriam, though with no sign of strong interest, gave him her full attention. "Do you intend to work here?" she asked at length. "I can't say. At present I am anything but well, and I shall get what benefit I can from Naples, first of all. I suppose the sun will shine again before long? This sky is depressing." He stood up and went to the windows, then came back with uncertain step. "You'll tell the Spences I've been?" "I think I had better. They will know, of course, that I have had a visitor." "Should I see them?" he asked with hesitation. "Just as you please. I shall have to, sooner or later. Why not now?" Miriam pondered. "I'll go and see if they are at leisure." During her absence, Elgar examined the books on the table. He turned over each one with angry mutterings. The chapel plans were no longer lying about; only yesterday Miriam had rolled them up and put them away, temporarily. Before the St. Cecilia he stood in thoughtful observation, and was still there when Miriam returned. She had a look of uneasiness. "Miss Doran and her aunt are with Mrs. Spence, Reuben." "Oh, in that case," he began carelessly with a wave of the arm. "But they will be glad to see you." "Indeed? I look rather seedy, I'm afraid." "Take off your overcoat." "I'm all grimy. I came here straight from the railway." "Then go into my bedroom and make yourself presentable." A few moments sufficed for this. As she waited for his return, Miriam stood with knitted brows, her eyes fixed on the floor. Reuben reappeared and she examined him. "You're bitterly ashamed of me, Miriam." She made no reply, and at once led the way along the corridor. Mrs. Spence had met Reuben in London since her marriage. By invitation he came to her house, but neglected to repeat the visit. To Mrs. Lessingham he was personally a stranger. But neither of these ladies received the honour of much attention from him for the first few moments after he had entered the room. His eyes and thoughts were occupied with the wholly unexpected figure of Cecily Doran. In his recollection, she was a slight, pale, shy little girl, fond of keeping in corners with a book, and seemingly marked out for a life of dissenting piety and provincial surroundings. She had interested him little in those days, and seldom did anything to bring herself under his notice. He last saw her when she was about 12. Now he found himself in the presence of a beautiful woman, every line of whose countenance told of instruction, thought, spirit, whose bearing was refined beyond anything he had yet understood by that word, whose modest revival of old acquaintance made his hand thrill at her touch, and his heart beat confusedly as he looked into her eyes. With difficulty he constrained himself to common social necessities, and made show of conversing with the elder ladies. He wished to gaze steadily at the girl's face, and connect past with present, to revive his memory of 6 years ago, and convince himself that such development was possible. At the same time he became aware of a reciprocal curiosity in Cecily. When he turned towards her, she met his glance, and when he spoke, she gave him a smile of pleased attentiveness. The consequence was that he soon began to speak freely, to pick his words, no balance his sentences, and shun the commonplace. "I saw Florence and Rome in '76," he replied to a question from Mrs. Lessingham. "In Rome, my travelling companion fell ill, and we returned without coming further south. It is wrong, however, to say I saw anything. My mind was in far too crude a state to direct my eyes to any purpose. I stared about me a good deal, got some notions of topography, and there the matter ended for the time." "The benefit came with subsequent reflection, no doubt," said Mrs. Lessingham, who found one of her greatest pleasures in listening to the talk of young men with brains. Whenever it was possible, she gathered such individuals about her and encouraged them to discourse of themselves, generally quite as much to their satisfaction as to her own. Already she had invited with some success the confidence of Mr. Clifford Marsh, who proved interesting, but not unfathomable. He belonged to a class with which she was tolerably familiar. Reuben Elgar, she perceived at once, was not without characteristics linking him to that same group of the new generation, but it seemed probable that its confines were too narrow for him. There was comparatively little affectation in his manner, and none in his aspect. His voice rang with a sincerity which claimed serious audience, and his eyes had something more than surface gleamings. Possibly he belonged to the unclassed and the unclassable, in which case the interest attaching to him was of the highest kind. "Subsequent reflection," returned Elgar, "has at all events enabled me to see myself as I then was, and I suppose self-knowledge is the best result of travel." "If one agrees that self-knowledge is ever a good at all," said the speculative lady with her impartial smile. "To be sure." Elgar looked keenly at her, probing the significance of the remark. "The happy human being will make each stage of his journey a phase of more or less sensual enjoyment, delightful at the time and valuable in memory. The excursion will be his life in little. I envy him, but I can't imitate him." "Why envy him?" asked Eleanor. "Because he is happy. Surely a sufficient ground." Yet you give the preference to self-knowledge. Yes, I do, because in that direction my own nature tends to develop itself. But I envy every lower thing in creation. I won't pretend to say how it is with other people who are forced along an upward path. In my own case, every step is made with a groan, and why shouldn't I confess it? To do so enhances the merit of progress, observed Mrs. Lessingham mischievously. Merit? I know nothing of merit. I spoke of myself being forced upwards. If ever I feel that I am slipping back, I shall state it with just as little admission of shame. Miriam heard this modern dialogue with grave features. At Bartles, such talk would have qualified the talker for social excommunication and every other pain and penalty Bartles had in its power to inflict. She observed that Cecily's interest increased. The girl listened frankly. No sense of anything improper appeared in her visage. Nay, she was about to interpose a remark. Isn't there a hope, Mr. Elgar, that this envy of which you speak will be one of the things that the upward path leaves behind? I should like to believe it, Miss Doran, he answered, his eyes kindling at hers. It's true that I haven't yet gone very far. I like so much to believe it that I do believe it, the girl continued impulsively. Your progress in that direction exceeds mine. Don't be troubled by the compliment, interjected Eleanor, before Cecily could speak. There is no question of merit. Mrs. Lessingham laughed. The rain still fell, and the grey heavens showed no breaking. Shortly after this, Elgar would have risen to take his leave, but Mrs. Spence begged him to remain and lunch with them. The visitors from the Mergellina declined a similar invitation. Edward Spence was passing his morning at the museum. On his return at luncheon time, Eleanor met him with the intelligence that Reuben Elgar had presented himself and was now in his sister's room. In forma pauperis, presumably, said Spence, raising his eyebrows. I can't say, but I fear it isn't impossible. Cecily and her aunt happened to call this morning, and he had some talk with them. Is he very much of a blackguard? Inquired her husband disinterestedly. Indeed, no. That is to say, externally and in his conversation, it's a decided improvement on our old impressions of him. I'm glad to hear it, was the dry response. He has formed himself in some degree, hints that he is going to produce literature. Of course, Spence laughed merrily, the last refuge of a scoundrel. I don't like to judge him so harshly, Ned. He has a fine face. And is Miriam killing the fatted calf? His arrival seems to embarrass rather than delight her. Depend upon it, the fellow has come to propose a convenient division of her personal property. When he again appeared, Elgar was in excellent spirits. He met Spence with irresistible frankness and courtesy. His talk made the luncheon cheery, and dismissed thought of Sirocco. It appeared that he had as yet no abode, his luggage was at the station. A suggestion that he should seek quarters under the same roof with Mallard recommended itself to him. I feel like a giant refreshed, he declared, in privately taking leave of Miriam. Coming to Naples was an inspiration. She raised her lips to his for the first time, but said nothing. End of Part 1, Chapter 4. Part 1, Chapter 5 of The Emancipated. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. The Emancipated by George Gissing. Chapter 5. The Artist Astray. From the Strada di Chiaia, the narrow street winding between immense houses, all day long congested with the merry tumult of Neapolitan traffic, where herds of goats and milch cows placidly make their way among vehicles of every possible and impossible description, where cocchieri crack their whips and belabor their hapless cattle, and yell their ah, ah, where teams of horse, ox, and ass, 3 abreast, drag piles of country produce, jingling their fantastic harness, and primitive carts laden with red-soaked wine casks rattle recklessly along, where barefooted, girdled, and tonsured monks plod in their no business, and every third man one passes is a rotund ecclesiastic, who never in his life walked at more than a mile an hour, where, at evening, Carriages returning from the Villa Nazionale cram the thoroughfare from side to side, and make one aware, if one did not previously know it, that parts of the street have no pedestrians' pavement. From the Strada de Chiaia, now doomed, alas, by the exigencies of lo sventramento and il risanamento, turn into the public staircase and climb through the dusk, with all possible attention to where you set your foot, past the unmelodious beggars, to the Ponte de Chiaia bridge which spans the roadway and looks down upon its crowd and clamour as into a profound valley. Thence proceed uphill on the lava paving, between fruit shops and sausage shops and wine shops, always in an atmosphere of fried oil and roasted chestnuts and baked pine cones, and presently turn left into a still narrower street, with tailors and bootmakers and smiths all at work in the open air, and pass through the Piazzetta Mondragone, and turn again to the left, but this time downhill, then lose yourself amid filthy little alleys, where the scent of oil and chestnuts and pine cones is stronger than ever, then emerge on a little terrace where there is a noble view of the bay and of Capri, then turn abruptly between walls overhung with fig trees and orange trees and lemon trees, and you will reach Casa Rolandi. It is an enormous house, with a great arched entrance admitting to the inner court, where on the wall is a Madonna's shrine, lamp illumined of evenings. A great staircase leads up from floor to floor. On each story are 2 tenements, the doors facing each other. In 1878, one of the apartments at the very top, an ascent equal to that of a moderate mountain, was in the possession of a certain Signora Bassano, whose name might be read on a brass plate. This lady had furnished rooms to let, and here it was that Ross Mallard established himself for the few days that he proposed to spend at Naples. Already he had lingered till the few days were become more than a fortnight, and still the day of his departure was undetermined. This was most unwonted waste of time, not easily accounted for by Mallard himself. A morning of sunny splendour, coming after much cloudiness and a good deal of rain, plucked him early out of bed, strong in the resolve that to-morrow should see him on the road to Amalfi. He had slept well, an exception in the past week, and his mind was open to the influences of sunlight and reason. Before going forth for breakfast he had a letter to write, a brief account of himself addressed to the murky little town of Sowerby Bridge, in Yorkshire. This finished, he threw open the big windows, stepped out on to the balcony, and drank deep draughts of air from the sea. In the street below was passing a flock of she-goats, all ready to be milked, each with a bell tinkling about her neck. The goat-herd kept summoning his customers with a long, musical whistle. Mallard leaned over and watched the clean-fleeced, slender, graceful animals with a smile of pleasure. Then he amused himself with something that was going on in the house opposite. A woman came out on to a balcony high up, bent over it, and called, "Annina! Annina!" until the call brought another woman onto the balcony immediately below, whereupon the former let down a cord, and her friend, catching the end of it, made it fast to a basket which contained food covered with a cloth. The basket was drawn up, the women gossiped and laughed for a while in pleasant voices, then they disappeared. All around, the familiar Neapolitan clamour was beginning. Church bells were ringing as they ring at Naples, a great crash, followed by a rapid succession of quivering little shakes, then the crash again. Hawkers were crying fruit and vegetables and fish in rhythmic cadence. A donkey was braying obstreperously. Mallard had just taken a light overcoat on his arm and was ready to set out when someone knocked. He turned the key in the door and admitted Reuben Elgar. "I'm off to Pompeii," said Elgar vivaciously. "All right, you'll go to the Soul? I shall be there myself to-morrow evening. I'm right to stay several days, so we shall have more talk." They left the house together and presently parted with renewed assurance of meeting again on the morrow. Mallard went his way thoughtfully, the smile quickly passing from his face. At a little café, known to him of old, he made a simple breakfast, glancing the while over a morning newspaper, and watching the children who came to fetch their due soldi of coffee in tiny tins. Then he strolled away and supplemented his meal with a fine bunch of grapes, bought for a penny at a stall that glowed and was fragrant with piles of fruit. Heedless of the carriage drivers who shouted at him and even dogged him along street after street, he sauntered in the broad sunshine, plucking his grapes and relishing them. Coming out by the seashore, he stood for a while to watch the fishermen dragging in their nets, picturesque fellows with swarthy faces and sun-tanned legs of admirable outline, hauling slowly in files at interminable rope, which boys coiled lazily as it came in, or the oyster dredgers, poised on the side of their boats over the blue water. At the foot of the sea-wall tumbled the tideless breakers; their drowsy music counselled enjoyment of the hour and carelessness of what might come hereafter. With no definite purpose, he walked on, for the most part absorbed in thought. He passed through the long grotta of Posillipo, gloomy, chilly, and dank, then out again into the sunshine, and along the road to Bagnoli. On walls and stone heaps the little lizards darted about, innumerable. In vineyards men were at work dismantling the vine props, often singing at their task. From Bagnoli, still walking merely that a movement of his limbs might accompany his busy thoughts, he went along by the seashore, and so at length, still long before midday, had come to Pozzuoli. A sharp conflict with the swarm of guides who beset the entrance to town, and again he escaped into quietness, wandered among narrow streets between blue, red, and yellow houses, stopping at times to look at some sunny upper window hung about with clusters of sorbet and pomodori. By this time he had one appetite for a more substantial meal. In the kind of eating-house that suited his mood, an obscure bettola, probably never yet patronized by Englishmen, he sat down to a dish of macaroni and a bottle of red wine. At another table were some boatmen, who, after greeting him, went on with their lively talk in a dialect of which he could understand but few words. Having eaten well and drunk still better, he lit a cigar and sauntered forth to find a place for dreaming. Chance led him to the patch of public garden, with its shrubs and young palm trees, which looks over the little port. Here, when once he had made it clear to a succession of rhetorical boatmen that he was not to be tempted on to the sea, he could sit as idly and as long as he liked, looking across the sapphire bay and watching the bright sails glide hither and thither. With the help of sunlight and red wine, he could imagine that time had gone back 20 centuries, that this was not Pozzuoli, but Puteoli, that over yonder was not Baia, but Baiae, that the men among the shipping talked to each other in Latin, and perchance of the perishing republic. But Mallard's fancy would not dwell long in remote ages. As he watched the smoke curling up from his cigar, he slipped back into the world of his active being, and made no effort to obscure the faces that looked upon him. They were those of his mother and sisters, thought of whom carried him to the northern island, now grim, cold, and sunless beneath its lowering sky. These relatives still lived where his boyhood had been passed, a life strangely unlike his own, and even alien to his sympathies, but their house was still all that he could call home. Was it to be always the same? 15 years now since, at the age of 20, he painted his first considerable landscape, a tract of moorland on the borders of Lancashire and Yorkshire. This was his native ground. At Sowerby Bridge, a manufacturing town which, like many others in the same part of England, makes a blot of ugliness on country in itself sternly beautiful, his father had settled as the manager of certain rope works. Mr. Mallard's state was not unprosperous, for he had invented a process put in use by his employers, and derived benefit from it. He was a man of habitual gravity, occasionally severe in the rule of his household, very seldom unbending to mirth. Though not particularly robust, he employed his leisure in long walks about the moors, walks sometimes prolonged till after midnight, sometimes begun long before dawn. His acquaintances called him unsociable, and doubtless he was so in the sense that he could not find at Sowerby Bridge any one for whose society be greatly cared. It was even a rare thing for him to sit down with his wife and children for more than a few minutes. If he remained in the house, he kept apart in a room of his own, musing over, rather than reading, a little collection of books, one of his favourites being Defoe's History of the Devil. He often made ironical remarks, and seemed to have a grim satisfaction when his hearers missed the point. Then he would chuckle and shake his head and go away muttering. Young Ross, who made no brilliant figure at school, and showed a turn for drawing, was sent at 17 to the factory of Messrs. Gilstead, Miles, and Doran, to become a designer of patterns. The result was something more than his father had expected, for Mr. Doran, who had his abode at Sowerby Bridge, quickly discovered that the lad was meant for far other things, and by dint of personal intervention caused Mr. Mallard to give his son a chance of becoming an artist. A remarkable man, this Mr. Doran, by nature a Bohemian, somehow made into a Yorkshire mill owner. A strong, active, nobly featured man, who dressed as no one in the factory regions ever did before or probably ever will again, his usual appearance suggesting the common notion of a bush ranger, an artist to the core, a purchaser of pictures by unknown men who had a future. At the sale of his collection, 3 Robert Chilis got into the hands of dealers, all of them now the boasted possessions of great galleries. A passionate lover of music, he had been known to make the journey to Paris merely to hear Diodati sing. Finally, in common rumour, a profligate whom no prudent householder would admit to the society of his wife and daughters. However, at the time of young Mallard's coming under his notice, he had been married about a year. Mrs. Doran came from Manchester. She was very beautiful, but had slight education, and before long Sowerby Bridge remarked that the husband was too often away from home. Doran and the elder Mallard, having once met, were disposed to see more of each other. In spite of the difference of social standing, they became intimates, and Mr. Mallard had at length someone with whom he found pleasure in conversing. He did not long enjoy the new experience. In the winter that followed, he died of a cold contracted on one of his walks when the hills were deep in snow. Doran remained the firm friend of the family. Local talk had inspired Mrs. Mallard with a prejudice against him, but substantial services mitigated this, and the widow was in course of time less uneasy at her son's being practically under the guardianship of this singular man of business. Mallard, after preliminary training, was sent to the studio of a young artist whom Doran greatly admired, Cullen Banks, then struggling for the recognition he was never to enjoy, death being beforehand with him. Mrs. Mallard was given to understand that no expenses were involved, save those of the lad's support in Manchester, where Banks lived, and Mallard himself did not till long after know that his friend had paid the artist a fee out of his own pocket. 2 things did Mallard learn from Doran himself which were to have a marked influence on his life: a belief that only in landscape can a painter of our time hope to do really great work, and a limitless contempt of the Royal Academy. In Manchester he made the acquaintance of several people with whom Doran was familiar, among them Edward Spence, then in the shipping office, and Jacob Bush Bradshaw, well on his way to making a fortune out of silk. On Banks's death, Mallard, now nearly 21, went to London for a time. His patrimony was modest, but happily, if the capital remained intact, sufficient to save him from the cares that degrade and waste a life. His mother and sisters also had an income adequate to their simple habits. In the meantime, Mrs. Doran was dead. After giving birth to a daughter, she fell into miserable health. Her husband took her abroad, and she died in Germany. Thereafter, Sowerby Bridge saw no more of its bugbear. Doran abandoned commerce and became a Bohemian in earnest, save that his dinner was always assured. He wandered over Europe. He lived with Bohemian society in every capital. He kept adding to his collection of pictures, stored in a house at Woolwich, which he freely lent as an abode to a succession of ill-to-do artists. And finally he was struck with paralysis whilst conducting to their home the widow and child of a young painter who had suddenly died in the Ardennes. The poor woman under his protection had to become his guardian. He was brought to the house at Woolwich, and there for several months lay between life and death. A partial recovery followed, and he was taken to the Isle of Wight, where in short time a second attack killed him. His child Cecily was 12 years old. For the last 5 years she had been living in the care of Mrs. Elgar at Manchester. This lady was an intimate friend of Mrs. Doran's family, and in entrusting his child to her, Doran had given a strong illustration of one of the singularities of his character. Though by no means the debauchee that Sowerby Bridge declared him, he was not a man of conventional morality. Yet, in the case of people who were in any way entrusted to his care, he showed a curious severity of practice. Ross Mallard, for instance, no provincial Puritan could have instructed the lad more strenuously in the accepted moral code than did Mr. Doran on taking him from home to live in Manchester. In choosing a wife, he went to a family of conventional dissenters, and he desired his daughter to pass the years of her childhood with people who he knew would guide her in the very straightest way of Puritan doctrine. What his theory was in this matter, if he had one, he told nobody. Dying, he left it to the discretion of the 2 trustees to appoint a residence for Cecily, if for any reason she could not remain with Mrs. Elgar. This occasion soon presented itself, and Cecily passed into the care of Doran's sister, Mrs. Lessingham, who was just entered upon a happy widowhood. Mallard, most unexpectedly left sole trustee, had no choice but to assent to this arrangement. The only other home possible for the girl was with Miriam at Redbeck House, but Mr. Baske did not look with favour on that proposal. Hitherto, Mr. Trench, the elder trustee, who lived in Manchester, had alone been in personal relations with Mrs. Elgar and little Cecily. Even now Mallard did not make the personal acquaintance of Mrs. Elgar, otherwise he would doubtless have met Miriam, but saw Mrs. Lessingham in London, and for the first time met Cecily when she came to the South in her aunt's care. He knew what an extreme change would be made in the manner of the girl's education, and it caused him some mental trouble, but it was clear that Cecily might benefit greatly in health by travel, and as for the moral question, Mrs. Lessingham strongly stirred his sympathies by the dolorous account she gave of the child's surroundings in the North. Cecily was being intellectually starved; that seemed clear to Mallard himself after a little conversation with her. It was wonderful how much she had already learnt, impelled by sheer inner necessity, of things which in general she was discouraged from studying. So Cecily left England, to return only for short intervals spent in London. Between that departure and this present meeting, Mallard saw her only twice, but the girl wrote to him with some regularity. These letters grew more and more delightful. Cecily addressed herself with exquisite frankness as to an old friend, old in both senses of the word. Collected, they made a history of her rapidly growing mind such as the shy artist might have gloried in possessing. In reality, he did nothing of the kind. He wished the letters would not come and disturb him in his work. He sent gruff little answers, over which Cecily laughed, as so characteristic. Yes, there was a distinct connection between those homely memories and the picturings which took him in thought to Sowerby Bridge, and the image of Cecily Doran which had caused him to waste all this time in Naples. They represented two worlds, in both of which he had some part, but it was only too certain with which of them he was the more closely linked. What but mere accident put him in contact with the world which was Cecily's? Through her aunt she had aristocratic relatives. Her wealth made her a natural member of what is called society. Her beauty and her brilliancy marked her to be one of society's ornaments. What could she possibly be to him, Ross Mallard, landscape painter of small if any note, as unaristocratic in mind and person as anyone that breathed? To put the point with uncompromising plainness, and therefore in all its absurdity, how could he possibly imagine Cecily Doran called Mrs. Mallard? The thing was flagrantly, grossly, palpably absurd. He tingled in the ears in trying to represent to himself how Cecily would think of it, if by any misfortune it were ever suggested to her. Then why not, in the name of common sense, cease to ponder such follies, and get on with the work which waited for him? Why this fluttering about a flame which scorched him more and more dangerously? It was not the first time that he had experienced temptations of this kind. A story of 5 years ago, its scene in London, should have reminded him that he could stand a desperate wrench when convinced that his life's purpose depended upon it. Here were 3 years of trusteeship before him. He could not, or would not, count on her marrying before she came of age. Her letters would still come; from time to time doubtless he must meet her. It had all resulted from this confounded journey taken together. Why, knowing himself sufficiently, did he consent to meet the people at Genoa, loitering there for a couple of days in expectancy? Why had he come to Italy at all, just now? The answers to all such angry queries were plain enough, however he had hitherto tried to avoid them. He was a lonely man like his father, but not content with loneliness. Friendship was always strong to tempt him, and when the thought of something more than friendship had been suffered to take hold upon his imagination, it held with terrible grip, burning, torturing. He had come simply to meet Cecily. There was the long and short of it. It was a weakness, such as any man may be guilty of, particularly any artist who groans in lifelong solitude. Let it, he recognized, let it be flung savagely into the past, like so many others encountered and overcome on his course. The other day, when it was rainy and sunless, he had seemed all at once to find his freedom. In a moment of mental languor he was able to view his position clearly, as though some other man were concerned, and to cry out that he had triumphed, but within the same hour an event befell which revived all the old trouble and added new. Reuben Elgar entered his room, coming directly from Via Santa Rosa, in a state of excitement, talking at once of Cecily Doran as though his acquaintance with her had been unbroken from the time when she was in his mother's care to now. Irritation immediately scattered the thoughts Mallard had been ranging. He could barely make a show of amicable behaviour. A cold fear began to creep about his heart. The next morning he woke to a new phase of his conflict, the end further off than ever. Unable to command thought and feeling, he preserved at least the control of his action, and could persevere in the resolve not to see Cecily. To avoid casual meetings he kept away even from the Spences. He shunned all places likely to be visited by Cecily, and either sat at home in dull idleness or strayed about the swarming quarters of the town, trying to entertain himself with the spectacle of Neapolitan life. To-day the delicious weather had drawn him forth in a heedless mood. And indeed it did not much matter now whether he met his friends or not. He had spoken the word. To-morrow he would go his way. At the very moment of thinking this thought, when his cigar was nearly finished, and he had begun to stretch his limbs, wearied by remaining in one position, shadows and footsteps approached him. He looked up and "Mr. Mallard! So we have caught you at last! It only needed this to complete our enjoyment. Now you will go across to Ray's with us." Cecily, with Mr. Baske and Spence. She had run eagerly forward, and her companions were advancing at a more sober pace. Mallard rose with his grim smile, and of course forgot that it is customary to doff one's beaver when ladies approach. He took the offered hand and said, "How do you do?" and turned to the others. "A fair capture!" exclaimed Spence. "Just now at lunch we were speculating on such a chance. The cigar argues a broken fast, I take it." "Yes, I have had my macaroni." "We are going to take a boat over to Bale. Suppose you come with us?" "Of course Mr. Mallard will come," said Cecily, her face radiant. "He can make no pretence of work interrupted." Already the group was surrounded by boatmen offering their services. Spence led the way down to the quay, and after much tumult a boat was selected and a bargain struck, the original demand made by the artless sailors being of course 5 times as much as was ever paid for the transit. They rowed out through the cluster of little craft, then hoisted a sail and glided smoothly over the blue water. "Where is Mrs. Lessingham?" Mallard inquired of Cecily. "At the Hotel Bristol, with some very disagreeable people who have just landed on their way from India, a military gentleman and a more military lady, and a most military son, relatives of ours. We spent last evening with them, and I implored to be let off to-day." Mallard propped himself idly, and from under the shadow of his hat often looked at her. He had begun to wonder at the unreserved joy with which she greeted his joining the party. Of course she could have no slightest suspicion of what was in his mind. One moment's thought of him in such a light must have altered her behaviour immediately. Altered in what way? That he in vain tried to imagine. His knowledge of her did not go far enough. But he could not be wrong in attributing unconsciousness to her. Moreover, with the inconsistency of a man in his plight, he resented it. To sit thus, almost touching him, gazing freely into his face, and yet to be in complete ignorance of suffering which racked him, seemed incompatible with fine qualities either of heart or mind. What rubbish was talked about women's insight, about her delicate sympathies. "Mrs. Spence is very sorry not to see you occasionally, Mr. Mallard." It was Miriam who spoke. Mallard was watching Cecily, and now, on turning his head, he felt sure that Mrs. Baske had been observant of his countenance. Her eyes fell whilst he was seeking words for a reply. "I shall call to see her tomorrow morning," he said, "just to say good-bye for a time." "You really go tomorrow?" asked Cecily, with interest, but nothing more. "Yes, I hope to see Mrs. Lessingham for a moment also. Can you tell me when she is likely to be at home?" "Certainly between 2 and 3, if you could come then." He waited a little, then looked unexpectedly at Miriam. Again her eyes were fixed on him, and again they fell with something of consciousness. Did she, perchance, understand him? His speculations concerning Cecily became comparative. In point of age, the distance between Cecily and Miriam was of some importance. The fact that the elder had been a married woman was of still more account. On the first day of his meeting with Mrs. Baske, he had thought a good deal about her. Since then she had slipped from his mind, but now he felt his interest reviving. Surely she was as remote from him as a woman well could be, yet his attitude towards her had no character of intolerance. He half wished that he could form a closer acquaintance with her. At present, the thought of calm conversation with such a woman made a soothing contrast to the riot excited in him by Cecily. Did she read his mind? For one thing, it was not impossible that the Spences had spoken freely in her presence of himself and his odd relations to the girl. There was no doubting how they regarded him. Possibly he was a frequent subject of discussion between Eleanor and her cousin. Mature women could talk with each other freely of these things. On the other hand, whatever Mrs. Lessingham might have in her mind, she certainly would not expose it in dialogue with her niece. Cecily was in an unusual position for a girl of her age. She had, he believed, no intimate friend; at all events, she had none who also knew him. Girls, to be sure, had their own way of talking over delicate points, just as married women had theirs, and with intimates of the ordinary kind Cecily must have come by now to consider her guardian as a male creature of flesh and blood. What did it mean that she did not? A question difficult of debate, involving much that the mind is wont to slur over in natural scruple. Mallard was no slave to the imbecile convention which supposes a young girl sexless in her understanding. He could not, in conformity with the school of hypocritic idealism, regard Cecily as a child of woman's growth. No, she had the fruits of modern education, she had a lucid brain, of late she had mingled and conversed with a variety of men and women, most of them anything but crassly conventional. It was this very aspect of her training that had caused him so much doubt, and he knew by this time what his doubt principally meant. In a measure, it came of native conscientiousness, of prejudice which testified to his origin; but more than that, it signified simple jealousy. Secretly, he did not like her outlook upon the world to be so unrestrained. He would have preferred her to view life as a simpler matter. Partly for this reason did her letters so disturb him. No, it would have been an insult to imagine her with the moral sensibilities of a child of 12. Was she intellectual at the expense of her emotional being? Was she guarded by nature against these disturbances? Somewhat ridiculous to ask that, and then look up at her face effulgent with the joy of life. She who could not speak without the note of emotion, who so often gave way to lyrical outbursts of delight, who was so warm-hearted in her friendship, whose every movement was in glad harmony with the loveliness of her form, must surely have the corresponding capabilities of passion. After all, and it was fetching a great compass to reach a point so near at hand, might she not take him at his own profession? Might she not view him as a man indeed, and one not yet past his youth, but still as a man who suffered no trivialities to interfere with the grave objects of his genius? She had so long had him represented to her in that way, from the very first of their meetings indeed. Grant her mature sense and a reflective mind, was that any reason why she should probe subtly the natural appearance of her friend, and attribute to him that which he gave no sign of harbouring? Why must she be mysteriously conscious of his inner being, rather than take him ingenuously for what he seemed? She had instruction and wit, but she was only a girl. Her experience was as good as nil. Mallard repeated that to himself as he looked at Mrs. Baske. To a great content, Cecily did, in fact, inhabit an ideal world. She was ready to accept the noble as the natural. Untroubled herself, she could contemplate without scepticism the image of an artist finding his bliss in solitary toil. This was the ground of the respect she had for him. Disturb this idea, and he became to her quite another man, one less interesting, and, it might be, less lovable in either sense of the word. Spence maintained a conversation with Miriam, chiefly referring to the characteristics of the scene about them. He ignored her peculiarities, and talked as though everything must necessarily give her pleasure. Her face proved that at all events the physical influences of this day in the open air were beneficial. The soft breeze had brought a touch of health to her cheek, and languid inattention no longer marked her gaze at sea and shore. She was often absent, but never listless. When she spoke, her voice was subdued and grave. It always caused Mallard to glance in her direction. At Baiae they dismissed the boat, proposing to drive back to Naples. In their ramble among the ruins, Mallard did his best to be at ease and seemed to share Cecily's happiness. In any case, it was better to talk of the Romans than of personal concerns. When in after time he recalled this day, it seemed to him that he had himself been well contented. It dwelt in his memory with a sunny glow. He saw Cecily's unsurpassable grace as she walked beside him, and her look of winning candour turned to him so often, and he fancied that it had given him pleasure to be with her. And pleasure there was, no doubt, but inextricably blended with complex miseries. To Cecily his mood appeared more gracious than she had ever known it. He did not disdain to converse on topics which presupposed some knowledge on her part, and there was something of unsettled gentleness in his tone which she liked. "Some day," she said, "we shall talk of Baiae in London, in a November fog." "I hope not." "But such contrasts help one to get the most out of life," she rejoined, laughing. "At all events, when someone happens to speak to me of Mr. Mallard's pictures, I shall win credit by casually mentioning that I was at Baiae in his company in such and such a year." "You mean when I have painted my last?" "No, no, it would be no pleasure to me to anticipate that time." "But natural in talking with a veteran." It was against his better purpose that he let fall these words. They contained almost a hint of his hidden self, and he had not yet allowed anything of the kind to escape him. But the moment proved too strong. "A veteran who fortunately gives no sign of turning grey," replied Cecily, glancing at his hair. An interruption from Spence put an end to this dangerous dialogue. Mallard, inwardly growling at himself, resisted the temptation to further tête-à-tête, and in a short time the party went in search of a conveyance for their return. None offered that would hold 4 persons. The ordinary public carriages had convenient room for 2 only, and a separation was necessary. Mallard succeeded in catching Spence's eye and made him understand with a savage look that he was to take Cecily with him. This arrangement was effected, and the first carriage drove off with those 2, Cecily exchanging merry words with an old Italian who had rendered no kind of service, but came to beg his mancia on the strength of being able to utter a few sentences in English. For the first time Mallard was alone with Mrs. Baske. Miriam had not concealed surprise at the new adjustment of companionship. She looked curiously both at Cecily and at Mallard whilst it was going on. The first remark which the artist addressed to her, when they had been driving for a few minutes, was perhaps, she thought, an explanation of the proceeding. "I shall meet your brother again at Pompeii to-morrow, Mrs. Baske." "Have you seen much of him since he came?" Miriam asked constrainedly. She had not met Mallard since Reuben's arrival. "Oh yes, we have dined together each evening." Between 2 such unloquacious persons, dialogue was naturally slow at first, but they had a long drive before them. Miriam presently trusted herself to ask, "Has he spoken to you at all of his plans, of what he is going to do when he returns to England?" "In general terms only. He has literary projects." "Do you put any faith in them, Mr. Mallard?" This was a sudden step towards intimacy. As she spoke, Miriam looked at him in a way he felt to be appealing. He answered the look frankly. "I think he has the power to do something worth doing. Whether his perseverance will carry him through it is another question. He speaks to me of you in a way that he seems, I mean, to put a value on your friendship, and I think you may still influence him. I am very glad he has met you here." "I have very little faith in the influence of one person on another, Mrs. Baske. For ill, yes, that is often seen, but influence of the kind you suggest is the rarest of things." "I'm afraid you are right." She retreated into herself, and, when he looked at her, he saw cold reserve once more on her countenance. Doubtless she did not choose to let him know how deeply this question of his power concerned her. Mallard felt something like compassion, yet not ordinary compassion either, for at the same time he had a desire to break down this reserve and see still more of what she felt. Curious, that evening when he dined at the villa, he had already become aware of this sort of attraction in her, and appealed to his sympathies together with the excitement of his combative spirit, if that expressed it. "No man," he remarked, "ever did solid work except in his own strength. One can be encouraged in effort, but the effort must originate in one's self." Miriam kept silence. He put a direct question. "Have you yourself encouraged him to pursue this idea?" "I have not discouraged him." "In your brother's case, discouragement would probably be the result if direct encouragement were withheld." Again she said nothing, and again Mallard felt a desire to subdue the pride, or whatever it might be, that had checked the growth of friendliness between them in its very beginning. He remained mute for a long time, until they were nearing Pozzuoli, but Miriam showed no disposition to be the first to speak. At length he said abruptly, "Shall you go to the San Carlo during the winter?" "The San Carlo?" she asked inquiringly. "The opera." Mallard was in a strange mood. Whenever he looked ahead at Cecily, he had a miserable longing which crushed his heart down, down. In struggling against this, he felt that Mrs. Baske's proximity was an aid, but that it would be still more so if he could move her to any unusual self-revelation. He had impulses to offend her, to irritate her prejudices, anything so she should but be moved. This question that fell from him was mild in comparison with some of the subjects that pressed on his harassed brain. "I don't go to theatres," Miriam replied distantly. "That is losing much pleasure." "The word has very different meanings." She was roused. Mallard observed with a perverse satisfaction the scorn implied in this rejoinder. He noted that her features had more decided beauty than when placid. "I imagine," he resumed, smiling at her, "that the life of an artist must seem to you frivolous, if not something worse. I mean an artist in the sense of a painter." "I cannot think it the highest kind of life," Miriam replied, also smiling, but ominously. "As Miss Doran does," added Mallard, his eyes happening to catch Cecily's face as it looked backwards, and his tongue speaking recklessly. "There are very few subjects on which Miss Doran and I think alike." He durst not pursue this. In his state of mind, the danger of committing some flagrant absurdity was too great. The subject attracted him like an evil temptation, for he desired to have Miriam speak of Cecily. But he mastered himself. "The artist life may be the highest of which a particular man is capable. For instance, I think it is so in my own case." Miriam seemed about to keep silence again, but ultimately she spoke. The voice suggested that upon her, too, there was a constraint of some kind. "On what grounds do you believe that?" His eyes sought her face rapidly. Was she ironical at his expense? That would be new light upon her mind, for hitherto she had seemed to him painfully literal. Irony meant intellect, mere scorn or pride might signify anything but that, and he was hoping to find reserves of power in her, such as would rescue her from the imputation of commonplaceness in her beliefs. Testing her with his eye, he answered meaningly, "Not, I admit, on the ground of recognized success." Miriam made a nervous movement and her brows contracted. Without looking at him, she said in a voice which seemed rather to resent his interpretation than to be earnest in deprecating it, "You know, Mr. Mallard, that I meant nothing of the kind." "Yes, well, I could have understood you if you had. Naturally, you must wonder a little at a man's passing his life as I do. You interpret life absolutely. It is your belief that it can have only one meaning, the same for all, involving certain duties of which there can be no question, and admitting certain relaxations which have endured the moral test. A man may not fritter away the years that are granted him, and that is what I seem to you to be doing at best." "Why should you suppose that I take upon myself to judge you?" "Forgive me. I think it is one result of your mental habits that you judge all who differ from you." This time she clearly was resolved to make no reply. They were passing through Pozzuoli, and she appeared to forget the discussion in looking about her. Mallard watched her, but she showed no consciousness of his gaze. "Even if the world recognized me as an artist of distinction," he resumed, "you would still regard me as doubtfully employed. Art does not seem to you an end of sufficient gravity. Perhaps you had rather there were no such thing if it were practicable." "There is surely a great responsibility on anyone who makes it the end of life." This was milder again, and just when he had anticipated the opposite. "A responsibility to himself, yes. Well, when I say that I believe this course is the highest I can follow, I mean that I believe it employs all my best natural powers as no other would. As for highest in the absolute sense, that is a different matter. Possibly the life of a hospital nurse or of a sister of mercy, something of that kind, comes nearest to the ideal." She glanced at him, evidently in the same kind of doubt about his meaning as he had recently felt about hers. "Why should you speak contemptuously of such people?" "Contemptuously? I speak sincerely. In a world where pain is the most obvious fact, the task of mercy must surely take precedence of most others." "I am surprised to hear you say this." It was spoken in the tone most characteristic of her, that of a proud condescension. "Why, Mrs. Baske?" She hesitated a little, but made answer. "I don't mean that I think you unfeeling, but your interests seem to be so far from such simple things." "True." Again a long silence. The carriage was descending the road from Pozzuoli. It approached the seashore, where the gentle breakers were beginning to be tinged with evening light. Cecily looked back and waved her hand. "When you say that art is an end in itself," Miriam resumed abruptly, "you claim, I suppose, that it is a way of serving mankind?" Mallard was learning the significance of her tones. In this instance he knew that the words "serving mankind" were a contemptuous use of a phrase she had heard, a phrase which represented the philosophy alien to her own. "Indeed, I claim nothing of the kind," he replied, laughing. "Art may or may not serve such a purpose, but be assured that the artist never thinks of his work in that way." "You make no claim, then, even of usefulness?" "Most decidedly none. You little imagine how distasteful the word is to me in such connection." "Then how can you say you are employing your best natural powers?" She had fallen to ingenuous surprise, and Mallard again laughed, partly at the simplicity of the question, partly because it pleased him to have brought her to such directness. "Because," he answered, "this work gives me keener and more lasting pleasure than any other would. And I am not a man easily pleased with my own endeavours, Mrs. Baske. I work with little or no hope of ever satisfying myself; that is another thing. I have heard men speak of my kind of art as the noble pursuit of truth, and so on. I don't care for such phrases. They may mean something, but as a rule come of the very spirit so opposed to my own, that which feels it necessary to justify art by bombast. The one object I have in life is to paint a bit of the world just as I see it. I exhaust myself in vain toil. I shall never succeed, but I am right to persevere. I am right to go on pleasing myself." Miriam listened in astonishment. "With such views, Mr. Mallard, it is fortunate that you happen to find pleasure in painting pictures." "Which at all events do people no harm." She turned upon him suddenly. "Do you encourage my brother in believing that his duty in life is to please himself?" "It has been my effort," he replied gravely. "I don't understand you," Miriam said in indignation. "No, you do not. I mean to say that I believe your brother is not really pleased with the kind of life he has too long been leading, that to please himself he must begin serious work of some kind." "That is playing with words, and on a subject ill chosen for it." "Mrs. Baske, do you seriously believe that Reuben Elgar can be made a man of steady purpose by considerations that have primary reference to any one or anything but himself?" She made no answer. "I am not depreciating him. The same will apply, if you are content to face the truth, to many a man whom you would esteem. I am sorry that I have lost your confidence, but that is better than to keep it by repeating idle formulas that the world's experience has outgrown." Miriam pondered, then said quietly, "We have different thoughts, Mr. Mallard, and speak different languages." "But we know a little more of each other than we did. For my part, I feel it again." During the rest of the drive they scarcely spoke at all. The few sentences exchanged were mere remarks upon the scenery. Both carriages drew up at the gate of the villa, where Miriam and Mallard alighted. Spence, rising, called to the latter, "Will you accompany Miss Doran the rest of the way?" "Certainly." Mallard took his seat in the other carriage, and as it drove off he looked back. Miriam was gazing after them. Cecily was a little tired, and not much disposed to converse. Her companion being still less so, they reached the Mergellina without having broached any subject. "It has been an unforgettable day," Cecily said, as they parted. End of chapter 5. Part 1, Chapter 6 of The Emancipated. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kay Hand. The Emancipated by George Gissing. Part 1, Chapter 6. Captive Travelers. He had taken leave of the Spences and Mrs. Baske, yet was not sure that he should go. He had said good-bye to Mrs. Lessingham and to Cecily herself, yet made no haste to depart. It drew on to evening, and he sat idly in his room in Casa Rolandi, looking at his traps half packed. Then of a sudden up he started. Imbecile, insensate. I give you 15 minutes to be on your way to the station. Miss the next train and sink to the level of common men. Shirts, socks, straps, locks. Adieu, tips, horses, whips. Clatter through the Piazzetta Mondragone, down at breakneck speed to the Toledo, across the Piazza del Municipio. A good-bye to the public scriveners sitting at their little tables by the San Carlo, sharp round the corner, and along by the Porto Grande with its throng of vessels. All the time he sings a tune to himself, caught up in the streets of the tuneful city, an air lilting to the refrain, Io ti voglio bene assai, e tu non pensi a me. Just after nightfall he alighted from the train at Pompeii. Having stowed away certain impedimenta at the station, he took his travelling bag in his hand, broke with small ceremony through porters and hotel touts, came forth upon the high road, and stepped forward like one to whom the locality is familiar. In a minute or two he was overtaken by a little lad, who looked up at him and said in an insinuating voice, "Albergo de Sole, signore?" "Prende, bambino," was Mallard's reply, as he handed the bag to him. "Avanti!" A divine evening, softly warm, dim glimmering. The dusty road ran on between white trunks of plane trees. When the station and the houses near it were left behind, no other building came in view. To the left of the road, hidden behind its long earth rampart, lay the dead city. Far beyond rose the dark shape of Vesuvius, crested with beacon glow, a small red fire, now angry, now murky, now for a time extinguished. The long rumble of the train died away, and there followed silence absolute, scarcely broken for a few minutes by a peasant singing in the distance, the wailing song so often heard in the south of Italy. Silence that was something more than the wonted soundlessness of night, the haunting oblivion of a time long past, a melancholy brooding voiceless upon the desolate home of forgotten generations. A walk of 10 minutes, and there shone light from the windows. The lad ran forward and turned in at the gate of a garden. Mallard followed, and approached some persons who were standing at an open door. He speedily made arrangements for his night's lodging, saw his room, and went to the quarter of the inn where dinner was already in progress. This was a building to itself, at one side of the garden. Through the doorway he stepped immediately into a low-roofed hall, where a number of persons sat at a table. Pillars supported the ceiling in the middle, and the walls were in several places painted with heads or landscapes, the work of artists who had made their abode here. One or two cases with glass doors showed relics of Pompeii. Elgar was one of the company. When he became aware of Mallard's arrival, he stood up with a cry of "All hail!" and pointed to a seat near him. "I began to be afraid you wouldn't come this evening. Try the risotto, it's excellent. Ye gods, what an appetite I had when I sat down! To-day have I ascended Vesuvius. How many bottles of wine I drank between starting and returning I cannot compute. I never knew before what it was to be athirst. Why, their vino di Vesuvio is for all the world like cider. I thought at first I was being swindled. Not an impossible thing in these regions. I must tell you a story about a party of Americans I encountered at Bosco Reale." The guests numbered 7 or 8, with one exception. Besides Elgar, they were Germans, all artists of one kind or another, fellows of genial appearance, loud in vivacious talk. The exception was a young Englishman, somewhat oddly dressed, and with a great quantity of auburn hair that rolled forward upon his distinguished brow. At a certain pension on the Mergellina he was well known. He sat opposite Elgar, and had been in conversation with him. Mallard cared little what he ate, and ate little of anything. Neither was he in the mood for talk. But Elgar, who had finished his solid meal, and now amused himself with grapes, in 2 forms, spared him the necessity of anything but an occasional monosyllable. The young man was elated, and grew more so as he proceeded with his dessert. His cheeks were deeply flushed, his eyes gleamed magnificently. In the meantime, Clifford Marsh had joined in conversation with the Germans. His use of their tongue was far from idiomatic, but by sheer determination to force a way through linguistic obstacles, he talked with a haphazard fluency which was amusing enough. No false modesty imposed a check upon his eloquence. It was to the general table that he addressed himself on the topic that had arisen. In an English dress his speech ran somewhat as follows: Gentlemen, allow me to say that I have absolutely no faith in the future of which you speak. It is my opinion that democracy is the fatal enemy of art. How can you speak of ancient and medieval states? Neither in Greece nor in Italy was there ever what we understand by a democracy. Faktisch, der Herr hat recht, cried someone, and several other voices strove to make themselves heard, but the orator raised his note and overbore the interruption. You must excuse me, gentlemen, if I say that, however it may be from other points of view, from the standpoint of art, democracy is simply the triumph of ignorance and brutality. Geschwäch, nimmerheimer, vortrefflich. I don't care to draw distinctions between forms of the thing. Socialism, communism, collectivism, parliamentarism, all these have one and the same end, to put men on an equality. And in proportion as that end is approached, so will art in every shape languish. Art, gentlemen, is nourished upon inequalities and injustices. Ach, wie kann man so etwas sagen? Ach, verissime. I am not representing this as good or bad. It may be well that justice should be established, even though art perish. I simply state a fact. Doch erlauben Sie. Supremacy of the vulgar interest means supremacy of ignoble judgment in all matters of mind. See what plutocracy already makes of art. Here one of the Germans insisted on a hearing, a fine fellow with Samsonic looks and a ringing voice. Sir, who talks of a genuine democracy with mankind in its present state? Before it comes about, the multitude will be instructed, exalted, emancipated, humanized. Sir, shouted Marsh, who talks of the millennium? I speak of things possible within a few hundred years. The multitude will never be humanized. Civilization is attainable only by the few. Nature so ordains it. Pardon me for saying that is a lie. I use the word controversially. It is a manifest truth, cried the other. Who ever doubted it but a Dummkopf? I use the word with reference to this argument only. So it went on for a long time. Mallard and Elgar knew no German, so could derive neither pleasure nor profit from the high debate. Are you as glum here as in London? Reuben asked of his companion in a bantering voice. I should have pictured you grandly jovial, wreathed perhaps with ruddy vine leaves, the light of inspiration in your eye, and in your hand a mantling goblet. Drink, man, drink. You need a stimulant, an exhilarant, an antiphlegmatic, a counter-irritant against English spleen. You are still on the other side of the Alps, of the Channel. The fogs yet cling about you. Clear your brow, O painter of oceanic wildernesses. Taste the foam of life. We are in the land of Horace, and nunc est bibendum. Seriously, do you never relax? Oh, yes. You should see me over the 5th tumbler of whiskey at Stornoway. Bah! You might as well say the 5th draught of fish oil North Cape. How innocent this wine is! A gallon of it would give one no more than a pleasant glow, the faculty of genial speech. Take a glass with me to the health of your enchanting ward. Please to command your tongue, growled Mallard, with a look that was not to be mistaken. I beg your pardon. It shall be to the health of that superb girl we saw in the Mercato. But as far as I can judge yet, the Neapolitan type doesn't appeal to me very strongly. It is finely animal, and of course that has its value, but I prefer the suggestion of a soul, don't you? I remember a model old Langton had in Rome, a girl fresh from the mountains. By Juno, a glorious creature. I dare say you have seen her portrait in his studio. He likes to show it. But it does her nothing like justice. She might have sat for the genius of the Republic. Utterly untaught and intensely stupid. But there were marvellous things to be read in her face. Ah, but give me the girls of Venice. You know them, how they walk about the piazza, their tall, lithe forms, the counterpart of the gondolier, their splendid black hair elaborately braided and pierced with large ornaments, their noble, aristocratic, grave features, their long shawls. What natural dignity! What eloquent eyes! I like to imagine them profoundly intellectual, which they are unhappily not. Marsh had withdrawn from the colloquy with the Germans, and kept glancing across the table at his compatriots, obviously wishing that he might join them. Mallard, upon whom Elgar's excited talk jarred more and more, noticed the stranger's looks, and at length leaned forward to speak to him. "As usual, we are in a minority among the sun worshippers." "Sun worshippers! Good!" laughed the other. "Yes, I have never met more than one or two chance Englishmen at the Soleil." "But you are at your case with our friends there. I think you know as little German as I do, Elgar." "Devilish bad at languages. To tell you the truth, I can't endure the sense of inferiority one has in beginning to smatter with foreigners. I read 4 or 5, but avoid speaking as much as possible." Marsh took an early opportunity of alluding to the argument in which he had recently taken part. The subject was resumed. At Elgar's bidding the waiter had brought cigars, and things looked comfortable. The Germans talked with more animation than ever. "One of the worst evils of democracy in England," said Reuben forcibly, "is its alliance with Puritan morality." "Oh, that is being quickly outgrown," cried Marsh. "Look at the spread of rationalism." "You take it for granted that Puritanism doesn't survive a religious dogma? Believe me, you are greatly mistaken. I am sorry to say I have a large experience in this question. The mass of the English people have no genuine religious belief, but none the less they are Puritans in morality. The same applies to the vastly greater part of those who even repudiate Christianity." "One must take account of the national hypocrisy," remarked the younger man, with an air of superiority, shaking his head, as his habit was. "It's a complicated matter. The representative English bourgeois is a hypocrite in essence, but is perfectly serious in his judgment of the man next door. And the latter characteristic has more weight than the former in determining his life. Puritanism has aided the material progress of England, but its effect on art! But for it, we should have a school of painters corresponding in greatness to the Elizabethan dramatists. Depend upon it, the democracy will continue to be Puritan. Every picture, every book will be tried by the same imbecile test. Enforcement of Puritan morality will be one of the ways in which the mob, come to power, will revenge itself on those who still remain its superiors." Marsh was not altogether pleased at finding his facile eloquence outdone. In comparing himself with Elgar, he was conscious of but weakly representing the tendencies which were a passionate force in this man with a singularly fine head, with such a glow of wild life about him. He abandoned the abstract argument and struck a personal note. "However it may be in the future, I grant you the artist has at present no scope save in one direction. For my own part, I have fallen back on landscape. Let those who will paint Miss Wilhelmina in the nursery, with an interesting doll of her own size, or a member of Parliament rising to deliver a great speech on the liquor traffic, or Mrs. What-do-you-call-her lecturing on woman's rights. These are the subjects our time affords." Mallard eyed with fresh curiosity the gentleman who had fallen back on landscape. "What did you formerly aim at?" he inquired, with a sort of suave gruffness. "Things which were hopelessly out of the question. I worked for a long time at a Death of Messalina. That was in Rome. I had a splendid inspiration for Messalina's face. But my hand was paralyzed when I thought of the idiotic comments such a picture would occasion in England. One fellow would say I had searched through history in a prurient spirit for something sensational, another that I read a moral lesson of terrible significance, and so on." "A grand subject, decidedly," exclaimed Elgar with genuine enthusiasm, which restored Marsh to his own good opinion. "Go on with it. Bid the fools be hanged. Have you your studies here?" "Unfortunately not. They are in Rome." Mallard delivered himself of a blunt opinion. "That is no subject for a picture. Use it for literature, if you like." The inevitable discussion began, the discussion so familiar nowadays, and which would have sounded so odd to the English painters who are wont to call themselves historical. Where is the line between subjects for the easel and subjects for the desk? What distinguishes the art of the illustrator from the art of the artist? That was a great evening round the table at the Albergo del Sole. How gloriously the air thickened with tobacco smoke! What removal of empty bottles and replacing them with full! The Germans were making it a set Kneipe. The Englishmen, unable to drink quite so heroically, were scarcely behind in vehemence of debate. Mallard, grimly accepting the help of wine against his inner foes, at length earned Elgar's approval. He had relaxed, indeed, and was no longer under the oppression of English fog. But with him such moods were of brief duration. He suddenly quitted the table and went out into the night air. The late moon was rising, amber-colored on a sky of dusky azure. He walked from the garden, across the road, and towards the ruins of the amphitheatre, which lie some distance apart from the Pompeian streets that have been unearthed. He passed beneath an arch, and stood looking down into the dark hollow so often thronged with citizens of Latin speech. Small wonder that Benvenuto's necromancer could evoke his myriads of flitting ghosts in the midnight Colosseum. Here, too, it needed but to stand for a few minutes in the dead stillness, and the air grew alive with mysterious presences, murmurous with awful whisperings. Mallard enjoyed it for a while, but at length turned away abruptly, feeling as if a cold hand had touched him. As he re-entered the inn precincts, he heard voices still uproarious in the dining room, but he had no intention of going among them again. His bedroom was one of a row which opened immediately upon the garden. He locked himself in, went to bed, but did not sleep for a long time. A wind was rising, and a branch of a tree constantly tapped against the pane. It might have been some centuries dead inhabitant of Pompeii trying to deliver a message from the silent world. The breakfast party next morning lacked vivacity. Clifford Marsh was mute and dolorous of aspect; no doubt his personal embarrassments were occupying him. Yesterday's wine had become his foe, instead of an ally urging him to dare all in the cause of art. He consumed his coffee and roll in the manner of ordinary mortals, not once flourishing his dainty hand or shaking his ambrosial hair. Elgar was very stiff from his ascent of Vesuvius, and he too found that the foam of life had an unpleasant aftertaste, suggestive of wrecked fortunes and a dubious future. Mallard was only a little gruffer than his wonted self. "I'm going on at once to Sorrento," he said, meeting Elgar afterwards in the garden. "Tomorrow I shall cross over the hills to Positano and Amalfi. Suppose you come with me?" The other hesitated. "You mean you are going to walk?" "No, I have traps to carry on from the station. We should have a carriage to Sorrento, and tomorrow a donkey for the baggage." They paced about, hands in pockets. It was a keen morning. The tramontana blew blusterously, causing the smoke of Vesuvius to lie all down its long slope, a dense white cloud, or a vast turbid torrent, breaking at the foot into foam and spray. The clearness of the air was marvellous. Distance seemed to have no power to dim the details of the landscape. The Apennines glistened with the new-fallen snow. "I hadn't thought of going any further just now," said Elgar, who seemed to have a difficulty in simply declining the invitation, as he wished to do. "What should you do, then?" "Spend another day here, I think. I've only had a few hours among the ruins, you know, and then go back to Naples." "What to do there?" asked Mallard bluntly. "Give a little more time to the museum, see more of the surroundings." "Better come on with me. I shall be glad of your company." It was said with decision, but scarcely with heartiness. Elgar looked about him vaguely. "To tell you the truth," he said at last, "I don't care to incur much expense." "The expenses of what I propose are trivial." "My traps are at Naples, and I have kept the room there. No, I don't see my way to it, Mallard." "All right." The artist turned away. He walked about the road for 10 minutes. Very well, then he too would return to Naples. Why? What was altered? Even if Elgar accompanied him to Amalfi, it would be only for a few days. There was no preventing the fellow's eventual return, his visits to the villa, perhaps to Mrs. Gluck's. Again, imbecile and insensate. What did it all matter? He stopped short. He would sit down and write a letter to Mrs. Baske. A pretty complication, that. What grounds for such a letter as he meditated? The devil! Had he not a stronger will than Reuben Elgar? If he wished to carry a point with such a weakling, was he going to let himself be thwarted? Grant it was help only for a few days, no matter. Elgar should go with him. He walked back to the garden. Good. There few loitered, obviously irresolute. "Elgar, you better come after all," he said, with a grim smile. "I want to have some talk with you. Let us pay our shot and walk on to the station." "What kind of talk, Mallard?" "Various. Get whatever you have to carry. I'll see to the bill." "But how can I go on without a shirt?" "I have shirts in abundance. A truce to your obstacles. March." And before very long they were side by side in the vehicle, speeding along the level road towards Castellammare and the mountains. This exertion of native energy had been beneficial to Mallard's temper. He talked almost genially. Elgar, too, had subdued his restiveness, and began to look forward with pleasure to the expedition. I only wish this rain would fall," he exclaimed. "It's cold, and I hate a wind of any kind." "Hate a wind! You're effeminate. You're a boulevardier. It would do you good to be pinched in a gale about the coast of Skye. A fellow of your temperament has no business in these relaxing latitudes. You want tonics." "Too true, old man. I know myself at least as well as you know me." "Then what a contemptible creature you must be. If a man knows his weakness, he is inexcusable for not overcoming it." "A preposterous contradiction, allow me to say. A man is what he is, and will be ever the same. Have you no tincture of philosophy? You talk as though one could govern fate." "And you, very much like the braying jackass in the field there." Mallard had a savage satisfaction in breaking all bounds of civility. He overwhelmed his companion with abuse, revelled in insulting comparisons. Elgar laughed, and stretched himself on the cushion so as to avoid the wind as much as possible. They clattered through the streets of Castellamare, pursued by urchins crying "Un sordo, signori!" thence on by the seaside road to Vico Equense, Elgar every now and then shouting his ecstasy at the view. The hills on this side of the promontory climb, for the most part, softly and slowly upwards. Everywhere thickly clad with olives and orange trees, fig trees and aloes. Beyond Vico comes a jutting headland. The road curves round it, clinging close on the hillside, turns inland, and all at once looked down upon the Piano di Sorrento. Instinctively the companions rose to their feet, as though any other altitude on the first revelation of such a prospect were irreverent. It is not really a plain, but a gently rising wide and deep lap, surrounded by lofty mountains and ending at a line of sheer cliffs along the sea front. A vast garden planted for nature's joy, a pleasance of the gods, a haunt of the spirit of beauty set between sun-smitten crags and the enchanted seashore. "Heaven be praised that you forced me to come," muttered Elgar in his choking throat. Mallard could say nothing. He had looked upon this scene before, but it affected him none the less. They drove into the town of Tasso, and to an inn which stood upon the edge of a profound gorge, cloven towards the sea cliffs. Sauntering in the yard whilst dinner was made ready, they read an inscription on a homely fountain: "Sordibus abstersis, instructo marmore, priscus fons nitet, et manet gratior unda tibi." "Eternal gratitude to our old schoolmasters!" cried Elgar, "who thrashed us through the Eton Latin grammar. What is Italy to the man who cannot share our feelings as we murmur that distich? I marvel that I was allowed to learn this heathen tongue. Had my parents known what it would mean to me, I should never have chanted my hic, hac, hoc." He was at his best this afternoon. Mallard could scarcely identify him with the reckless and sometimes vulgar spendthrift who had been rushing his way to ruin in London. His talk abounded in quotation, in literary allusion, in high-spirited jest, in poetical feeling. When had he read so much? What a memory he had! In a world that consisted of but one sex, what a fine fellow he would have been! "What do you think of my sister?" he asked, apropos of nothing, as they idled about the Capo di Sorrento and on the road to Massa. An absurd question. "You mean that I cannot suppose you would tell me the truth." "And just as little the untruth. I do not know your sister." "We had a horrible scene the day I turned up. I behaved brutally to her, poor girl." "I'm afraid you have often done so." "Often. I raved at her superstition. How can she help it? But she's a good girl, and has wit enough if she might use it. Oh, if some generous large-brained man would drag her out of that slough of despond! What a marriage that was! Powers of darkness, what a marriage!" Mallard was led to no question. "I shall never understand it, never," went on Elgar in excitement. "If you had seen that oily beast! I don't know what criterion girls have. Several of my acquaintance have made marriages that set my hair on end. Lives thrown away in accursed ignorance, that's my belief." Mallard waited for the next words, expecting that they would torture him. There was a long pause, however, and what he awaited did not come. "Do you hate the name Miriam, as I do?" "Hate it? No." "I wonder they did not call her Keziah and me Mephibosheth. Isn't it a nice thing to detest the memory of one's parents, Mallard? It doesn't help to make one a well-balanced man. How on earth did I get my individuality? And you mustn't think that Miriam is just what she seems. I mean, there are possibilities in her. I am convinced of it." "Did it ever occur to you that your own proceedings may have acted as a check upon those possibilities?" "I don't know that I ever thought of it," said Elgar ingenuously. "You never reflected that her notion of the liberated man is yourself?" "You are right, Mallard. I see it. What other example had she?" They walked as far as Massa Lubrense, a little town on the steep shore; over against it the giant cliffs of Capri, every cleft and scar and jutting rock discernible through the pellucid air, every minutest ruggedness casting its clear-cut shadow. But the surpassing glory was the prospect at the Cape of Sorrento when they reached it on their walk back. Before them the entire sweep of the Gulf, from Ischia to Capri; Naples in its utmost extent, an unbroken line of delicate pink, from Posillipo to Torre Annunziata. Far below their feet, the little marina of Sorrento, with its rows of boats drawn upon the strand; behind them noble limestone heights. The sea was foaming under the tramontana, and its foam took colour from the declining sun. Next morning they set forth again as Mallard had proposed, their baggage packed on a donkey, a guide with them to lead the way over the mountains to the other shore. A long climb, and at the culminating point of the ridge they rested to look the last on Naples. Thenceforward their faces were set to the far blue hills of Calabria. "Yonder lies Paestum," said Mallard, pointing to the dim plain beyond the Gulf of Salerno, and his companion's eyes were agleam. Early in the afternoon they reached the coast at Positano, and thence took boat for Amalfi. Elgar was like one possessed at his first sight of the wonderful old town, nestled in its mountain gorge, overlooked by wild crags, this relic saved from the waste of mediaeval glory. When they had put up at an inn less frequented and much cheaper than the Cappuccini, he would not rest until he had used the last hour of sunlight in clambering about the little maze of streets, or rather of the mountain paths and burrows beneath houses piled one upon another indistinguishably. Forced back by hunger, he still lingered upon the window balcony, looking up at the hoary riven tower set high above the town on what seems an inaccessible peak, or at the cathedral in its many-coloured campanile. How could Mallard help comparing these manifestations of ardent temper with what he had witnessed in Cecily? The resemblance was at moments more than he could endure. Once or twice he astonished Elgar with a reply of unprovoked savageness. The emotions of the day, even more than its bodily exercise, had so wearied him that he went early to bed. They had a double-bedded room, and Elgar continued talking for hours. Even without this, Mallard felt that he would have been unable to sleep. To add to his torments, the clock of the cathedral, which was just on the opposite side of the street, had the terrible southern habit of striking the whole hour after the chime at each quarter. By midnight the clangour was all but incessant. Elgar sank at length into oblivion, but to his companion sleep came not. Very early in the morning there sounded the loud blast of a horn, all through the town and away into remoteness. Signify what it might, the practical result seemed to be a rousing of the population to their daily life. Lively voices, the tramp of feet, the clatter of vehicles began at once, and waxed with the spread of daylight. The sun rose, but only to gleam for an hour on clouds and vapours which it had not power to disperse. The mountain summits were hidden, and down their sides crept ominously the ragged edges of mist. A thin rain began to fall, and grew heavier as the sky dulled. Having breakfasted, the two friends spent an hour in the cathedral, which was dark and chill and gloomy. 2 or 3 old people knelt in prayer, their heads bowed against column or wall. Remarking the strangers, they came up to them and begged. "My spirits are disagreeably on the ebb," said Elgar. "If it's to be a Scotch day, let us do some mountaineering." They struck up the gorge, intending to pursue the little river, but were soon lost among ascents and descents, narrow stairs, precipitous gardens, and noisy paper mills. Probably no unassisted stranger ever made his way out of Amalfi on to the mountain slopes. They had scorned to take a guide, but did so at length in self-defence, so pestered were they by all but every person they passed. Man, woman, and child beset them for soldi, either frankly begging or offering a direction and then extending their hands. The paper mills were not romantic, the old women who came along bending under huge bales of rags were anything but picturesque, and it rained, it rained. Wet and weary, they had no choice but to return to the inn. Elgar's animation had given place to fretfulness. Mallard, after his miserable night, cared little to converse, and would gladly have been alone. A midday meal, with liberal supply of wine, helped them somewhat, and they sat down to smoke in their bedroom. It rained harder than ever. From the window they could see the old tower on the crag smitten with white scud. "Come now," said Mallard, forcing himself to take a livelier tone. "Tell me about those projects of yours. Are you serious in your idea of writing?" "Perfectly serious." "And what are you going to write?" "That I haven't quite determined. I am revolving things. I have ideas without number." "Too many for use, then. You need to live in some such place as this for a few weeks and clear your thoughts. Company, villainous company, is the first thing to be avoided." "No doubt you are right." But it was half-heartedly said, and with a restless glance towards the window. Mallard, in whose heart a sick weariness conflicted with his will and his desire, went on in a dogged way. "I want to work here for a time." Work! The syllable was like lead upon his tongue, and the thought a desolation in his mind. "Write to your sister, get her to send your belongings from Casa Rolandi, together with a ream of scribbling paper. I shall be out of doors most of the day, and no one will disturb you here. Use the opportunity like a man. Fall to. I have a strong suspicion that it is now or never with you." "I doubt whether I could do anything here." "Perhaps not on a day like this, but it is happily exceptional. Remember yesterday? Were I a penman, the view from this window, in sunlight, would make the ink flow nobly." Elgar was mute for a few minutes. "I believe I need a big town. Scenes like this dispose me to idle enjoyment. I have thought of settling in Paris for the next 6 months." Mallard made a movement of irritation. "Then why did you come here at all? You say you have no money to waste." "Oh, it isn't quite so bad with me as all that," replied Elgar, as if he slightly resented this interference with his private affairs. Yet he had yesterday, in the flow of his good humour, all but confessed that it was high time he looked out for an income. Mallard examined him askance. The other, aware of this scrutiny, put on a smile, and said with an air of self-conquest, "But you are right. I have every reason to trust your advice. I'll tell you what, Mallard. Tomorrow I'll drive to Salerno, take the train to Naples, pack my traps, and relieve Miriam's mind by an assurance that I'm going to work in your company, then at once come back here." "I don't see the need of going to Naples. Write a letter. Here's paper, here's pen and ink." Elgar was again mute. His companion, in an access of intolerable suffering, cried out vehemently, "Can't you see into yourself far enough to know that you are paltering with necessity? Are you such a feeble creature that you must be at the mercy of every childish whim, and ruin yourself for lack of courage to do what you know you ought to do? If instability of nature had made such work for me as it has of you, I'd cut my throat just to prove that I could at least make my hand obey my will." "It would be but the final proof of weakness," replied Elgar, laughing. "Or, to be more serious, what would it prove either one way or the other? If you cut your throat, it was your destiny to do so, just as it was to commit the follies that led you there." "What is all this nonsense about weak men and strong men? I act as I am bound to act. I refrain as I am bound to refrain. You know it well enough." This repeated expression of fatalism was genuine enough. It manifested a habit of his thought. One of the characteristics of our time is that it produces men who are determinists by instinct, who, anything but profound students or subtle reasoners, catch at the floating phrases of philosophy and recognize them as the index of their being, adopt them thenceforth as clarifiers of their vague self-consciousness. In certain moods Elgar could not change from one seat to another without its being brought to his mind that he had moved by necessity. "What if that be true?" said Mallard, with unexpected coldness. "In practice we live as though our will were free, otherwise why discuss anything?" "True, this very discussion is a part of the scheme of things, the necessary antecedent of something or other in your life and mine. I shall go to Naples tomorrow. I shall spend one day there. On the day after I shall be with you again. My hand upon it, Mallard, I promise." He did so with energy, and for the moment Mallard was the truer fatalist. Again they left the inn, this time going seaward. Still in rain they walked towards Minori, along the road which is cut in the mountainside high above the beach. They talked about the massive strongholds which stand as monuments of the time when the coast towns were in fear of pirates. Melancholy brooded upon land and sea. The hills of Calabria, yesterday so blue and clear, had vanished like a sunny hope. The morrow revealed them again. But again for Mallard there had passed a night of much misery. On rising he durst not speak, so bitter was he made by Elgar's singing and whistling. Yet he would not have cared to prevent the journey to Naples had it been in his power. He was sick of Elgar's company, he wished for solitude. When his eyes fell on the materials of his art, he turned away in disgust. "You'll get to work as soon as I am gone," cried Reuben cheerfully. "Yes." He said it to avoid conversation. "Cheer up, old man. I shall not disappoint you this time. You have my promise." "Yes." A 2-horse carriage was at the door. Mallard looked at it from the balcony and was direly tempted. No fear of his yielding, however. It was not his fate to scamper whither desire pointed him. "I have already begun to work out an idea," said Elgar, as he breakfasted merrily. "I woke in the night, and it came to me as I heard the bell striking. My mind is always active when I am travelling. 10 to 1 I shall come back, ready to begin to write. I fear there's no decent ink purchasable in Amalfi. I mustn't forget that. By the by, is there anything I can bring you?" "Nothing, thanks." They went down together, shook hands, and away drove the carriage. At the public fountain in the little piazza where stands the image of Saint Andrea, a group of women were busy or idling, washing clothes and vegetables and fish, drawing water in vessels of beautiful shape, chattering incessantly. Such a group as may have gathered there any morning for hundreds of years. Children darted after the vehicle with their perpetual cry of "Un sword, signor!" and Elgar royally threw to them a handful of coppers, looking back to laugh as they scrambled. A morning of mornings, deliciously fresh after the rain, the air exquisitely fragrant. On the mountain tops, ever so slight, a mist still clinging, moment by moment fading against the blue. "Yes, I shall be able to work here," Elgar said within himself. "December, January, February. I can be ready with something for the spring." End of chapter 6. Part 1, Chapter 7 of The Emancipated. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. The Emancipated by George Gissing. Chapter 7, The Martyr. Clifford Marsh left Pompeii on the same day as his 2 chance acquaintances. He returned to his quarters on the Mergellina, much perturbed in mind, beset with many doubts, with divers temptations. Shall I the spigot wield? Must the ambitions of his glowing youth come to naught, and he descend to rank among the Philistines? For, to give him credit for a certain amount of good sense, he never gravely contemplated facing the world in the sole strength of his genius. He knew 1 or 2 who had done so. Before his mind's eye was a certain little garret in Chelsea, where an acquaintance of his, a man of real and various powers, was year after year taxing his brain and heart in a bitter struggle with penury, and these glimpses of Bohemia were far from inspiring Clifford with zeal for naturalization. Elated with wine and companionship, he liked to pose as one who was sacrificing prospects to artistic conscientiousness. But even though he had fallen back on landscape, he was very widely awake to the fact that his impressionist studies would not supply him with bread, to say nothing of butter, and Clifford must needs have both. That stepfather of his was a well-to-do manufacturer of shoddy in Leeds, one Hibbert, a good-natured man on the whole, but of limited horizon. He had married a widow distinctly above his own social standing, and for a long time was content to supply her idolized son with the means of pursuing artistic studies in London and abroad. But Mr. Hibbert had a strong opinion that this money should by now have begun to make some show of productiveness. Domestic grounds of dissatisfaction ripened his resolve to be firm with young Mr. Marsh. Mrs. Hibbert was extravagant. Doubtless her son was playing the fool in the same direction. After all, one could pay too much for the privilege of being snubbed by one's superior wife and stepson. If Clifford were willing to buckle to at sober business, it was now too late for him to learn a profession, Well and good. He should have an opening at which many a young fellow would jump. Otherwise, let the fastidious gentleman pay his own tailor's bills. Clifford's difficulties were complicated by his relations with Madeline Denyer. It was now a year since he had met Madeline at Naples, had promptly fallen in love with her face and her advanced opinions, and had won her affection in return. Frankness as to his circumstances was inevitable, and we know what had been the result. Clifford was then firm in the belief that, if he actually married, Mr. Hibbert would not have the heart to stop his allowance. Mrs. Denyer had reasons for thinking otherwise, and her daughter saw the case in the same light. It must be added, for the complete understanding of our artistic friend, that he presumed the Denyers to be better off than they really were. In fact, he was to a great extent misled. His dignity, if the worst came about, would not have shrunk from moderate assistance at the hands of his parents-in-law. Madeline knew well enough that nothing of this kind was possible, and in the end made her lover's mind clear on the point. Since then, the course of these young people's affections had been anything but smooth. However, the fact remained that there was mutual affection, which, to be sure, made the matter worse. Distinctly so, since the estrangement which had followed Marsh's arrival at the boarding-house. He did not take Madeline's advice to seek another abode, and for 2 or 3 days Madeline knew not whether to be glad or offended at his remaining. For 2 or 3 days only. Then she began to have a pronounced opinion on the subject. It was monstrous that he should stay under this roof and sit at this table after what had happened. He had no delicacy. He was behaving as no gentleman could. It was high time that her mother spoke to him. Mrs. Denyer solemnly invited the young man to a private interview. "Mr. Marsh," she began with pained dignity, whilst Clifford stood before her twiddling his watch chain, "I really think the time has come for me to ask an explanation of what is going on. My daughter distresses me by saying that all is at an end between you. If that is really the case, why do you continue to live here, when you must know how disagreeable it is to Madeline?" "Mrs. Denyer," replied Clifford in a friendly tone, "there has been a misunderstanding between us, but I am very far from reconciling myself to the thought that everything is at an end. My remaining surely proves that." "I should have thought so, but in that case I am obliged to ask you another question. What can you mean by paying undisguised attentions to another young lady who is living here?" "You astonish me. What foundation is there for such a charge?" "At least you won't affect ignorance as to the person of whom I speak. I assure you that I am not the only one who has noticed this." "You misinterpret my behaviour altogether. Of course you are speaking of Miss Doran. If your observation had been accurate, you would have noticed that Miss Doran gives me no opportunity of paying her attentions if I wished. Certainly I have had conversations with Mrs. Lessingham, but I see no reason why I should deny myself that pleasure." "This is sophistry. You walked about the museum with both these ladies for a long time yesterday." Clifford was startled and could not conceal it. "Of course," he exclaimed, "if my movements are watched with a view to my accusation—" And he broke off significantly, shaking his hair back. "Your movements are not watched, but if I happen to hear of such things, I must draw my own conclusions. I give you my assurance that the meeting was purely by chance, and that our conversation was solely of indifferent matters, of art, of Pompeii, and so on." "Perhaps you are not aware," resumed Mrs. Denyer with a smile that made caustic comment on this apology, "that when we sit at a table, your eyes are directed to Miss Doran with a frequency that no one can help observing." Marsh hesitated, then throwing his head back, remarked in an unapproachable manner, "Mrs. Denyer, you will not forget that I am an artist." "I don't forget that you profess to be one, Mr. Marsh." This was retort with a vengeance. Clifford reddened slightly and looked angry. Mrs. Denyer had reached the point to which her remarks were from the first directed, and it was not her intention to spare the young man's susceptibilities. She had long ago gauged him, and not inaccurately on the whole. It seemed to her that he was of the men who can be managed. "I fail to understand you," said Marsh, with dignity. "My dear Clifford, let me speak to you as one who has your well-being much at heart. I had no wish to hurt your feelings, but I have been upset by this silly affair, and it makes me speak a little sharply. Now I see well enough what you have been about. It is an old device of young gentlemen who wish to revenge themselves just a little for what they think a slight. Of course you have never given a thought to Miss Doran, who, as you say, would never dream of carrying on a flirtation, for she knows how things are between you and Madeline, and she is a young lady of very proper behaviour. In no case, as you of course understand, could she be so indelicate as anything of this kind would imply. No, but you are vexed with Madeline about some silly little difference, and you play with her feelings. There has been enough of it. I must interfere. And now let us talk a little about your position. Madeline has of course told me everything. Listen to me, my dear Clifford. You must at once accept Mr. Hibbert's kindly meant proposal. You must indeed. Marsh had reflected anxiously during this speech. He let a moment of silence pass, then said gravely, I cannot consent to do anything of the kind, Mrs. Denyer. Oh, yes, you can and will, Clifford. Silly boy, don't you see that in this way you secure yourself the future just suited to your talents? As an artist, you will never make your way, that is certain. As a man with a substantial business at your back, you can indulge your artistic taste quite sufficiently, and will make yourself the centre of an admiring circle. We cannot all be stars of the first magnitude. Be content to shine in a provincial sphere, at all events for a time. Madeline, as your wife, will help you substantially. You will have good society, and better the richer you become. You are made to be a rich man and to enjoy life. Now let us settle this affair with your stepfather. Still Clifford reflected, and again with the result that he appeared to have no thought of being persuaded to such concessions. The debate went on for a long time, ultimately with no little vigour on both sides. Its only immediate result was that Marsh left the house for a few days, retiring to meditate at Pompeii. In the meantime, there was no apparent diminution in Madeline's friendliness towards Cecily Doran. It was not to be supposed that Madeline thought tenderly of the other's beauty, or with warm admiration of her endowments, but she would not let Clifford Marsh imagine that it mattered to her in the least if he at once transferred his devotion to Miss Doran. Her tone in conversing with Cecily became a little more patronizing, though she spoke no more of impressionism, in proportion as she discovered the younger girl's openness of mind and her lack of self-assertiveness. "You play the piano, I think?" she said one day. "For my own amusement only." "And you draw?" "With the same reserve." "Ah," said Madeline, "I have long since given up these things. Don't you think it a pity to make a pastime of an art? I soon saw that I was never likely really to do anything in music or drawing, and out of respect for them I ceased to potter. Please don't think I apply that word to you." "Oh, but it is very applicable," replied Cecily with a laugh. "I think you are quite right. I often enough have the same feeling, but I am full of inconsistencies, as you are finding out, I know." Mrs. Lessingham displayed good nature in her intercourse with the Denyers. She smiled in private, and of course breathed to Cecily a word of warning, but the family entertained her, and Madeline she came really to like. With Mrs. Denyer she compared notes on the Italy of other days. "A sad, sad change," Mrs. Denyer was wont to sigh. "All the poetry gone. Think of Rome before 1870 and what it is now becoming. One never looked for intellect in Italy, living intellect of course I mean, but natural poetry one did expect to find. It is heart-breaking, this progress. If it were not for my dear girls, I shouldn't be here. They adore Italy, of course, never having known it as it was. And I am sure you must feel as I do, Mrs. Lessingham, the miserable results of cheapened travel. Oh, the people one sees at railway stations, even meets in hotels, I am sorry to say sometimes. In a few years I do believe Genoa and Venice will strongly remind one of Margate." No echo in the cry of wolf ever sounded in Mrs. Denyer's conversation when she spoke of her husband. That Odysseus of commerce was always referred to as being concerned in enterprises of mysterious importance and magnitude. She would hint that he had political missions, naturally not to be spoken of in plain terms. Mrs. Lessingham often wondered with a smile what the truth really was. She saw no reason for making conjectures of a disagreeable kind, but it was pretty clear to her that selfishness, idleness, and vanity were at the root of Mrs. Denyer's character, and in a measure explained the position of the family. During the last few days, Barbara had exhibited a revival of interest in the place in Lincolnshire. Her experiments proved that it needed but a moderate ingenuity to make Mr. Musselwhite's favourite topic practically inexhaustible. The place itself having been sufficiently described, it was natural to inquire what other places were its neighbours, what were the characteristics of the nearest town, how long it took to drive from the place to the town, from the place to such another place, and so on. Mr. Musselwhite was undisguisedly grateful for every remark or question that kept him talking at his ease. It was always his dread lest a subject should be broached on which he could say nothing whatever, there were so many such, and as often as Barbara broke a silence without realizing his fear, he glanced at her with the gentlest and most amiable smile. Never more than glanced, yet this did not seem to be the result of shyness, rather it indicated a lack of mental activity, of speculation, of interest in her as a human being. One morning he lingered at the luncheon table when nearly all the others had withdrawn, playing with crumbs and doubtless shrinking from the ennui that lay before him until dinner time. Near him, Mrs. Denyer, Barbara, and Zillah were standing in conversation about some photographs that had this morning come by post. "This one isn't at all like you, my dear," said Mrs. Denyer with emphasis to her eldest girl. "The other is passable, but I wouldn't have any of those." "Well, of course I am no judge," replied Barbara, "but I can't agree with you. I much prefer this one." Mr. Musselwhite was slowly rising. "Let us take someone else's opinion," said the mother. "I wonder what Mr. Musselwhite would say." The mention of his name caused him to turn his head half absently with an inquiring smile. Barbara withdrew a step, but Mrs. Denyer, in the most natural way possible, requested Mr. Musselwhite's judgment on the portraits under discussion. He took the two in his hands, and after inspecting them, looked round to make comparison with the original. Barbara met his gaze placidly, with gracefully poised head, her hands joined behind her. It was such a long time before the arbiter found anything to remark, that the situation became a little embarrassing. Zillah laughed girlishly, and her sister's eyes fell. "Really, it's very hard to decide," said Mr. Musselwhite at length, with grave conscientiousness. "I think they're both remarkably good. I really think I should have some of both." "Barbara thinks that this makes her look too childish," said Mrs. Denyer, using her daughter's name with a pleasant familiarity. Again Mr. Musselwhite made close comparisons. It was, in fact, the first time that he had seen the girl's features. Hitherto they had been, like everything else, not embalmed in his memory, a mere vague perception, a detail of the phantasmic world through which he struggled against his ennui. "Childish? Oh dear no," he remarked, almost vivaciously. "It is charming. They are both charming. Really, I'd have some of both, Miss Denyer." "Then we certainly will," was Mrs. Denyer's conclusion. And with a gracious inclination of the head, she left the room, followed by her daughters. Mr. Musselwhite looked round for another glance at Barbara, but of course he was just too late. Poor Madeline, in the meantime, was being sorely tried. Whilst Clifford Marsh was away at Pompeii, daily scenes took place between her and her mother. Mrs. Denyer would have had her make conciliatory movements, whereas Madeline, who had not exchanged a word with Clifford since the parting in wrath, was determined not to be the first to show signs of yielding. And she held her ground, tearless, resentful, strong in a sense of her own importance. When he again took his place at Madame Gluck's table, Clifford had the air of a man who has resigned himself to the lack of sympathy and appreciation, nay, who defies everything external, and in the strength of his genius goes serenely onwards. Never had he displayed such self-consciousness, not for an instant did he forget to regulate the play of his features. Mrs. Denyer he had greeted distantly, her daughters more distantly still. He did not look more than once or twice in Miss Doran's direction, for Mrs. Denyer's reproof had made him conscious of an excess in artistic homage. His neighbour being Mr. Bradshaw, he conversed with him agreeably, smiling seldom. He seemed neither depressed nor uneasy, his countenance wore a grave and noble melancholy, now and then illumined with an indescribable ardour. The Bradshaws had begun to talk of leaving Naples, but this seemed to be the apology for enjoying themselves which is so characteristic of English people. Even Mrs. Bradshaw found her life from day to day very pleasant, and in consequence never saw her friends at the villa without expressing much uneasiness about affairs at home, and blaming her husband for making so long a stay. Both of them were now honoured with the special attention of Mr. Marsh. Clifford was never so much in his element as when conversing of art and kindred matters with persons who avowed their deficiencies in that sphere of knowledge, yet were willing to learn. Relieved from the fear of criticism, he expounded, he glowed, he dogmatized. With Mrs. Lessingham he could not be entirely at his ease; her eye was occasionally disturbing to a pretender who did not lack discernment. But in walking about the museum with Mr. Bradshaw he was the most brilliant of ciceroni. Jacob was not wholly credulous, for he had spoken of the young man with Mrs. Lessingham, but he found such companionship entertaining enough from time to time, and Clifford's knowledge of Italian was occasionally a help to him. A day or two of moderate intimacy with any person whatsoever always led Clifford to a revelation of his private circumstances. It was not long before Mr. Bradshaw was informed not only of Mr. Hibbert's harshness, but of the painful treatment to which Clifford was being subjected at the hands of Mrs. Denyer and Madeline. The latter point was handled with a good deal of tact, for Clifford had it in view that through Mr. Bradshaw his words would one way or another reach Mrs. Lessingham, and so perchance come to Miss Doran's ears. He made no unworthy charges, he spoke not in anger but in sorrow, he was misunderstood, he was depreciated by those who should have devoted themselves to supporting his courage under adversity. And as he talked he became the embodiment of calm magnanimity. The rhetoric which was meant to impress his listener had an exalting effect upon himself, as usual. "You mean to hold out, then?" asked the bluff Jacob, with a smile which all but became a chuckle. "I am an artist," was the noble reply. "I cannot abandon my life's work." "But how about bread and cheese? They are necessary to an artist as much as to other men, I am afraid." Clifford smiled calmly. "I shall not be the first who has starved in such a cause." Jacob roared as he related this conversation to his wife. "I must keep an eye on the lad," he said. "When I hear he's given in, I'll write him a letter of congratulation." End of chapter 7. Part 1, Chapter 8 of The Emancipated. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. The Emancipated by George Gissing. Chapter 8, Proof Against Illusion. An interesting conversation took place one morning between Mrs. Spence and Mrs. Lessingham with regard to Cecily. They were alone together at the villa. Cecily and Miriam had gone for a drive with the Bradshaws. After speaking of Reuben Elgar, Mrs. Lessingham passed rather abruptly to what seemed a disconnected subject. "I don't think it's time yet for Cecily to give up her set studies. I should like to find someone to read with her regularly again before long. Say Latin and history. There would be no harm in a little mathematics. But there's a difficulty in finding the suitable person." She smiled. "I am afraid only a lady will answer the purpose." "Better, no doubt," assented Eleanor, also with a smile. "And ladies who would be any good to Cecily are not at one's disposition every day. What an admirable mind she has! I never knew anyone acquire with so little effort. Of course she has long ago left me behind in everything. The only use I can be to her is to help her in gaining knowledge of the world, not to be learnt entirely out of books, we know." "What is your system with her?" "You see that I have one," said Mrs. Lessingham, gratified, and rustling her plumage a little as a lady does when she is about to speak in confidence of something that pleases her. "Of course, I very soon understood that the ordinary surveillance and restrictions and moral theories were of little use in her case. I may speak with you quite freely, I am sure. I am afraid the results would have been very sad if Cecily had grown up in Lancashire." "I doubt whether she would have grown up at all." "Indeed, it seemed doubtful. If her strength had not utterly failed, she must have suffered dreadfully in mind. I studied her carefully during the first 2 years, then I was able to pursue my method with a good deal of confidence. It has been my aim to give free play to all her faculties, to direct her intelligence, but never to check its growth, as is commonly done. We know what is meant by a girl's education, as a rule. It is not so much the imparting of knowledge as the careful fostering of special ignorances. I think I put it rightly?" "I think so." "It is usual to say that a girl must know nothing of this and that and the other thing, these things being in fact the most important for her to understand. I won't say that every girl can safely be left so free as I have left Cecily, But when one has to deal with exceptional intelligence, why not yield it exceptional advantages? Then again, I had to bear in mind that Cecily has strong emotions. This seemed to me only another reason for releasing her mind from the misconceptions it is usual to encourage. I've done my best to help her to see things as they are, not as moral teachers would like them to be, and as parents make believe to their girls that they are indeed." Mrs. Lessingham ended on a suave note of triumph and smiled very graciously as Eleanor looked approval. "The average parent says," she pursued, "that his or her daughter must be kept pure-minded, and therefore must grow up in a fool's paradise. I have no less liking for purity, but I understand it in rather a different sense. Certain examples of the common purity that I have met with didn't entirely recommend themselves to me. Then again, the average parent says that the daughter's lot in life is marriage, and that after marriage is time enough for her to throw away the patent rose-coloured spectacles. I, on the other hand, should be very sorry indeed to think that Cecily has no lot in life besides marriage. To me, she seemed a human being to be instructed and developed, not a pretty girl to be made ready for the market. The rose-coloured spectacles had no part whatever in my system. I have known some who threw them aside at marriage, in the ordinary way, with the result that they henceforth looked on everything very obliquely indeed. I am sorry to say that it was my own fate to wear those spectacles, and I know only too well how hard a struggle it cost me to recover healthy eyesight." "Mine fell off and got broken long before I was married," said Eleanor, "and my parents didn't think it worth while buying new ones." Wise parents! No, I have steadily resisted the theory that a girl must know nothing, think nothing, but what is likely to meet the approval of the average husband. That is to say, the foolish, and worse than foolish, husband. I see no such difference between girl and boy as demands a difference in moral training. We know what comes of the prevalent contrary views. And in Cecily's case, I believe I have vindicated my theory. She respects herself. She knows all that lack of self-respect involves. She has been fed on wholesome victuals, not on adulterated milk. She is not haunted with that vulgar shame which passes for maiden modesty. Do you find fault with her as a girl?" "I should have to ponder long for an objection." "And what is the practical result? In whatever society she is, I am quite easy in mind about her. Cecily will never do anything foolish. It's only the rose-coloured spectacles that cause stumbling. And I mean by stumbling all the silliness to which girls are subject. Ah, if I could live my girlhood over again with some sensible woman to guide me! If I could have been put on my guard against idiotic illusions as Cecily is." "We mustn't expect too much of education," Eleanor ventured to remark. "There is no way of putting experience into a young girl's head. It would say little for her qualities if a girl could not make a generous mistake." "Such mistakes are not worthy of being called generous, as a rule. They are too imbecile. That state of illusion is too contemptible. There is very little danger of Cecily's seeing any one in a grossly false light." Eleanor did not at once assent. "You seem to doubt that?" added the other, with a searching look. "I think she is as well guarded as a girl can be, but as I said before, education is no substitute for experience. Don't think me captious, however. I sympathize entirely with the course you have taken. If I had a daughter, I should like her to be brought up on the same principles." "Cecily is very mature for her age," continued Mrs. Lessingham, with evident pleasure in stating and restating her grounds of confidence. "She feels strongly, but never apart from judgment. Now and then she astonishes me with her discernment of character. Clearness of thought seems almost to anticipate in her the experience on which you lay such stress. Have you noticed her with Mr. Mallard? How differently many girls would behave! But Cecily understands him so well. She knows he thinks of her as a child, and nothing could be more simply natural than her friendship for him. I suppose Mr. Mallard is one of the artists who never marry?" "I don't know him well enough to decide that," answered Eleanor with a curious smile. It was in the evening of this day, when the Spences and Miriam were sitting together after dinner, that a servant announced a visit of Reuben Elgar, adding that he was in his sister's room. Miriam went to join him. "You can spare me a minute or two?" he asked cheerily as she entered. "Certainly. You are just back from Pompeii?" "From Castellamare." From Sorrento, the indescribable, from Amalfi, the unimaginable, from Salerno. Leave Naples without seeing those places, and hold yourself forever the most wretched of mortals. Old Mallard forced me to go with him, and I am in his debt to eternity." This exalted manner of speech was little to Miriam's taste, especially from her brother. Sobriety was what she desired in him. It seemed a small advantage that his extravagance should exhibit itself in this way rather than in worse. The danger was still there. "Sit down and talk more quietly. You say Mr. Mallard forced you to go." "I was coming back to Naples from Pompeii. By the by, I went up Vesuvius and descended shoeless. The guides ought to have metal boots on hire. I was coming back, but Mallard clutched me by the coat collar. Even now I've come sorely against his will. I left him at Amalfi. I'm going to settle my affairs here tomorrow and join him again. He's persuaded me to try and work at Amalfi." "How long do you think of staying there?" "It all depends. Perhaps I shan't be able to do anything after all." "But surely that depends on yourself?" "Not a bit. If I were a carpenter or bricklayer, one might say so, in a sense. But such work as I am going to do is a question of mood, influences, caprices." Miriam reflected. "Mr. Mallard was unwilling to let you return here?" "Naturally. He knows my uncertainty, but I have promised him. I shall keep my word." "He is working himself?" "Will be by now. We had a horrible day of rain at Amalfi. He seems rather glummer than usual, but that won't hinder his work. I wish I had the old fellow's energy. After all, though one can force oneself to use pencils and brushes, it's a different thing when all has to come from the brain. If you haven't a quiet mind—" "What disturbs you?" Miriam asked, watching him. "Oh, there's always something. I wish you could give me a share of your equanimity. Never mind, I shall try. By the by, I ought to have a word with Mrs. Lessingham and Cecily before I go. Are they likely to be here tomorrow?" "I can't say." "Then I shall call at their place. When will they be home?" "Do you think you ought to do that?" Miriam asked without looking at him. "Why on earth not?" His brow darkened, and he seemed about to utter something not unlike his vehemencies on the day of arrival. "You must judge for yourself, of course," said Miriam. "We won't talk about it." Reuben nodded agreement carelessly. Then he began to talk of his proposed work, and presently they went to join the Spences. For an hour or more, Reuben held forth rapturously on what he had seen these last few days. He could not rest seated, but paced up and down the room, gesticulating, fervidly eloquent. "Do play me something, will you, Mrs. Spence?" he asked at length. His cousinship with Eleanor had never been affirmed by intimate association, and he had not the habit of addressing her by the personal name. "Just for 10 minutes, and then I'll be off and trouble you no more. Something to invigorate, a rugged piece." Eleanor made a choice from Beethoven, and whilst she played, Elgar leaned forward on the back of a chair. Then he bade them good-bye, his pulse at fever time. 10:30 next morning found him walking hither and thither on the Mergellina, frequently consulting his watch. He decided at length to approach the house in which his acquaintances dwelt. Passing through the portone, whom should he encounter but Clifford Marsh, known to him only from the casual meeting at Pompeii, not by name. They stopped to speak. Elgar inquired if the other lived at Madame Gluck's. "For the present." "I have friends here," Reuben added. "You know Mrs. Lessingham?" "Oh, yes," replied Clifford, eyeing his collocutor. "If you are calling to see those ladies," he continued, "they went out half an hour ago. I saw them drive away." Elgar muttered his annoyance. Though he disliked doing so, he asked Marsh whether he knew when the ladies were likely to return. Clifford declared his ignorance. The two looked at each other, smiled, said good morning, and turned different ways. Reuben walked about the sea front for a couple of hours. Who is that confounded fellow? He kept asking in his mind, adding the highly ludicrous question, what business has he to know them? His impatience waxed. Now and then he strode at such a pace that perspiration covered him. The most trivial discomposure had often met the same effect on him. If he happened to have a difficulty in finding his way, for instance, he would fume himself into exasperated heat. What business have they to live in a vulgar boarding-house? It's abominable bad taste and indiscretion in that woman. In fact, I don't like Mrs. Lessingham, and what the devil has it to do with me? He strode up to the villa. Possibly they were there, yet he didn't like to call, for various reasons. He fretted about the roads, this way and that, till hunger oppressed him. Having eaten at the first restaurant he came to, he directed his steps towards the Mergellina again. At 2 o'clock he reached the house and made inquiry. The ladies had not yet returned. He struck off towards the Chiaia, again paced backwards and forwards, cursed at carriage drivers who plagued him, tried to amuse himself on the Santa Lucia. And pray what was all this fuss about? When he rose this morning he had half a mind to start at once for Amalfi, and not see Mrs. Lessingham and her niece at all. He didn't know he cared that much. He had met Cecily Doran twice. The second time was on the Strada Nuova di Posillipo, where he encountered a carriage in which Cecily and her aunt were taking the air. He talked with them for 3 minutes. It was the undeniable fact that he had broken away from old Mallard merely to see Cecily again. He had never tried to blind himself to it; that kind of thing was not in his way. None the less, it was a truth that he thought himself capable of saying good-bye to the wonderful girl and posting off to his literary work. Why expose himself to temptation? Because he chose to, because it was pleasant, surely an excellent reason. If only he hadn't come up against that confounded artist fellow! That had upset him most absurdly. A half good-looking sort of fellow, a fellow who could prate with a certain brio, not unlikely to make something of a figure in the eyes of a girl like Cecily. And what then? Before now, Elgar had confessed to a friend that he couldn't read the marriage column in the newspaper without feeling a distinct jealousy of all the male creatures there mentioned. He sought out a café, and sat there for an hour, drinking a liqueur that called itself Lachryma Christi, but would at once have been detected for a pretender by a trained palate. He drank it for the first time and tried to enjoy it, but his mind kept straying to alien things. When it was nearly 4 o'clock, he again went forth, took a carriage, and bade the man drive quickly. This time he was successful. A servant conducted him by many stairs and passages to Mrs. Lessingham's sitting-room. He entered, and found himself alone with Cecily. "Mrs. Lessingham will certainly be back very soon," she said, in shaking hands with him. "They told me you had called before, and I thought you would like better to wait a few minutes than to be disappointed again." "I think of going to Amalfi to-morrow morning, perhaps for a long time," remarked the visitor. "I wished to say good-bye." The accumulated impatience and nervousness of the whole morning disturbed his pulses and put a weight upon his tongue. He spoke with awkward indecision, held himself awkwardly. His own voice sounded boorish to him after Cecily's accents. Cecily began to speak of how she had spent the day. Her aunt was making purchases, was later in returning than had been expected. Then she asked for an account of Elgar's doings since they last met. The conversation grew easier. Reuben began to recover his natural voice, and to lose disagreeable self-consciousness in the delight of hearing Cecily and meeting her look. Had he known her better, he would have observed that she spoke with unusual diffidence, that she was not quite so self-possessed as of wont, and that her manner was deficient in the frank gaiety which as a rule made its great charm. Her tone softened itself in questioning; she listened so attentively that when he had ceased speaking, her eyes always rose to his, as if she had expected something further. "Who is that young artist that lives here?" Elgar inquired. "I met him at Pompeii, and to-day came upon him here in the courtyard. A slight, rather boyish fellow." "I think you mean Mr. Marsh," replied Cecily, smiling. "He has recently been at Pompeii, I know." "You are on friendly terms with him?" "Not on unfriendly," she answered, with amusement. Elgar averted his face. Instantly the flow of his blood was again turbid; he felt an inclination to fling out some ill-mannered remark. "You must come in contact with all kinds of odd people in a place like this." "One or two are certainly odd," was the reply in a gentle tone, "but most of them are very pleasant to be with occasionally. Naturally, we see more of the Bradshaws than of anyone else. There's a family named Denyer, a lady with 3 daughters. I don't think you would dislike them. Mr. Marsh is their intimate friend." It was all but as though she pleaded against a mistaken judgment which troubled her. To Mallard she had spoken of her fellow boarders in quite a different way, with merry though kindly criticism, or in the strain of generous idealization which so often marked her language. "Do you know anything of his work?" Elgar pursued. "I have seen a few of his water-colour drawings." "He showed you them?" "No, one of the Miss Denyers did. He had given them to her. Oh. He at once brightened. And how did they strike you? I'm sorry to say they didn't interest me much, but I have no right to sit in judgment. Elgar had the good taste to say nothing more on the subject. He let his eyes rest on her downturned face for a moment. You see a good deal of Miriam, I'm glad to hear. I am sometimes afraid I trouble her by going too often. Have no such fear. I wish you were living under the same roof with her. No one's society could do her so much good as yours. The poor girl has too long been in need of such an aid to rational cheerfulness. They were interrupted by the entrance of an English maid-servant, who asked whether Miss Doran would have tea brought at once, or wait till Mrs. Lessingham's return. You see how English we are, said Cecily to her visitor. I think we'll have it now. Mrs. Lessingham may be here any moment. It was growing dusk. Whilst the conversation was diverted by trifles, 2 lighted lamps were brought into the room. Elgar had risen and gone to the window. We won't shut out the evening sky, said Cecily, standing not far from him. The door closed upon the servant who had carried in the tea-tray. Elgar turned to his companion, and said in a musing tone with a smile, How long is it since we saw each other every day in Manchester? 7 years since that short time you spent with us. 7, yes. You were not 12 then. I was not quite 21. As regards change, a lifetime might have passed since with both of us. Yet I don't feel very old, not oppressively ancient. And I'm sure I don't. They laughed together. You are younger than you were then, he continued, in his most characteristic voice, the voice which was musical and alluring, and suggestive of his nature's passionate depths and heights. You have grown into health of body and soul, and out of all the evil things that would have robbed you of natural happiness. Nothing ever made me more glad than first seeing you at the villa. I didn't know what you had become, and in looking at you I rejoiced on your account. You would gladden even miserable old age, like sunlight on a morning of spring. Cecily moved towards the tea-table in silence. She began to fill one of the cups, but put the teapot down again and waited for a moment. Having resumed her purpose, she looked round and saw Elgar seated sideways on a chair by the window. With the cup of tea in her hand, she approached him and offered it without speaking. He rose quickly to take it and went to another part of the room. I hope Miriam will stay here the whole winter, Cecily said, as she seated herself by the table. I hope so, he assented absently, putting his tea aside. How long are you and Mrs. Lessingham likely to stay? At least till February, I think. Shall you get as far as Amalfi some day? Oh, yes, and Miriam will come with us, I hope. And to Capri, too. I must see Capri. I shouldn't wonder if I go there soon. Probably it would suit my purpose better than Amalfi. Yet I must be alone if I am to work. I haven't Mallard's detachment. That seems to you a paltry confession of weakness. No, indeed, I am told that Mr. Mallard is quite exceptional in his power of disregarding everything but his work. Exceptional in many things, no doubt. I must seem very insignificant in comparison. Why should you? Mr. Mallard is so much older, he has long been fixed in his course. Older, yes, assented Elgar with satisfaction. Perhaps at his age I too may have done something worth doing. Who could doubt it? It does me good to hear you say that. He moved from his distant place, and threw himself in one of his usual careless attitudes on a nearer chair. But Miriam has no faith in me, not a jot. Does she speak harshly of me to you? No. Cecily shook her head, and seemed unable to speak more than the monosyllable. But she has nothing encouraging to say? She shows that she looks upon me as one of whom no good can come. That is the impression you have received from her? Cecily looked at him gravely. She has scarcely spoken of you at all, scarcely more than the few words that were inevitable. In itself a condemnation. Cecily was mute. Before Elgar could say anything more, the door opened. With a sudden radiance on her features, the girl looked up to greet Mrs. Lessingham's entrance. How long you have been, aunt! Yes, I am sorry. How do you do, Mr. Elgar? Tea, Cecily, lest I perish. From the doorway her quick glance had scrutinized both the young people. Of course she betrayed no surprise, neither did she make exhibition of pleasure. Her greeting of the visitor was gracefully casual, given in passing. She sank upon a low chair as if overcome with weariness. Mrs. Lessingham had nothing to learn in the arts wherewith social intercourse is kept smooth in spite of nature's improprieties. When she chose, she could be the awe-inspiring chaperone no less completely than she was at other times the contemner of the commonplace. "So you leave us to-morrow, Mr. Elgar? I have just met Mr. Spence, and heard the news from him. I am glad you could find a moment to call. You are going to be very busy, I hear, for the rest of the winter." "I hope so," Elgar replied, walking across the room to fetch his half-empty teacup. "We shall look eagerly for the results of your work." For 10 minutes the conversation kept a rather flat course. Cecily only spoke when addressed by her aunt, then quite in her usual way. Elgar took the first opportunity to signal departure. When Cecily gave him her hand, it was with a moment's unfaltering look, a look very different from that which charmed everyday acquaintances at their coming and going, unlike anything man or woman had yet seen on her countenance. The faintest smile hovered above her lips as she said "Good-bye." Her steadfast eyes added the hope which there was no need to speak. When he was gone, Mrs. Lessingham sipped her tea in silence. Cecily moved about, and presently brought a book to her chair by the tea-table. "No doubt you had the advantage of hearing Mr. Elgar's projects detailed," said her aunt, with irony which presumed a complete understanding between them. "No." Cecily shook her head and smiled. "Curious how closely he and Mr. Marsh resemble each other at times." "Do you think so?" "Haven't you noticed it? There are differences, of course. Mr. Elgar is originally much better endowed, though at present I should think he is even less to be depended upon, either intellectually or morally. But they belong to the same species. What numbers of such young men I have met!" "What are the characteristics of the species, aunt?" Cecily inquired with a pleasant laugh. "I dare say you know them almost as well as I do. You might write an essay on the young man of promise of our day. I should be rather too severe. You would treat them with a lighter hand, and therefore more effectually." In speaking, she kept her eyes on the girl, who appeared to muse the subject with sportful malice. "I am not sure," said Cecily, "that Mr. Elgar would come into the essay." "You mean that his promise is too obviously delusive?" "Not exactly that. I rather think he should have an essay to himself." "Of what tendency?" asked Mrs. Lessingham, still closely observant. "Oh, it would need much meditation, but I think I could make it interesting." With another laugh, she dismissed the subject, nor did her aunt endeavour to revive it. The morrow was Sunday. Elgar knew at what time his train left for Salerno; the time-table was the same as for other days. Yet he lay in bed till nearly noon, till the train had long since started. No, he should not go to-day. It irked him to rise at all. He had not slept, his head was hot, and his hands shook nervously. Dressed, he sat down for a minute, and remained seated half an hour, gazing at the wall. When at length he left the house, he walked without seeing anything, stumbling against things and people. Of course he knew last night that there was no journey for him to-day. Promise? A promise is void when its fulfilment has become impossible. Very likely Mallard had a conviction that he would not come back at the appointed time. To-morrow, perhaps, and perhaps not even to-morrow. It had got beyond his control. He ate and returned to his room. Just now his need was physical repose, undisturbed indulgence of reverie. And the reverie of a man in his condition is a singular process. It consists of a small number of memories, forecasts, imaginings, repeated over and over again, till one would think the brain must weary itself beyond endurance. It can go on for many hours consecutively, and not only remain a sufficient and pleasurable employment, but render every other business repulsive, all but impossible. At evening there came a change. He was now unable to keep still. He went into town and exhausted himself with walking up and down the hilly streets. Society would have helped him, but he could find none. He would not go to the villa, still less could he visit the boarding-house. What a night! At times he moved about his room like one in frantic pain, finally flinging himself upon the bed and lying there till the impulse of his fevered mind broke the beginnings of sleep. Or he walked the length of the floor with measured step, 50 times, counting each time he turned, a sort of conscious insanity. Or he took his pocket-knife and drove the point into the flesh of his arm, satisfied when the pang became intolerable. Then again a loss of all control in mere frenzy, the desire to shout, to yell. Oh, good, happy, respectable people! How kindly did nature deal with you when she framed you to be placid and useful members of society, to fall becomingly in love at 25, and wait peacefully for marriage in the 9th year after, when your means are adequate, to see children grow up about you as your hairs grizzle, and witness in them the repetition of your own orderly youth. Right is it, right and good, that you should kneel at your bedsides and render thanks for the day of prose that has been granted you. In prose is your blessedness. Seek to know nothing else. Shun the poet and all his works as you do the devil, with whom you are theoretically so familiar. You might have been born with a core of fire in your bosoms, instead of that ingenuous organ which pumps the gentle current of life along your unfretted veins. Think of it, and render double thanks. Elgar was out of the house at sunrise. He went down to the Chiaia, loitered this way and that, always in the end turning towards Posillipo. He drank his coffee, but ate nothing, then again walked along the sea-front. Between 9 and 10 he turned into the upward road, and went with purpose towards Villa Sannazaro. End of Part 1, Chapter 8.
Part 1, Chapter 9 of The Emancipated. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Celine Major. The Emancipated by George Gissing. Chapter 9. In the Dead City. Though it was Sunday, Cecily resolved to go and spend the afternoon with Miriam. She was restless, and could not take pleasure in Mrs. Lessingham's conversation. Possibly her arrival at the villa would be anything but welcome, but she must see Miriam. She drove up by herself, and first of all saw the Spences. From them she learnt that Miriam, as usual on Sunday, was keeping her own room. "Do you think I may venture, Mrs. Spence?" "Go and announce yourself, my dear. If you are bidden avaunt, come back and cheer us old people with your brightness." So Cecily went with light step along the corridor, and with light fingers tapped at Miriam's room. The familiar voice bade her enter. Miriam was sitting near the window, on her lap a closed book. "May I?" "Of course you may," was the quiet answer. Cecily closed the door, came forward, and bent to kiss her friend. Then she glanced at the St. Cecilia, then examined herself for a moment in one of the mirrors, then took off her hat, mantle, and gloves. "I want to stay as long as your patients will suffer me." "Do so." "You avoid saying how long that is likely to be." "How can I tell?" "Oh, you have experience of me. You know how trying you find me in certain moods. To-day I am in a very strange mood indeed, very malicious, very wicked, and it is Sunday." Miriam did not seem to resent this. She looked away at the window, but smiled. Could Cecily have been aware how her face had changed when the door opened, she would not have doubted whether she was truly welcome. "What book is that, Miriam?" Cecily had been half afraid to ask. To her surprise, it proved to be Dante. "Do you read this on Sunday?" Miriam deigned no reply. The other, sitting just in front of her, took up the volume and rustled its leaves. "How far have you got? This pencil mark?" "Amor ciaca annul, amato amar perdona." She read the line in an undertone, slowly towards the close. Miriam's face showed a sudden and curious emotion. Glancing at the book, she said abruptly, "No, that's an old mark, a difficulty I had. I'm long past that." "So am I. Amor ciaca annul." Miriam stretched out her hand and took the volume with impatience. "I am at the end of this canto," she said, pointing. "Never mind it now. I should have thought you would have gone somewhere such a fine afternoon." "That sounds remarkably like a hint that patience is near its end." "I didn't mean it for that." "Then let us get a carriage and drive somewhere together, we two alone." Miriam shook her head. "Because it is Sunday?" asked Cecily, with a mischievous smile, leaning her head aside. "There is an understanding between us, Cecily. Don't break it." "But I told you my mood was wicked. I feel disposed to break any and every undertaking. I should like to fret and torment and offend you. I should like to ask you why I am allowed to enjoy the sunshine and you not. Oggi è festa! What a dreadful sound that must have in your ears, Miriam." "But they don't apply it to Sunday," returned the other, who seemed to resign herself to this teasing. "Indeed they do." With a sudden change in subject, Cecily added, "Your brother came to see us yesterday, to say good-bye." "Did he?" "It doesn't interest you. You care nothing where he goes or what he does. Nothing whatever, Miriam. He told me so. But I knew it already." "He told you so?" Miriam asked with cold surprise. "Yes. You are unkind. You are unnatural." "And you, Cecily, are childish. I never knew you so childish as to-day." "I warned you. He and I had a long talk before Aunt came home." "I'm sorry he should have thought it necessary to talk about himself." "What more natural, when he is beginning a new portion of life?" "Never mind, we won't speak of it. May I play you a new piece I have learnt?" "Do you mean of sacred music?" "Sacred? Why, all music is sacred. There are tunes and jinglings that I shouldn't call so, but neither do I call them music, just as I distinguish between bad and foolish verse, and poetry. Everything worthy of being called art is sacred. I shall keep telling you that till in self-defence you are forced to think about it. And now I shall play the piece whether you like it or not." She opened the piano. What she had in mind was one of the Moments musicaux of Schubert, a strain of exquisite melody which ceased too soon. Cecily sat for a few moments at the keyboard after she had finished, her head bent. Then she came and stood before Miriam. "Do you like it?" There was no answer. She looked steadily at the troubled face, and as it still kept averted from her, she laid her arms softly, half playfully, about Miriam's neck. "Why must there always be such a distance between us, Miriam dear? Even when I seem so near to you as this, what a deep, black gulf really separates us." "You were once on my side of it," said Miriam, her voice softened. "How did you pass to the other?" "How could I tell you? No one read me lectures, or taught me hard arguments. The change came insensibly, like passing out of a dream into the light of the morning. I followed where my nature led, and my thoughts about everything altered. I don't know how it might have been if I had lived on with you. But my happiness was not there." "Happiness!" murmured the other scornfully. "A word you won't understand. Yet to me it means much." "Who knows? Perhaps there may come a day when I shall look back upon it, and see it as empty of satisfaction as it now seems to you. But more likely that I shall live to look back in sorrow for its loss." The dialogue became such as they had held more than once of late, fruitless it seemed, only saddening to both. And Cecily was to-day saddened by it beyond her wont. Her excessive gaiety yielded to a dejection which passed indeed, but for a while made her very unlike herself, silent, with troubled eyes. "I had one valid excuse for coming to see you to-day," she said, when gaiety and dejection had both gone by. "Mr. and Mrs. Bradshaw seriously think of going to Rome at the end of next week, and they wish to have another day at Pompeii. They would like it so much if you would go with them. If you do, I also will. We shall make 4 for a carriage, and drive there and come back by train." "What day?" "To-morrow, if it be fine. Let me take them your assent?" Miriam agreed. On Monday morning, as arranged, she was driving down to Mergellina when, with astonishment, she saw her brother standing by the roadside, beckoning to her. The carriage stopped, and he came up to speak. "Where are you off to?" he asked. "You are still here?" "I haven't been well. Didn't feel able to go yesterday. I was just coming to see you." "Not well, Reuben? Why didn't you come before?" "I couldn't. I want to speak to you." "Where are you going?" She told him the plan for the day. Elgar turned aside and meditated. "I'll see you there, at Pompeii somewhere. It'll be on my way." "I had rather not go at all. I'll ask them to excuse me. Mrs. Lessingham will perhaps take my place, and—" "No, I will see you at Pompeii. I shall have no difficulty to find you." Miriam looked at him anxiously. "I don't wish you to meet us there, Reuben." "And I do wish. Let me have my way, Miriam. Say nothing about me, and let the meeting seem by chance." "I can't do that. You make yourself ridiculous after—" "Let me judge for myself. Go on, or you'll be late." She half rose, as if about to descend from the carriage. Elgar laid his hand on her arm and clutched it so strongly that she sank back and regarded him with a look of anger. "Miriam, do as I wish, dear. Be kind to me for this once. If you refuse, it will make no difference. Have some feeling for me. This one day, Miriam." Again she looked at him, and reflected. On account of the driver, though of course he could not understand them, they had subdued their voices, and Reuben's sudden action had not been noticeable. "This one piece of sisterly kindness," he pleaded. "It shall be as you wish," Miriam replied, her face cast down. "Thank you 1,000 times. Avanti, cochère." Scrutiny less keen than Miriam's could perceive that Cecily had not her usual pleasure in today's expedition. Even Mrs. Bradshaw, sitting over against her in the carriage, noticed that the girl's countenance lacked its natural animation, wore now and then a tired look. The lids hung a little heavily over the beautiful eyes, and the cheeks were a thought pale. When she forgot herself in conversation, Cecily was the same as ever, mirthful, brightly laughing, fervent in expressing delight. But her thoughts too often made her silent, and then one saw that she was not heart and soul in the present. It was another Cecily than on that day at Baiae. "She has been over-exciting herself since she came here," was Mrs. Bradshaw's mental remark. Miriam, anxiously observant, made a different interpretation, and was harassed with a painful conflict of thoughts. Jacob Bush Bradshaw had no eyes for these trivialities. He sat in the squared posture of a hearty Englishman, amusing himself with everything they passed on the road, self-congratulant on the knowledge and experience he had been storing, joking as often as he spoke. "The lad Marsh would have uncommonly liked an invitation to come with us to-day," he said, about midway in the drive. "What precious mischief we could have made by asking him, Hannah!" "There's no room for him, fortunately." "Oh yes, up on the box." His eye twinkled as he looked at Cecily. She questioned him. "Where would be the mischief, Mr. Bradshaw?" "He talks nonsense, my dear," interposed Mrs. Bradshaw. "Pay no attention to him." Miriam had heard now and then of Clifford Marsh. She met Jacob's smile, and involuntarily checked it by her gravity. "We might have asked the Denyers as well," said Cecily, "and have had another carriage, or gone by train." Mr. Bradshaw chuckled for some minutes at this proposal, but his wife would not allow him to pursue the jest. They lunched at the Hotel Diomede before entering the precincts of the ruins. Mr. Bradshaw had invariably a splendid appetite, and was by this time skilled in ordering the meals that suited him. The few phrases of Italian which he had appropriated were given forth ore rotundo, with Anglo-Saxon emphasis on the O's, and accompanied with large gestures. His mere appearance always sufficed to put landlords and waiters into their most urbane mood. They never failed to take him for one of the English nobility, a belief confirmed by the handsomeness of his gratuities. Mrs. Bradshaw was not, perhaps, the ideal lady of rank, but the fine self-satisfaction on her matronly visage, the good-natured disdain with which she allowed herself to be waited upon by foolish foreigners, her solid disregard of everything beyond the circle of her own party, were impressive enough, and exacted no little subservience. Strong in the experience of 2 former visits, Mr. Bradshaw would have no guide to-day. Murray in hand, he knew just what he wished to see again, and where to find it. As Miriam was at Pompeii for the first time, he took her especially under his direction, and showed her the city much as he might have led her over his silk mill in Manchester. Unimbued with history and literature, he knew nothing of the scholar's or the poet's enthusiasm. His gratification lay in exercising his solid intelligence on a lot of strange and often grotesque facts. Here men had lived 2,000 years ago. There was no mistake about it. You saw the deep ruts of their wheels along the rugged street. Nay, you saw the wearing of their very feet on the comically narrow pavements. And their life had been as different as possible from that of men in Manchester. Everything excited him to merriment. "Now this is the house of old Pansa, no doubt an ancestor of friend Sancho," with a twinkle in his eye. "We'll go over this carefully, Mrs. Baske. It's one of the largest and completest in Pompeii. Here we are in what they called the atrium." Cecily spoke seldom. Of course she would have preferred to be alone here with Miriam, best of all, or nearly so, if they could have made the same party as at Baiae. At times she lingered a little behind the others, and seemed deep in contemplation of some object, or she stood to watch the lizards darting about the sunny old walls. When all were enjoying the view from the top of Jupiter's temple, She gazed long towards the Sorrento promontory, the height of St. Angelo. "Amalfi is over on the far side," she said to Miriam. "They are both working there now." Miriam replied nothing. When they were in the Street of Tombs, Cecily again paused by the sepulchre of the priestess Mammia, whence there is a clear prospect across the bay towards the mountains. Turning back again, she heard a voice that made her tremble with delighted surprise. A wall concealed the speaker from her. She took a few quick steps, and saw Reuben Elgar shaking hands with the Bradshaws. He looked at her and came forward. She could not say anything, and was painfully conscious of the blood that rushed to her face. Never yet had she known this stress of heartbeats that made suffering of joy, and the misery of being unable to command herself under observant eyes. It was years since Elgar and the Bradshaws had met. As a boy he had often visited their house, but from the time of his leaving home at 16 to go to a boarding school, his acquaintance with them, as with all his other Manchester friends, practically ceased. They had often heard of him, too often in their opinion. Aware of his arrival at Naples, they had expressed no wish to see him. Still, now that he met them in this unexpected way, they could not but assume friendliness. Jacob, not on the whole intolerant, was willing enough to take the lad on his present merits. Reuben had the guise and manners of a gentleman, and perhaps was grown out of his reprobate habits. Mr. Bradshaw and his wife could not but notice Cecily's agitation at the meeting. They exchanged wondering glances, and presently found an opportunity for a few words apart. What was going on? How had these two young folks become so intimate? Well, it was no business of theirs. Lucky that Mrs. Baske was one of the company. And why should Cecily disguise that now only was her enjoyment of the day begun? That only now had the sunshine its familiar brightness, the ancient walls and ways their true enchantment? She did not at once become more talkative, but the shadow had passed utterly from her face, and there was no more listlessness in her movements. "I have stopped here on my way to join Mallard," was all Reuben said in explanation of his presence. All kept together. Mr. Bradshaw resumed his interest in antiquities, but did not speak so freely about them as before. "Your brother knows a good deal more about these things than I do, Mrs. Baske," he remarked. "He shall give us the benefit of his Latin." Miriam resolutely kept her eyes alike from Reuben and from Cecily. Hitherto her attention to the ruins had been intermittent, but occasionally she had forgotten herself so far as to look and ponder. Now she saw nothing. Her mind was gravely troubled. She wished only that the day were over. As for Elgar, he seemed to the Bradshaws singularly quiet, modest, inoffensive. If he ventured a suggestion or a remark, it was in a subdued voice and with the most pleasant manner possible. He walked for a time with Mrs. Bradshaw, and accommodated himself with much tact to her way of regarding foreign things, whether ancient or modern. In a short time all went smoothly again. Not since they shook hands had Elgar and Cecily encountered each other's glance. They looked at each other often, very often, but only when the look could not be returned. They exchanged not a syllable. Yet both knew that at some approaching moment, for them the supreme moment of this day, their eyes must meet. Not yet, not casually, and whilst others regarded them. The old ruins would be kind. It was in the house of Meleager. They had walked among the coloured columns, and had visited the inner chamber, where upon the wall is painted the Judgment of Paris. Mr. Bradshaw passed out through the narrow doorway, and his voice was dulled. Miriam passed with him, and close after her Mrs. Bradshaw. Reuben seemed to draw aside for Cecily, but she saw his hand extended towards her. It held a spray of maidenhair that he had just gathered. She took it, or would have taken it, but her hand was closed in his. "I have stayed only to see you again," came panting from his lips. "I could not go till I had seen you again." And before the winged syllables had ceased, their eyes met. Nor their eyes alone, for upon both was the constraint of passion that leaps like flame to its desire. Mouth to mouth and heart to heart, for one instant, that concentrated all the joy of being. What hand, centuries ago crumbled into indistinguishable dust, painted that parable of the youth making his award to love? What eyes gazed upon it, when this was a home of man and woman warm with life, listening all day long to the music of uttered thoughts? Dark buried, whilst so many ages of history went by, thrown open for the sunshine to rest upon its pallid antiquity, again had this chamber won a place in human hearts, witnessed the birth of joy and hope, blended itself with the destiny of mortals. He who pictured Paris dreamt not of these passionate lips and their unborn language, knew not that he wrought for a world hidden so far in time. Though his white-limbed goddess fade ghost-like, the symbol is as valid as ever. Did not her wan beauty smile youthful again in the eyes of these her latest worshippers? And they went forth among the painted pillars, once more shunning each other's look. It was some minutes before Cecily knew that her fingers still crushed the spray of maidenhair. Then she touched it gently, and secreted it within her glove. It must be dead when she reached home, but that mattered nothing. Would it not remain the sign of something deathless? She believed so. In her vision the dead city had a new and wonderful life. It lay glorious in the light of heaven, its straight ways fit for the treading of divinities, its barren temples reconsecrate with song and sacrifice. She believed there was that within her soul which should survive all change and hazard. Survive it might be, even this warm flesh that it was hard not to think immortal. She sought Miriam's side, took her hand, held it playfully as they walked on together. "Why do you look at me so sadly, Miriam?" "I did not mean to." "Yet you do. Let me see you smile once to-day." But Miriam's smile was sadder than her grave look. End of chapter 9. Read by Celine Major.
Part 1, Chapter 10 of The Emancipated. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. The Emancipation by George Gissing. Chapter 10, The Declaration. It was true enough that Clifford Marsh would have relished an invitation to accompany that party of 4 to Pompeii. For one thing, he was beginning to have a difficulty in passing his days. If the present state of things prolonged itself, his position might soon resemble that of Mr. Musselwhite. But chiefly would he have welcomed the prospect of spending some hours in the society of Miss Doran, and under circumstances which would enable him to shine. Clifford had begun to nurse a daring ambition. Allowing his vanity to caress him into the half-belief that he was really making a noble stand against the harshness of fate, he naturally spent much time in imagining how other people regarded him. Above all, what figure he made in the eyes of Miss Doran. There could be no doubt that she knew, at all events, the main items of his story. Was it not certain that they must make some appeal to her of sympathies? His air of graceful sadness could not but lead her to muse as often as she observed it. He had contemplated himself in the mirror, and each time with reassurance on this point. Why should the attractions which had been potent with Madeline fail to engage the interest of this younger and more emotional girl? Miss Doran was far beyond Madeline in beauty, and, there was every reason to believe, had the substantial gifts of fortune which Madeline altogether lacked. It was a bold thing to turn his eye to her with such a thought, circumstances considered, but the boldness was characteristic of Marsh, with whom at all times self-esteem had the force of an irresistible argument. He was incapable of passion, just as he had made a pretense of pursuing art because of a superficial cleverness and a liking for ease and the various satisfactions of his vanity in such a career. So did he now permit his mind to be occupied with Cecily Doran. Not because her qualities blinded him to all other considerations, but in pleasant yielding to a temptation of his fancy, which made a lively picture of many desirable things, and flattered him into thinking that they were not beyond his reach. For the present he could do nothing but wait, supporting his pose of placid martyrdom. Wait and watch every opportunity. There would arrive a moment when seeming recklessness might advance him far on the way to triumph. And yet he never for a moment regarded himself as a schemer endeavouring to compass vulgar ends by machination. He had the remarkable faculty of viewing himself in an ideal light, even whilst conscious that so many of his claims were mere pretence. Men such as Clifford Marsh do not say to themselves, "What a humbug I am!" When driven to face their conscience, it speaks to them rather in this way: "You are a fellow of fine qualities, altogether out of the common way of men. A pity that conditions do not allow you to be perfectly honest, but people in general are so foolish that you would get no credit for your superiority if you did not wear a little tinsel, practice a few harmless affections. Some day your difficulties will be at an end, and then you can afford to show yourself in a simpler guise." When he looked in the glass, Clifford admired himself without reserve. When he talked freely, he applauded his own cleverness, and thought it the most natural thing that other people should do so. When he meditated abandoning Madeline, his sincere view of the matter was that she had proved herself unworthy, however sensible her attitude. A girl had no right to put such questions to her lover as she had done, to injure his self-love. When he plotted with himself to engage Cecily's interest, he said that it was the course any lover would have pursued. And in the end, he really persuaded himself that he was in love with her. Yet none the less he thought of Madeline with affection. He was piqued that she made no effort to bring him back to her feet. To be sure, her mother's behaviour probably implied Madeline's desire of reconciliation, but he wished her to make personal overtures. He would have liked to see her approach him with humble eyes, not troubling himself to debate how he should act in that event. With Mrs. Denyer he was once more on terms of apparent friendliness, though he held no private dialogue with her. He was willing that she should suppose him gradually coming over to her views. Barbara and Zillah showed constraint when he spoke with them, but this he affected not to perceive. Only with Madeline he did not converse. Her air of unconcernedness at length proved too much for his patience, and so it came about that Madeline received by post a letter addressed in Clifford's hand. She took it to her bedroom and broke the envelope with agitation. "Your behaviour is heartless. Just when I am in deep distress, and need all possible encouragement in the grave struggle upon which I have entered, for I need not tell you that I am resolved to remain an artist, you desert me, and do your best to show that you are glad at being relieved of all concern on my account. It is well for me that I see the result of this test, but I venture to think not every woman would have chosen your course. I shall very shortly leave Naples. It will no doubt complete your satisfaction to think of me toiling friendless in London. Remember this as my farewell. C.M." The next morning Clifford received what he expected, a reply, also sent by post. It was written in the clearest and steadiest hand on superfine paper. "I am sorry you should have repeated your insult in a written form. I venture to think that not every man would have followed this course. For myself, it is well indeed that I see the result of the test to which you have been exposed, but I shall say and think no more of it. As you leave soon, I would suggest we should be on the terms of ordinary acquaintances for the remaining time. The present state of things is both disagreeable and foolish. It will always seem to me a very singular thing that you should have continued to live in this house, but that of course was in your own discretion. M.D." This was on the morning when Cecily and her companions went to Pompeii. Toward luncheon time Clifford entered the drawing-room, and there found Mrs. Lessingham in conversation with Madeline. The former looked towards him in a way which seemed to invite his approach. "Another idle morning, Mr. Marsh," was her greeting. "I had a letter at breakfast that disturbed me," he replied, seating himself away from Madeline. "I am sorry to hear that." "Mr. Marsh is very easily disturbed," said Madeline, in a light tone of many possible meanings. "Yes," admitted Clifford, leaning back and letting his head droop a little. "I can seldom do anything when I am not quite at ease in mind. Rather a misfortune, but not an uncommon one with artists." The conversation turned on this subject for a few minutes, Madeline taking part in it in a way that showed her resolve to act as she had recommended in her note. Then Mrs. Lessingham rose and left the two together. Madeline seemed also about to move. She followed the departing lady with her eyes, and at length, as though adding a final remark, said to Clifford, "There are several things you have been so kind as to lend me that I must return before you go, Mr. Marsh. I will make a parcel of them, and a servant shall take them to your room." "Thank you." Since the quarrel, Madeline had not worn her ring of betrothal, but this was the first time she had spoken of returning presents. "I am sorry you have had news that disturbed you," she continued, as if in calm friendliness, "but I dare say it is something you will soon forget. In future, you probably won't think so much of little annoyances." "Probably not." She smiled and walked away, stopping to glance at a picture before she left the room. Clifford was left with knitted brows and uneasy mind. He had not believed her capable of this sedateness. For some reason, Madeline had been dressing herself with unusual care of late, the result, in fact, of frequent observation of Cecily, and just now as he entered it had struck him that she was after all very pretty, that no one could impugn his taste in having formerly chosen her. His reference to her letter was a concession, made on the moment's impulse. Her rejecting it so unmistakably looked serious. Had she even ceased to be jealous? In the course of the afternoon, one of Mrs. Gluck's servants deposited a parcel in his chamber. When he found it, he bit his lips. Indeed, things looked serious at last. He passed the hours till dinner in rather comfortless solitude. But at dinner he was opposite Cecily, and he thought he had never seen her so brilliant. Perhaps the day in the open air, there was a fresh breeze, had warmed the exquisite colour of her cheeks and given her eyes an even purer radiance than of wont. The dress she wore was not new to him, but its perfection made stronger appeal to his senses than previously. How divine were the wreaths and shadowings of her hair! With what gracile loveliness did her neck bend as she spoke to Mrs. Lessingham! What hand ever shone with more delicate beauty than hers in the offices of the meal? It pained him to look at Madeline and make comparison. Moreover, Cecily met his glance and smiled with adorable frankness. From that moment he rejoiced at what had taken place to-day. It had left him his complete freedom. Good. He had given Madeline a final chance, and she had neglected it. In every sense he was at liberty to turn his thoughts elsewhither, and now he felt that he had even received encouragement. "We had an unexpected meeting with Mr. Elgar," were Cecily's words, when she spoke to her aunt of the day's excursion. Mrs. Lessingham showed surprise, and noticed that Cecily kept glancing over the columns of a newspaper she had carelessly taken up. "At Pompeii?" "Yes, in the Street of Tombs. For some reason he had delayed his journey." "I'm not surprised." "Why? Delay is one of his characteristics, isn't it?" returned the elder lady with unaccustomed tartness. "A minor branch of the root of inefficiency." "I'm afraid so." Cecily laughed, and began to read aloud an amusing passage from the paper. Her aunt put forth no further question, but after dinner sought Mrs. Bradshaw, and had a little talk on the subject. Mrs. Bradshaw allowed herself no conjectures. In her plain way she merely confirmed what Cecily had said, adding that Elgar had taken leave of them at the railway station. Possibly Mrs. Baske knew that her brother would be there? Surmised Mrs. Lessingham, as though the point were of no moment. Oh no, not a bit. She was astonished. "Or seemed so," was Mrs. Lessingham's inward comment, as she smiled acquiescence. "He has impressed me agreeably," she continued, "but there's a danger that he will never do justice to himself." "I don't put much faith in him myself," said Mrs. Bradshaw, meaning nothing more by the phrase than that she considered Reuben a ne'er-do-well. The same words would have expressed her lack of confidence in a servant subjected to some suspicion. Mrs. Lessingham was closely observant of her niece this evening, and grew confirmed in distrust, in solicitude. Cecily was more than ever unlike herself. Whimsical, abstracted, nervous, she flushed at an unexpected sound, could not keep the same place for more than a few minutes. Much before the accustomed hour, she announced her retirement for the night. "Let me feel your pulse," said Mrs. Lessingham, as if in jest, when the girl approached her. Cecily permitted it, half averting her face. "My child, you are feverish." "A little, I believe, aunt. It will pass by the morning." "Let us hope so. But I don't like that kind of thing at Naples. I trust you haven't had a chill." "Oh dear, no. I was never better in my life." "Yet with fever? Go to bed. Very likely I shall look into your room in the night. Cecily." It stopped her at her door. She turned and took a step back. Mrs. Lessingham moved toward her. "You haven't forgotten anything that you wish to say to me?" "Forgotten? No, dear aunt." "It just came back to my mind that you were on the point of saying something a little while ago, and I interrupted you." "No. Good night." Mrs. Lessingham did enter the girl's room something after midnight, carrying a dim taper. Cecily was asleep, but lay as though fatigue had overcome her after much restless moving upon the pillow. Her face was flushed, one of her hands, that on the coverlet, kept closing itself with a slight spasm. The visitor drew apart and looked about the chamber. Her eyes rested on a little writing desk which lay a directed envelope. She looked at it, and found it was addressed to a French servant of theirs in Paris, an excellent woman who loved Cecily, and to whom the girl had promised to write from Italy. The envelope was closed, but it could contain nothing of importance. It was merely an indication of Cecily's abiding kindness. By this lay a small book, from the pages of which protruded a piece of white paper. Mrs. Lessingham took up the volume, it was Shelley, and found that the paper within it was folded about a spray of maidenhair, and bore the inscription, House of Meleager, Pompeii, Monday, December 8th, 1878. Over this the inquisitive lady mused, until a motion of Cecily caused her to restore things rapidly to their former condition. A movement and a deep sigh, but Cecily did not awake. Mrs. Lessingham again drew softly near her, and, without letting the light fall directly upon her face, looked at her for a long time. She whispered feelingly, "Poor girl, poor child!" then, with a sigh almost as deep as that of the slumberer, withdrew. In the morning, Cecily was already dressed when a servant brought letters to the sitting-room. There were 3, and one of them, addressed to herself, had only the Naples postmark. She went back to her bedroom with it. After breakfast, Mrs. Lessingham spoke for a while of news contained in her correspondence, then all of a sudden asked, "You hadn't any letters?" "Yes, aunt, one." "My child, you are far from well this morning. The fever hasn't gone, your face burns." "Yes." "May I ask from whom the letter was?" "I have it here. To show you." A choking of her voice broke the sentence. She held out the letter. Mrs. Lessingham found the following lines: "Dear Cecily, I have of course returned to Naples, and I earnestly hope I may see you between 10 and 11 to-morrow morning. I must see you alone. You cannot reply. I will come and send my name in the ordinary way. Yours ever, R. Elgar." Mrs. Lessingham looked up. Cecily, who was standing before her, now met her gaze steadily. "The meaning of this is plain enough," said her aunt, with a careful repression of feeling. "But I am at a loss to understand how it has come about." "I cannot tell you, aunt. I cannot tell myself." Cecily's true accents once more. It was as though she had recovered all her natural self-command now that the revelation was made. The flush still possessed her cheeks, but she had no look of embarrassment. She spoke in a soft murmur, but distinctly, firmly. "I am afraid that is only too likely, dear. Come and sit down, little girl, and tell me at all events something about it." "Little girl?" repeated Cecily, with a sweet, affectionate smile. "No, that is gone by, aunt." "I thought so myself the other day, but I suppose you have met Mr. Elgar several times at his sister's, and have said nothing to me about it?" "That would not have been my usual behaviour, I hope. When did I deceive you, aunt?" "Never that I know. Where have you met them?" "Only at the times and places of which you know." "Where did you give Mr. Elgar the right to address you in this matter?" "Only yesterday. I think you mustn't ask me more than that, aunt." "I am afraid your companions were rather lacking in discretion," said the other, in a tone of annoyance. "No, not in the sense you attach to the words. But, aunt, you are speaking as if I were a little girl, to be carefully watched at every step." Mrs. Lessingham mused, looking absently at the letter. She paid no heed to her niece's last words, but at length said with decision, "Cecily, this meeting cannot take place." The girl replied with a look of uttermost astonishment. "It is impossible, dear. Mr. Elgar should not have written you like this. He should have addressed himself to other people." "Other people? But you don't understand, aunt. I cannot explain to you. I expected this letter, and we must see each other." Her voice trembled, failed. "Shall you not treat my wish with respect, Cecily?" "Will you explain to me all that you do wish, aunt?" "Certainly. It is true that you are not a French girl, and I have no desire to regard you as though we were a French aunt and niece talking of the subject in the conventional way. But you are very young, dear, and most decidedly it behoved Mr. Elgar to bear in mind both his and your position. You have no parents, unhappily, but you know that Mr. Mallard is legally appointed the guardian of your interests, and I trust you know also that I am deeply concerned in all that affects you. Let us say nothing, one way or another, of what has happened. Since it has happened, it was Mr. Elgar's duty to address himself to me, or Mr. Mallard, before making private appointments with you. Aunt, you can see that this letter is written so as to allow of my showing it to you." I have noticed that, of course. It makes Mr. Elgar's way of proceeding seem still more strange to me. He is good enough to ask you to relieve him of what he thinks." "You misunderstand him, aunt, entirely. I cannot explain it to you. Only trust me, I beg, to do what I know to be right. It is necessary that I should speak with Mr. Elgar. Do not pain me by compelling me to say more. Afterwards he will wish to see you, I know. Please to remember, dear, it astonishes me that you forget it, that I have a responsibility to Mr. Mallard. I have no legal charge of you. With every reason, Mr. Mallard may reproach me if I countenance what is impossible for him to approve." Cecily searched the speaker's face. "Do you mean," she asked gravely, "that Mr. Mallard will disapprove what I have done?" "I can say nothing on that point, but I am very sure he would not approve of this meeting if he could know what was happening. I must communicate with him at once. Unless he comes or writes, it is your duty, my dear, to decline this interview. Believe me, it is your duty." Mrs. Lessingham spoke more earnestly than she had ever done to her niece. Indeed, earnest speech was not frequent upon her lips when she talked with Cecily. In spite of the girl's nature, there had never existed between them warmer relations than those of fondness and interest on one side, and gentleness with respect on the other. Cecily was well aware of this something lacking in their common life. She had wished, not seldom these last 2 years, to supply the want, but found herself unable, and grew conscious that her aunt gave all it was in her power to bestow. For this very reason she found it impossible to utter herself in the present juncture as she could have done to a mother, as she could have done to Miriam. Impossible likewise to insist on her heart's urgent desire, though she knew not how she should forbear it. To refuse compliance would have been something more than failure in dutifulness. She would have felt it as harshness, and perhaps injustice, to one with whom she involuntarily stood on terms of ceremony. "May I write a reply to this letter?" she asked, after a silence. "I had rather you allowed me to speak for you to Mr. Elgar. To write and to see him are the same thing. Surely you can forget yourself for a moment and regard this from my point of view." "I don't know how far you may be led by your sense of responsibility. Remember that you have insisted to me on your prejudice against Mr. Elgar." "Vainly enough," returned the other with a smile. "If you prefer it, I will myself write a line to be given to Mr. Elgar when he calls. Of course, you shall see what I write." Cecily turned away, and stood in struggle with herself. She had not foreseen a conflict of this kind. Surprise and probably vexation she was prepared for. Irony, argument, she was quite ready to face. But it had not entered her mind that Mrs. Lessingham would invoke authority to oppose her. Such a step was alien to all the habits of their intercourse, to the spirit of her education. She had deemed herself a woman, and free. What else could result from Mrs. Lessingham's method of training and developing her? This dissolution gave a shock to her self-respect. She suffered from a sense of shame. With difficulty she subdued resentment and impulses yet more rebellious. It was ignoble to debate in this way concerning that of which she could not yet speak formally with her own mind; to contend like an insubordinate schoolgirl, when the point at issue was the dearest interest of her womanhood. "I think, aunt," she said in a changed voice, speaking as though her opinion had been consulted in the ordinary way, "it will be better for you to see Mr. Elgar, if you are willing to do so." "Quite." "But I must ask you to let him know exactly why I have not granted his request. You will tell him, if you please, just what has passed between us. If that does not seem consistent with your duty or dignity, then I had rather you wrote." "Neither my duty nor my dignity is likely to suffer, Cecily," replied her aunt with an ironical smile. "Mr. Elgar shall know the simple state of the case, and I will forthwith write to Mr. Mallard." "Thank you." There was no further talk between them. Mrs. Lessingham sat down to write. With the notepaper before her and pen in hand, she was a long time before she began. She propped her forehead and seemed lost in reflection. Cecily, who stood by the window, glanced toward her several times, and in the end went to her own room. Mrs. Lessingham's letter was not yet finished when a servant announced Elgar's arrival. He was at once admitted. On seeing who was to receive him, he made an instant's pause before coming forward. There was merely a bow on both sides. Elgar knew well enough in what mood this lady was about to converse with him. He did not like her, and partly, no doubt, because he had discerned her estimate of his character, his faculties. That she was alone in the room gave him no surprise, though it irritated him and inflamed his impatience. He would have had her speak immediately and to the point, that he might understand his position. Mrs. Lessingham, quite aware of his perfervid state of mind, had pleasure in delaying. Her real feeling towards him was anything but unfriendly. Had it been possible, she would have liked to see much of him, to enjoy his talk. Young men of this stamp amused her, and made strong appeal to certain of her sympathies. But those very sympathies enabled her to judge him with singular accuracy, aided as she was by an outline knowledge of his past. Her genuine affection for Cecily made her, now that the peril had declared itself, his strenuous adversary. For Cecily to marry Reuben Elgar would be a catastrophe, nothing less. She was profoundly convinced of this, and the best elements of her nature came out in the resistance she was determined to make. A less worthy ground of vexation against Elgar might probably be attributed to her. Skilful in judging men, she had not the same insight where her own sex was concerned, and in the case of Cecily she was misled, or rather misled herself, with curious persistence. Possibly some slight vague fear had already touched her when she favoured Mrs. Spence with the description of her "system." Not impossibly she felt the need of reassuring herself by making clear her attitude to one likely to influence with Cecily. It was not to be wondered at that she felt annoyed with the man who, at a touch, made the elaborate structure collapse like a bubble. She imagined Mrs. Spence's remarks when she came to hear of what had happened, her fine smile to her husband. The occurrence was mortifying. "Miss Doran has put into my hands a letter she received from you this morning, Mr. Elgar." Reuben waited. Mrs. Lessingham had not invited him to sit down. She also stood. "You probably wished me to learn its contents?" "Yes. I am glad you have read it." "It didn't occur to you that Miss Doran might find the task you imposed upon her somewhat trying?" Elgar was startled. Just as little Cecily had he pondered the details of the situation. Mere frenzy possessed him, and he acted as desire bade. Had Cecily been embarrassed? Was she annoyed at his not proceeding with formality? He had never thought of her in the light of conventional obligations, and even now could not bring himself to do so. "Did Miss Doran wish me to be told that?" he asked bluntly, in unconsidered phrase. "Miss Doran's wish is, that no further step shall be taken by either of you until her guardian, Mr. Mallard, has been communicated with." "She will not see me?" "She thinks it better neither to see you nor write. I am bound to tell you that this is the result of my advice. Her own intention was to do as you request in this letter." "What harm would there have been in that, Mrs. Lessingham? Why mayn't I see her?" "I really think Miss Doran must be allowed to act as seems best to her. It is quite enough that I tell you what she has decided." "But that is not her decision," broke out Elgar, moving impetuously. "That is simply the result of your persuasion, of your authority. Why may I not see her?" "For reasons which would be plain enough to any but a very thoughtless young gentleman. I can say no more." Her caustic tone was not agreeable. Elgar winced under it, and had much ado to restrain himself from useless vehemence. "Do you intend to write Mr. Mallard to day?" he asked. "I will write to day." Expostulation and entreaty seemed of no avail. Elgar recognized the situation, and with a grinding of his teeth, kept down the horrible pain he suffered. His only comfort was that Mallard would assuredly come post haste. He would arrive by to-morrow evening. But 2 days of this misery? Mrs. Lessingham was gratified with his look as he departed. She had supplied him with abundant matter for speculation, yet had fulfilled her promise to Cecily. She finished her letter, then went to Cecily's room. The girl sat unoccupied and listened without replying. That day she took her meals in private, scarcely pretending to eat. Her face kept its flush, and her hands remained feverishly hot. Till late at night she sat in the same chair, now and then opening a book, but unable to read. She spoke only a word or two when it was necessary. The same on the day that followed. Seldom moving, seldomer speaking, she suffered and waited. End of chapter 10. Part 1, Chapter 11 of The Emancipated. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kay Hand. The Emancipated by George GISSING. Chapter 11, The Appeal to Authority. Hic intus homo verus certus optimus recumbo, Publius Octavius Rufus Decuno. Mallard stood reading this inscription, graven on an ancient sarcophagus preserved in the cathedral of Amalfi. A fool, probably, that excellent Rufus, he said to himself, but what a happy fool! Unborn as yet, or to him unknown, the faith that would have bidden him write himself a miserable sinner, what he deemed himself in life, what perchance his friends and neighbours deemed him, why not declare it upon the marble when he rested from all his virtues? Here lie I, Ross Mallard, who can say no good of myself, yet have as little right to say ill, who had no faith whereby to direct my steps, yet often felt that some such was needful, who spent all my strength on a task which I knew to be vain, who suffered much and joyed rarely, whose happiest day was his last. Somehow like that it would run, if he were to write his own epitaph at present. The quiet of the dim sanctuary was helpful to such self-communing. He relished being alone again, and after an hour's brooding had recovered at all events a decent balance of thought, a respite from madness in melancholy. But he could not employ himself, could not even seek the relief of bodily exertion. His mind grew sluggish, and threw a lassitude upon his limbs. The greater part of the day he spent in his room at the hotel, merely idle. This time he had no energy to attack himself with adjurations and sarcasms. Body and soul were oppressed with uttermost fatigue, and for a time must lie torpid. Fortunately he was sure of sleep to-night. The bell of the cathedral might clang its worst, and still not rob him of the just oblivion. The next day he strayed into the hills, and there in solitude faced the enemy in his heart, bidding misery do its worst. In imagination he followed Reuben Elgar to Naples, saw him speed to Villa Sannazaro, where as likely as not he would meet Cecily. Mallard had no tangible evidence of its being Reuben's desire to see Cecily, but he was none the less convinced that for no other reason had his companion set forth. And jealousy tormented him sorely. It was his first experience of this cruelest passion. What hitherto had been only a name to him, and of ignoble sound, became a disease clutching at his vitals. It taught him fierceness, injustice, base suspicion, brutal conjecture. It taught him that of which all these are constituents, hatred. But it did not constrain him to any unworthy action. The temptation that passed through his mind when he looked from the balcony on the carriage that was to convey Elgar did not return, or only as bitter desire, impossible of realization. Distant from Naples he must remain, awaiting whatsoever might happen. Ah, bright, gentle, sweet-faced Cecily! Inconceivable to her this suffering that lay upon her friend. How it would pain her if she knew of it! With what sad, wondering tenderness her eyes would regard him! How kindly would she lay her soft hand in his, and entreat him to be comforted! If he asked her, would she not give him that hand, to be his always? Perhaps, in her gentleness she would submit to this change, and do her best to love him, and in return he would give her gruff affection, removal from the life to which she was accustomed, loneliness, his uncertain humours, his dubious reputation. How often most he pictured these results, and convinced himself of the impossibility of anything of the kind. He knew her better than did Mrs. Lessingham, oh, far better. He had detected in her deep eyes the sleeping passion, some day to awake with suddenness, and make the whole world new to her. He knew how far from impossible it was that Reuben Elgar should be the prince to break her charmed slumber. There was the likeness and the unlikeness, common to both that temperament of enthusiasm. On the one hand, Cecily with her unsullied maidenhood, and on the other, Elgar with his reckless experiences, contrasts which so commonly have a mutual attraction. There was the singularity of their meeting after years, and seeing each other in such a new light, the interest, the curiosity inevitably resulting. What likelihood that any distrust would mingle with Cecily's warmth of feeling were that feeling once excited? He knew her too well. How Mrs. Lessingham regarded Elgar he did not know. He had no confidence in that lady's discretion. He thought it not improbable that she would speak of Reuben to Cecily in the very way she should not, making him an impressive figure. Then again, what part was Mrs. Baske likely to have in such a situation? Could she be relied upon to represent her brother unfavourably, with the right colour of unfavourableness? Or was it not rather to be feared that the thought of Cecily's influence might tempt her to encourage what otherwise she might have condemned? He retraced in memory that curious dialogue he had held with Miriam on the drive back from Baiae. Could he gather from it any hint of her probable behaviour? By a sudden revulsion of mind, Mallard became aware that in the long fit of brooding just gone by, he had not been occupied with Cecily at all. Busying his thoughts with Mrs. Baske, he had slipped into a train of meditation already begun on the evening in question, after the drive with her. What was Mrs. Baske's true history? How had she come to marry the man of whom Elgar's phrases had produced such a hateful image? What was the state, in very deed, of her mind at present? What awaited her in the future? It was curious that Mrs. Baske's face was much more recoverable by his mind's eye than Cecily's. In fact, to see Miriam cost him no effort at all. Equally at will, he heard the sound of her voice. There were times when Cecily, her look and utterance, visited him very clearly, but this was when he did not wish to be reminded of her. If he endeavoured to make her present, as a rule the picturing faculty was irresponsive. Welcome reverie! If only he could continue to busy himself with idle speculation concerning the strange young Puritan, and so find relief from the anguish that beset him. Suppose now he set himself to imagine Miriam in unlikely situations. What if she somehow fell into poverty, was made absolutely dependent on her own efforts? Suppose she suffered cruelly what so many women have to suffer: toil, oppression, solitude. What would she become? Not, he suspected, a meek martyr, anything but that, Miriam Baske. And how magnificent to see her flash out into revolt against circumstances! Then indeed she would be interesting. Nay, suppose she fell in love, desperately, with grim fate against her. For somehow this came more easily to the fancy than the thought of her loving obstacle. Presumably she had never loved; her husband was out of the question. Would she pass her life without that experience? One thing could be affirmed with certainty: if she lost her heart to a man, it would not be to a Puritan. He could conceive her being attacked by a strong and somewhat rude fellow, a despiser of conventionalities, without religion, a man of brains and blood, one whose look could overwhelm her with tumultuous scorn, and whose hand, if need be, could crush her life out at a blow. Why not, however, a highly polished gentleman, critical, keen of speech, deeply read, brilliant in conversation, at once man of the world and scholar? Might not that type have power over her? In a degree, but not so decidedly as the intellectual brute. Pshaw! What brain sickness was this? What was he fallen to? Yet it did what nothing else would, amused him for a few minutes in his pain. He recurred to it several times, and always successfully. Sunday came. This evening would see Elgar back again. No doubt of his return had yet entered his mind. Whether Reuben would in reality settle to some kind of work was a different question. But of course he would come back, if it were only to say that he had kept his promise, but found he must set off again to some place or other. Mallard dreaded his coming. News of some kind he would bring, and Mallard's need was of silence. If he indeed remained here, the old irritation would revive, and go on from day to day. Impossible that they should live together long. It was pretty certain by what train he would journey from Naples to Salerno, easy therefore to calculate the probable hour of his arrival at Amalfi. When that hour drew near, Mallard set out to walk a short distance along the road to meet him. Unlike the Sorrento side of the promontory, the mountains here rise suddenly and boldly out of the sea, towering to craggy eminences, moulded and cleft into infinite variety of slope and precipice, bastion and gorge. Cut upon the declivity, often at vast sheer height above the beach, the road follows the curving of the hills. Now and then it makes a deep loop inland, on the sides of an impassable chasm, and set in each of these recesses is a little town, white gleaming amid its orchard verdure, with quaint and many-coloured campanile, with the semblance of a remote time. Far up on the heights are other gleaming specks, villages which seem utterly beyond the traffic of man, solitary for ever in sun or mountain mist. Mallard paid little heed to the things about him. He walked on, watching for a vehicle, listening for the tread of horses. Sometimes he could see the white road track miles away, and he strained his eyes in observing it. Twice or thrice he was deceived. A carriage came towards him, and with agitation he waited to see its occupants, only to be disappointed by strange faces. There are few things more pathetic than persistency in hope due to ignorance of something that has befallen beyond our ken. It is one of those instances of the irony inherent in human fate which move at once to tears and bitter laughter. The waste of emotion, the involuntary folly, the cruel deception caused by a limit of faculties. How they concentrate into an hour or a day the essence of life itself. He walked on, as well do this as go back and loiter fretfully at the hotel. He got as far as the Capo d'Orso, the headland halfway between Amalfi and Salerno, and there sat down by the wayside to rest. From this point Salerno was first visible, in the far distance, between the sea and the purple Apennines. Either Elgar was not coming, or he had lingered long between the two portions of his journey. Mallard turned back. If the carriage came, it would overtake him. He plodded slowly, the evening falling around him in still loveliness, fragrance from the groves of orange and lemon spread on every motion of the air. And if he did not come? That must have some strange meaning. In any case, he must surely write. And 10 to 1 his letter would be a lie. What was to be expected of him but a lie? Monday, Tuesday, and now Wednesday morning. Hitherto not even a letter. When it was clear that Elgar had disregarded his promise, and, for whatever reason, did not even seek to justify or excuse himself, there came upon Mallard a strong mood of scorn, which for some hours enabled him to act as though all his anxiety were at an end. He set himself a piece of work. A flash of the familiar energy traversed his mind. He believed that at length his degradation was over, and that, come what might, he could now face it sturdily. Mere self-deception, of course. The sun veiled itself, and hope was as far as ever. Never before had he utterly lost the power of working. In every struggle he had speedily overcome, and found in work the one unfailing resource. If he were robbed of this, what stay had life for him henceforth? He could not try to persuade himself that his suffering would pass, sooner or later, and time grant him convalescence. The blackness ahead was too profound. He fell again into torpor and let the days go as they would. He cared not. But this morning brought him a letter. At first glance he was surprised by a handwriting which was not Elgar's. Recollecting himself, he knew it for that of Mrs. Lessingham. Dear Mr. Mallard, it grieves me to be obliged to send you disquieting news so soon after your departure from Naples, but I think you will agree with me that I have no choice but to write of something that has this morning come to my knowledge. You have no taste for roundabout phrases, so I will say at once, in plain words, that Cecily and Mr. Elgar have somehow contrived to fall in love with each other, or to imagine that they have done so, which, as regards results, unfortunately amounts to the same thing. I cannot learn by what process it came about, but I am assured by Cecily, in words of becoming vagueness, that they plighted troth, or something of that kind, yesterday at Pompeii. There was a party of 4. Mr. and Mrs. Bradshaw, Cecily, and Mrs. Baske. At Pompeii they were unexpectedly, so I am told, joined by Mr. Elgar, notwithstanding that he had taken leave of us on Sunday, with the information that he was about to return to you at Amalfi, and there devote himself to literary work of some indefinite kind. Perhaps you have in the meantime heard from him. This morning Cecily received a letter in which he made peremptory request for an interview. She showed this to me. My duty was plain. I declared the interview impossible, and Cecily gave way on condition that I saw Mr. Elgar, told him why she herself did not appear, and forthwith wrote to you. Our young gentleman was disconcerted when he found that his visit was to be wasted on my uninteresting self. I sent him about his business, only that, unhappily, he has none, bidding him wait till we had heard from you. I fancy this will be as disagreeable to you as it is to me. The poor child is in a sad state, much disposed, I fear, to regard me as her ruthless enemy, and like to fall ill if she be kept long in idle suspense. Do you think it worth while to come to Naples? It is very annoying that your time should be wasted by foolish children. I had given Cecily credit for more sense. For my own part, I cannot think with patience of her marrying Mr. Elgar, or rather I cannot think of it without dread. We must save her from becoming wise through bitter sorrow, if it can in any way be managed. I hope and trust that nothing may happen to prevent your receiving this letter tomorrow, for I am very uneasy, and not likely to become less so as time goes on. Believe me, dear Mr. Mallard, sincerely yours, Edith Lessingham. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Mallard was in Naples. He did not go to Casa Rolandi, but took a room in one of the musty hotels which overlook the port. When he felt sure that Mrs. Gluck's guests must have dined, he presented himself at the house and sent his name to Mrs. Lessingham. She took his hand with warm welcome. "Thank you for coming so promptly. I have been getting into such a state of nervousness. Cecily keeps her room and looks ill. I have several times been on the point of sending for the doctor, though it seemed absurd." Mallard seated himself without invitation. Indeed, he had a difficulty in standing. "Hasn't she been out to-day?" he asked, in a voice which might have signified selfish indifference. "Nor yesterday. Mrs. Spence was here this morning, but Cecily would not see her. I made excuses, and of course said nothing of what was going on. I asked the child if she would like to see Mrs. Baske, but she refused." Mallard sat as if he had nothing to say, looking vaguely about the room. "Have you heard from Mr. Elgar?" Mrs. Lessingham inquired. "No, I know nothing about him. I haven't been to Casa Rolandi, lest I should meet him. It was better to see you first." "You were not prepared for this news?" "His failure to return made me speculate, of course. I suppose they have met several times at Mrs. Baske's?" "That at once occurred to me, but Cecily assures me that it is not so. There is a mystery. I have no idea how they saw each other privately at Pompeii on Monday, but between ourselves, Mr. Mallard, I can't help suspecting that he had learnt from his sister the particulars of the excursion." "You think it not impossible that Mrs. Baske connived at their meeting in that way?" "One doesn't like to use words of that kind, but—" "I suppose one must use the word that expresses one's meaning," said Mallard bluntly. "But I didn't think Mrs. Baske was likely to aid her brother for such a purpose. Have you any reason to think the contrary?" "None that would carry any weight." Mallard paused, then with a restless movement on his chair exclaimed, "But what has this to do with the matter? What has happened, and there's an end of it. The question is, what ought to be done now? I don't see that we can treat Miss Doran like a child." Mrs. Lessingham looked at him. She was resting one arm on a table by which she sat, and supporting her forehead with her hand. "You propose that things should take their natural course?" "They will, whether I propose it or not." "And if our next information is that they desire to be married as soon as conveniently may be?" "That is another matter. They will have no consent of mine to anything of the kind." "You relieve me." Mallard looked at her frowningly. "Miss Doran," he continued, "will not marry Elgar with my consent until she be 21. Then, of course, she may do as she likes." "You will see Mr. Elgar and make this clear to him?" "Very clear indeed," was the grim reply. "As for anything else, why, what can we do? If they insist upon it, I suppose they must see each other, of course under reasonable restrictions. You cannot make yourself a duenna of melodrama, Mrs. Lessingham." "Scarcely. But I think our stay at Naples may reasonably be shortened, unless of course Mr. Elgar leaves." "You take it for granted, I see, that Miss Doran will be guided by our judgment," said Mallard, after musing on the last remark. "I have no fear of that," replied Mrs. Lessingham with confidence, "if it is made to appear only a question of postponement. This will be a trifle compared with my task of yesterday morning. You can scarcely imagine how astonished she was at the first hint of opposition." "I can imagine it very well," said the other in his throat. "What else could be expected after—" He checked himself on the point of saying something that would have revealed his opinion of Mrs. Lessingham's system, his opinion accentuated by unreasoning bitterness. "From all we know of her," were the words he substituted. "She is more like her father than I had supposed," said Mrs. Lessingham meditatively. Mallard stood up. "You will let her know that I have been here?" "Certainly." "She has expressed no wish to see me?" "None. I had better report to her simply that you have no objection to Mr. Elgar's visits." "That is all I would say at present. I shall see Elgar to-night. He is still at Casa Rolandi, I take it?" That was the address on his letter. "Then good night. By the by, I had better give you my address." He wrote it on a leaf in his pocket-book. "I will see you again in a day or two when things have begun to clear up." "It's too bad that you should have this trouble, Mr. Mallard." "I don't pretend to like it, but there's no help." And he left Mrs. Lessingham to make her comment on his candour. Yes, Signor Elder was in his chamber. He had entered but a quarter of an hour since. The signor seemed not quite well, unhappily, said Olympia, the domestic, in her chopped Neapolitan. Mallard vouchsafed no reply. He knocked sharply at the big solid door. There was a cry of "Avanti!" and he entered. Elgar advanced a few steps. He did not affect to smile, but looked directly at his visitor, who, as if all the pain of the interview were on him rather than the other, cast down his eyes. "I was expecting you," said Reuben, without offering his hand. "So was I you, 3 days ago." "Sit down and let us talk. I'm ashamed of myself, Mallard. I ought at all events to have written." "One would have thought so." "Have you seen Mrs. Lessingham?" "Yes." "Then you understand everything. I repeat that I am ashamed of my behaviour to you. For days, since last Saturday, I have been little better than a madman. On Saturday I went to say good-bye to Mrs. Lessingham and her niece. It was bona fide, Mallard." "In your sense of the phrase. Go on." "I tell you, I then meant to leave Naples," pursued Elgar, who had repeated this so often to himself by way of palliation that he had come to think it true. "It was not my fault that I couldn't when that visit was over. It happened I saw Miss Doran alone, sat talking with her till her aunt returned." Mrs. Lessingham had made no mention of this little matter. Hearing of it, Mallard ejaculated mentally, "Idiot!" "It was all over with me. I broke faith with you, as I should have done with any man. As I should have done if the lives of 100 people had depended on my coming. I didn't write, because I preferred not to write lies, and if I had told the truth I knew you would come at once. To be sure, silence might have had the same result, but I had to risk something, and I risked that." "I marvel at your disinclination to lie." "What do you mean by saying that?" broke out Elgar, with natural warmth. "I mean simply what I say. Go on." "After all, Mallard, I don't quite know why you should take this tone with me. If a man falls in love, he thinks of nothing but how to gain his end. I should think even you can take that for granted. My broken promise is a trifle in view of what caused it." "Again, in your view. In mine it is by no means a trifle. It distinguishes you from honourable men, that's all. A point of some moment, I should think, when your character is expressly under discussion." "You mean, of course, that I am not worthy of Cecily. I can't grant any such conclusion." "Let us leave that aside for the present," said Mallard. "Will you tell me how it came to pass that you met Miss Doran and her companions at Pompeii?" Elgar hesitated, whereupon the other added quickly, "If it was with Miss Doran's anticipation, I want no details." "No, it wasn't." Their looks met. "By chance, then, of course," said Mallard sourly. Elgar spoke on an impulse, leaning forward. "Look, I won't lie to you. Miriam told me they were going. I met her that morning when I was slinking about, and I compelled her to give me help. Sorely against her will. Don't think ill of her for it, Mallard. I frightened her by my violent manner. I haven't seen her since. She can't know what the result has been. None of them at Pompeii suspected. Only a moment of privacy. There's no need to say any more about it." Mallard mused over this revelation. He felt inclined to scorn Elgar for making it. It affected him curiously, and at once took a place among his imaginings of Miriam. "You shall promise me that you won't betray your knowledge of this," added Reuben. "At all events, not now. Promise me that. Your word is to be trusted, I know." "It's very unlikely that I should think of touching on the matter to your sister. I shall make no promise." "Have you seen Cecily herself?" Elgar asked, leaving the point aside in his eagerness to come to what concerned him more deeply. "No." "I have waited for your permission to visit her. Do you mean to refuse it?" "No. If you call to-morrow morning, you will be admitted. Mrs. Lessingham is willing that you should see her niece in private." "Hearty thanks for that, Mallard. We haven't shaken hands yet, you remember. Forgive me for treating you so ill." He held out his hand cordially, and Mallard could not refuse it, though he would rather have thrust his fingers among red coals than feel that hot pressure. "I believe I can be grateful," pursued Elgar, in a voice that quivered with transport. "I will do my best to prove it." "Let us speak of things more to the point. What result do you foresee of this meeting to-morrow?" The other hesitated. I shall ask Cecily when she will marry me." "You may do so, of course, but the answer cannot depend upon herself alone." "What delay do you think necessary?" "Until she is of age, and her own mistress," replied Mallard with quiet decision. "Impossible! What need is there to wait all that time?" "Why, there is this need, Elgar," returned the other more vigorously than he had yet spoken. "There is need that you should prove to those who desire Miss Doran's welfare that you are something more than a young fellow fresh from a life of waste and idleness, and everything that demonstrates or tends to untrustworthiness. It seems to me that a couple of years or so is not an overlong time for this, all things considered." Elgar kept silent. "You would have seen nothing objectionable in immediate marriage?" said Mallard. "It is useless to pretend that I should." "Not even from the point of view of Mrs. Lessingham and myself?" "You yourself have never spoken plainly about such things in my hearing. But I find you in most things a man of your time. And it doesn't seem to me that Mrs. Lessingham is exactly conventional in her views." "You imagine yourself worthy of such a wife at present?" "Plainly, I do. It would be the merest hypocrisy if I said anything else. If Cecily loves me, my love for her is at least as strong. If we are equal in that, what else matters? I am not going to cry peccavi about the past. I have lived, and you know what that means in my language. In what am I inferior as a man to Cecily as a woman? Would you have me snivel and talk about my impurity and her angelic qualities? You know that you would despise me if I did, or any other man who used the same old empty phrases." "I grant you that," replied Mallard deliberately. "I believe I am no more superstitious with regard to these questions than you are, and I want to hear no cant. Let us take it on more open ground. Were Cecily Doran my daughter, I would resist her marrying you to the utmost of my power. Not simply because you have lived laxly, but because of my conviction that the part of your life is to be a pattern of the whole. I have no faith in you, no faith in your sense of honour, in your stability, not even in your mercy. Your wife will be, sooner or later, one of the unhappiest of all women. Thinking of you in this way, and being in the place of a parent to Cecily, am I doing my duty or not in insisting that she shall not marry you hastily, that even in her own despite she shall have time to study you and herself, and that she shall only take the irrevocable step when she clearly knows that it is done on her own responsibility? You may urge what you like. I am not so foolish as to suppose you are capable of consideration for others in your present state of mind. I, however, shall defend myself from the girl's reproaches in after years. There will be no marriage until she is 21. A silence of some duration followed. Elgar sat with bent head, twisting his moustaches. At length, "I believe you are right, Mallard. Not in your judgment of me, but in your practical resolve." Mallard examined him from under his eyebrows. "You are prepared to wait?" he asked, in an uncertain voice. "Prepared, no, but I grant the force of your arguments. I will try to bring myself to patience." Mallard sat unmoving. His legs were crossed, and he held his soft felt hat crushed together in both his hands. Elgar glanced at him once or twice, expecting him to speak, but the other was mute. "Your judgment of me," Elgar resumed, "is harsh and unfounded. I don't know how you have formed it. You know nothing of what it means to me to love such a girl as Cecily. Here I have found my rest. It supplies me with no new qualities, but it strengthens those I have. You picture me being unfaithful to Cecily, deserting her, becoming brutal to her. There must be a strange prejudice in your mind to excite such images." He examined Mallard's face. "Some day I will remind you of your prophecies." Mallard regarded him, and spoke at length, in a strangely jarring, discordant voice. "I said that hastily. I make no prophecies. I wished to say that those seemed to me the probabilities." "Thank you for the small mercy, at all events," said Elgar, with a laugh. "What do you intend to do?" Mallard proceeded to ask, changing his position. "I can make no plans yet. I have pretended only too often. You have no objection to my remaining here?" "You must take your own course, with the understanding to which we have come." "I wish I could make you look more cheerful, Mallard. I owe it to you, for you have given me more gladness than I can utter." "You can do it." "How?" See her tomorrow morning, and then go back to England and make yourself some kind of reputable existence." "Not yet. That's asking too much. Not so soon." "As you please. We understand each other on the main point." "Yes. Are you going back to Amalfi?" "I don't know." They talked for a few minutes more, in short sentences of this kind, but did not advance beyond the stage of mutual forbearance. Mallard lingered, as though not sure he had fulfilled his mission. In the end, he went away abruptly. End of chapter 11. Part 1, Chapter 12 of The Emancipated. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. The Emancipated by George Gissing. Chapter 12. On the Heights. In vain at each meal did Clifford Marsh await Cecily's appearance. A trifling indisposition kept her to her room, was Mrs. Lessingham's reply to sympathetic inquiries. Mr. and Mrs. Bradshaw, who were seriously making their preparations for journeying northward, held private talk concerning the young lady, and felt they would like to stay a week longer, just to see if their suspicions would be confirmed. Mrs. Denyer found it difficult to assume the becoming air when she put civil questions to Mrs. Lessingham, for she was now assured that to Miss Doran was attributable the alarming state of things between Clifford and Madeline. Marsh would never have been so intractable but for this new element in the situation. Madeline herself, on the other hand, was a model of magnanimity. In Clifford's very hearing, she spoke of Cecily with tender concern, and then walked past her recreant admirer with her fair head in a pose of conscious grace. Even Mr. Musselwhite, at the close of the second day, grew aware that the table lacked one of its ornaments. It was his habit now, a new habit came as a blessing of Providence to Mr. Musselwhite, on passing into the drawing-room after dinner, to glance towards a certain corner, and, after slow, undecided tackings, to settle in that direction. There sat Barbara Denyer. Her study at present was one of the less known works of Silvio Pellico, and as Mr. Musselwhite approached, she looked up with an air of absorption. He was wont to begin conversation with the remark, flatteringly toned, "Reading Italian as usual, Miss Denyer?" But this evening a new subject had been suggested to him. "I hope Miss Doran is not seriously unwell, Miss Denyer?" "Oh, I think not." Mr. Musselwhite reflected, stroking his whiskers in a gentlemanly way. "One misses her," was his next remark. "Yes, so much. She is so charming, don't you think, Mr. Musselwhite?" "Very now." He now plucked at the whiskers uneasily. "Oh yes, very." Barbara smiled and turned her attention to the book, as though she could spare no more time. Mr. Musselwhite, dimly feeling that this topic demanded no further treatment, racked his brains for something else to say. He was far towards Lincolnshire when a rustle of the pages under Barbara's finger gave him a happy inspiration. "I don't know whether you would care to see English papers now and then, Miss Denyer. I always have quite a number. The Field, for instance, and—" "You are very kind. I don't read much English, but I shall be glad to see anything you like to bring me." Mrs. Denyer was not wholly without consolation in her troubles about Clifford Marsh. On the following morning, as she and her daughters were going out, they came face to face with a gentleman who was announcing to the servant his wish to see Miss Doran. Naturally, they all glanced at him. Would he be admitted? With much presence of mind, Madeline exclaimed, "Oh, dear mamma, I have forgotten that letter. Please wait for me, I won't be a minute." And she disappeared, the others moving out onto the staircase. When Madeline rejoined them, it was with the intelligence that the visitor had been admitted. "Who can he be? Rather a strange-looking person. Miss Doran cannot be ill. She has no brother. What an odd thing." They walked on, close serried, murmuring to each other discreetly. For several minutes there had been perfect stillness in the room, a hush after the music of low, impassioned voices. It was broken, yet scarcely broken, by the sound of lips touching lips, touching to part sweetly, touching again to part more slowly, more sweetly still. "They will not influence you against me?" "Never, never." "They will try, Cecily. You will hear endless things to my disadvantage, things that I cannot contradict if you ask me." "I care for nothing, Reuben. I am yours for ever and ever, hear what I may, happen what may." Don't call me by my hateful name, dearest. We will find some other, if I must have a name for you. Why, that is like Romeo. So it is. I wish I had no worse than Romeo's reason. I had rather have had the vulgarest Anglo-Saxon name than this Jewish one. Happily, I have no fear in telling you that. You are no Puritan. As little as a girl could be. She laughed in her happiness. Have you the same dislike for your sister's name? Just the same. I believe it partly explains her life. She will not be against us, though? Neither for nor against, I am afraid. Yet I have to thank her for the meeting with you at Pompeii. Why haven't you asked me how I came there? I never thought to ask. It seemed so natural. I longed for you, and you stood before me. I could almost believe that my longing had power to bring you, so strong it was. But tell me. He did so, and again they lost themselves in rapturous dreamland. Do you think Mr. Mallard will wish to see me? She asked timidly. I can't be sure. I half think not. Yet I half wish he would. I should find it strange and a little difficult, but he couldn't be harsh with me. I think it might do good if he came to see me in a day or two. On what terms have you always been with him? How does he behave to you? Oh, you know him. He still looks upon me rather too much as a child, and he seems to have a pleasure in saying odd, half-rude things. But we are excellent friends, or have been. Such a delightful day as we had at Baiae. I have always liked him. At Baiae? You didn't go alone with him? No, Miriam was there and Mr. Spence. We found him dreaming at Pozzuoli, and carried him off in the boat with us. He never thought much of me, and now he hates me. No, that is impossible. If you had heard him speaking to me last night, you would think differently. He makes it a crime that I should love you. I don't understand it. Once more, he has feared this ever since I came. I feel sure of it. When I was coming back from Pompeii, he took me with him to Amalfi, all but by force. He dreaded my returning and seeing you. But why should he think of such a thing? Why? Elgar led her a few paces until they stood before a mirror. Don't look at me, the other face, which is a little paler than it should be. She hid it against him. But you don't love me for my face only. You will see others who have more beauty. Perhaps so. Mallard hopes so in the long time we shall have to wait. She fixed startled eyes on him. He cannot wish me so ill. He cannot. That would be unlike him. He wishes you no ill, be sure of it. Oh, you haven't spoken to him as you should? You haven't made him understand you? Let me speak to him for you. Cecily. Dearest? Suppose he doesn't wish to understand me. Have you never thought, when he has pretended to treat you as a child, that there might be some reason for it? Did it never occur to you that, if he spoke too roughly, it might be because he was afraid of being too gentle? Never. That thought has never approached my mind. You don't speak in earnest. Why could he not command his tongue? Why have suggested this to her imagination? He did not wholly mean to say it, even to the last moment, but unwisdom, as so often, overcame him. It was a way of defending himself. He wished to imply that Mallard had a powerful reason for assailing his character. He had been convinced since last night that Mallard was embittered by jealousy, and he half credited the fear lest jealousy might urge to the use of any weapons against him. He was tempted by the satisfaction of putting Cecily on her guard against interested motives. But he should not have troubled her soul with such suspicions. He read on her face how she was pained, and her next word proved his folly. If you are right, I can never speak to him as I might have done. It alters everything. It makes everything harder. You are mistaken. I may be. Let us hope I am. How I wish I had never seen that possibility. I cannot believe it, yet it will prevent me from looking honestly in his face as I always have done. Forget it. Let us speak only of ourselves. But she was troubled, and Elgar, angry with himself, spoke impatiently. In pity for him, you would love me less. I see that. You are not yet satisfied? You find new ways of forcing me to say that I love you. Seem to distrust me, that I may say it over and over. Make me believe you really doubt if I can be constant, just that I may hear what my heart says in its distress, and repeat it all to you. Be a little unkind to me, that I may show you how your unkindness would wound me, and may entreat you back into your own true self. You can do nothing, say nothing, but I will make it afford new proofs of how I love you. I had rather you made yourself less dear to me. The time will be so long, how can I live through it? Will it not help you a little to help me? To know that you are unhappy would make it so much longer to me, my love. It will be hell to live away from you. I cannot make myself another man. If you knew what I have suffered only in these 2 days. There was uncertainty. Uncertainty? Then what certainty could I ever have? Every hour spent at a distance from you will be full of hideous misgivings. Remember that everyone will be doing the utmost to part us. Let them do the utmost twice over. You must have faith in me. Look into my eyes. Is there no assurance, no strength for you? Do they look too happy? That is because you are still here. Time enough for sadness when you are gone. Oh, you think too humbly of yourself. Having loved you and known your love, what else can the world offer me to live for? Wherever you are, I must come often. Indeed, you must, or for me, too, the burden will be heavier than I can bear. As the Denyers were coming home, it surprised them to pass, at a little distance from the house, Clifford Marsh in conversation with the gentleman who had called upon Miss Doran. Madeline, exercising her new privilege of perfect sang-froid, took an opportunity not long after to speak to Clifford in the drawing-room. "Who was the gentleman we saw you with?" "I met him at Pompeii, but didn't know his name until to-day. He's asked me to dine with him." "He is a friend of Miss Doran's, I believe?" "I believe so." "You accepted his invitation?" "Yes, I am always willing to make a new acquaintance." "A liberal frame of mind. Did he give you news of Miss Doran's health?" "No." He smiled mysteriously, only to appear at his ease, and Madeline, smiling also, turned away. Cecily reappeared this evening at the dinner table. She was changed. Mrs. Gluck and her guests were not again to behold the vision to which their eyes had become accustomed. That supremacy of simple charm, which some of them had recognized as English girlhood at its best, had given place to something less intelligible, less instant in its attractiveness. Perhaps the climate of Naples was proving not well suited to her. After dinner, she and Mrs. Lessingham at once went to their private room. Cecily sat down to write a letter. When she moved, as if the letter were finished, her aunt looked up from a newspaper. "I've been thinking, Cecily, suppose we go over to Capri for a change?" "I'm quite willing, aunt." "I think Mr. Elgar has not been there yet. He might accompany us." Unprepared for this, Cecily murmured an assent. "Do you know how much longer he thinks of staying in Italy?" "We haven't spoken of it." "Has he given up his literary projects?" "I'm afraid we didn't speak of that either." "Shall you be satisfied if he continues to live quite without occupation?" "I don't for a moment think he purposes that." "And yet it will certainly be the ease as long as he remains here, or wherever else we happen to be living." Mrs. Lessingham allowed her to ponder this for a few minutes, then she resumed the train of thought. "Have you at leisure yet to ask yourself, my dear, what use you will make of the great influence you have acquired over Mr. Elgar's mind?" "That is not quite the form my thoughts would naturally take, aunt," Cecily replied with gentleness. "Yet may it not be the form they should? You are accustomed to think for yourself to a greater extent than girls whose education has been more ordinary. You cannot take it ill if I remind you now of certain remarks I have made on Mr. Elgar lately, and remind you also that I am not alone in my view of him. Don't fear that I shall say anything unkind, but if you feel equal to a woman's responsibilities, you must surely exercise a woman's good sense. Let us say nothing more than that Mr. Elgar has fallen into habits of excessive indolence. Doesn't it seem to you that you might help him out of them?" "I think he may not need help as you understand it, now." "My dear, he needs it perhaps 500 times more than he did before. If you decline to believe me, I shall be only too much justified by your experience hereafter." "What would you have me do?" "What must very soon occur to your own excellent wits, Cecily, for I won't give up all my pride in you. Mr. Elgar should, of course, go back to England and do something that becomes him. He must decide what. Let him have a few days with us in Capri, then go and so far recommend himself in our eyes. No one can make him see that this is what his dignity, if nothing else, demands, except yourself. Think of it, dear." Cecily did think of it, long and anxiously. Thanks to Elgar, her meditations had a dark background such as her own fancy would never have supplied. He knew not how sadly the image of him had been blurred in Cecily's mind, the man who lay that night in his room overlooking the port. Whether such ignorance were for his aid or his disadvantage, who shall venture to say? To a certain point we may follow, with philosophic curiosity, step by step, the process of mental anguish. But when that point is passed, analysis loses its interest, the vocabulary of pain has exhausted itself, the phenomena already noted do but repeat themselves with more rapidity, with more intensity. Detail is lost in the mere sense of throes. Perchance the mind is capable of suffering worse than the fiercest pangs of hopeless love combined with jealousy. One would not pretend to put a limit to the possibilities of human woe. But for Mallard, at all events this night did the back flood of misery reach high water mark. What joy in the world that does not represent a counterbalance of sorrow? What blessedness poured upon one head, but some other must therefore lie down under malediction? We know that with the uttermost of happiness there is wont to come a sudden blending of troublous humour. May it not be that the soul has conceived a subtle sympathy with that hapless one but for whose sacrifice its own elation were impossible? End of chapter 12. Part 1, Chapter 13 of The Emancipated. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. The Emancipated by George Gissing. Chapter 13, Echo and Prelude. At Villa Sannazaro, the posture of affairs was already understood. When Eleanor Spence, casually calling at the pension, found that Cecily was unable to receive visitors, she at the same time learnt from Mrs. Lessingham to what this seclusion was due. The ladies had a singular little conversation, for Eleanor was inwardly so amused at this speedy practical comment on Mrs. Lessingham's utterances of the other day, that with difficulty she kept her countenance, while Mrs. Lessingham herself, impelled to make the admission without delay, that she might exhibit a philosophic acceptance of fact, had much ado to hide her chagrin beneath the show of half-cynical frankness that became a woman of the world. Eleanor, passably roguish within the limits of becoming mirth, acted the scene to her husband, who laughed shamelessly. Then came explanations between Eleanor and Miriam. The following day passed without news, but on the morning after, Miriam had a letter from Cecily, not a long letter, nor very effusive, but telling all that was to be told. And it ended with a promise that Cecily would come to the villa that afternoon. This was communicated to Eleanor. "Where's Mallard, I wondered," says Spence, when his wife came to talk to him. "Not, I suspect, at the old quarters. It would be like him to go off somewhere without a word. Confound that fellow Elgar." "I'm half disposed to think that it serves Mr. Mallard right," was Eleanor's remark. "Well, for heartlessness, commend me to a comfortable woman. And for folly, commend me to a strong-minded man. Pooh! He'll growl and mutter a little, and then get on with his painting. If I thought so, my liking for him would diminish. I hope he is tearing his hair. I shall go seek him. Do, and give my best love to him, poor fellow." Cecily came alone. She was closeted with Miriam for a long time, then saw Eleanor. Spence purposely kept away from home. Dante lay unread, as well as the other books which Eleanor placed insidiously in her cousin's room. Letters lay unanswered, among them several relating to the proposed new chapel at Bartles. How did Miriam employ herself during the hours that she spent alone? Not seldom in looking back upon her childhood and maidenhood. Imagine a very ugly cubical brick house of 2 stories, in a suburb of Manchester. It stands a few yards back from the road. On one side it is parted by a row of poplars from several mean cottages, on the other by a narrow field from a house somewhat larger, and possibly a little uglier than itself. Its outlook, over the highway, is on to a tract of country just being broken up by builders, beyond which a conglomerate of factories, with chimneys ever belching heavy fumes, closes the view. Its rear windows regard a scrubby meadow, grazed generally by broken-down horses, with again a limitary prospect of vast mills. Imagine a Sunday in this house. Half an hour later than on profane days, Mrs. Elgar descends the stairs. She is a lady of middle age, slight, not ungraceful, handsome. The look of pain about her forehead is partly habitual, but the consciousness of Sunday intensifies it. She moves without a sound. Entering the breakfast-room, she finds there 2 children, a girl and a boy, both attired in new-seeming garments, which are obviously stiff and uncomfortable. The little girl sits on an uneasy chair, her white stockinged legs dangling, on her lap a large copy of Pilgrim's Progress. The boy is half reclined on a shiny sofa, his hands in his pockets, on his face an expression of discontent. The table is very white, very cold, very uninviting. 10 minutes later appears the master of the house, shaven, also in garments that appear new and uncomfortable, glancing hither and thither with preoccupied eyes. There is some talk in a low voice between the little girl and her mother, then the family seat themselves at the table silently. Mr. Elgar turns a displeased look on the boy, and says something in a harsh voice which causes the youngster to straighten himself, curl his lip precociously, and thereafter preserve a countenance of rebellion subdued by fear. His father eats very little, speaks scarcely at all, but thinks, and most assuredly not of sacred subjects. Breakfast over, there follows an hour of indescribable dreariness, until the neighbourhood begins to sound with the clanging of religious bells. Mr. Elgar has withdrawn to a little room of his own, where perhaps he gives himself up to meditation on the duties of a Christian parent, though his incredulous son has ere now had a glimpse at the door, and observed him in the attitude of letter-writing. Mrs. Elgar moves about silently, the pain on her brow deepening as chapel time approaches. At length the boy and girl go upstairs to be got ready, which means that they indue other garments yet more uncomfortable than they already wear. This process over, they descend again to the breakfast room, and again sit there, waiting for the dread moment of departure. The boy is more rebellious than usual. He presently drums with his feet, and even begins to whistle, very low, a popular air. His sister looks at him, first with astonished reproach, then in dread. Satis superque. Again and again Miriam revived these images of the past. And the more she thought of herself as a child, the less she was pleased with what her memory presented. How many instances came back to her of hypocrisy before her father or mother, hypocrisy which, strangely enough, she at the time believed a merit, though perfectly aware of her own insincerity. How many a time had she suffered from the restraints imposed upon her, and then secretly allowed herself indulgences, and then again persuaded herself that by severe attention to formalities she blotted out her sin. But the worst was when Cecily Doran came to live in the house. Cecily was careless in religion, had been subjected to no proper severity, had not been taught to probe her conscience. At once Miriam assumed an attitude of spiritual pride, the beginning of an evil which was to strengthen its hold upon her through the years. She would be an example to the poor little heathen. She talked with her unctuously, she excited herself, began to find a pleasure in asceticism, and drew the susceptible girl into the same way. They would privately appoint periods of fasting, and at several successive meals irritate their hunger by taking only 1 or 2 morsels. When faintness came upon them, they gloried in the misery. And from that stage of youth survived memories far more painful than those of childhood. Miriam shut her mind against them. Her marriage came about in the simplest way, nothing easier to understand, granted these circumstances. The friends of the family were few, and all people of the same religious sect, of the same commercial sphere. Miriam had never spoken with a young man whom she did not in her heart despise. The 1 or 2 who might possibly have been tempted to think of her as a desirable wife were repelled by her austerity. She had now a character to support. She had made herself known for severe devotion to the things of the spirit. In her poor little world she could not submit to be less than preeminent, and only by the way of religion was preeminence to be assured. When the wealthy and pious manufacturer sought her hand, she doubted for a while, but was in the end induced to consent by the reflection that not only would she be freer, but at the same time enjoy a greatly extended credit and influence. Her pride silenced every other voice. Religious hypocrisy is in our day a very rare thing, so little is to be gained by it. To be sure, the vast majority of English people are constantly guilty of hypocritical practices, but that, as a rule, is mere testimony to the rootedness of their orthodox faith. Mr. Elgar, shutting himself up between breakfast and chapel to write business letters, which he pre or post dated, was ignoble enough, but not therefore a hypocrite. Had a fatal accident happened to one of his family whilst he was thus employed, he would not have succeeded in persuading his conscience that the sin and the calamity were unconnected. His wife had never admitted a doubt of its being required by the immutable law of God that she should be sad and severe on Sunday, that Reuben should be sternly punished for whistling on that day, that little Miriam should be rewarded when she went through the long services with unnatural stillness and demureness. Nor was Miriam herself a hypocrite when, mistress of Redbeck House, she began to establish her reputation and authority throughout dissenting Bartles. Her instruction had been rigidly sectarian. Whatever she studied was represented to her from the point of view of its relation to Christianity as her teachers understood it. The Christian faith was alone of absolute significance; all else that the mind of man could contain was of more or less importance as more or less connected with that single interest. To the time of her marriage, her outlook upon the world was incredibly restricted. She had never read a book that would not pass her mother's censorship; she had never seen a work of art; she had never heard anything but "sacred" music; she had never perused a journal; she had never been to an entertainment, unless the name could be given to a magic lantern exhibition of views in Palestine, or the like. Those with whom she associated had gone through a similar training, and knew as little of life. She had heard of infidelity, yes. Live as long as she might, she would never forget one dreadful day, when, in a quarrel with his mother, Reuben uttered words which signified hatred and rejection of all he had been taught to hold divine. Mrs. Elgar's pallid, speechless horror, the severe chastisement inflicted on the lad by his father, she could never look back on it all without sickness of heart. Thenceforth her brother and his wild ways embodied for her that awful thing, infidelity. At the age which Cecily Doran had now attained, Miriam believed that there were only a few men living so unspeakably wicked as to repudiate Christianity. One or two of these, she had learnt from the pulpit, were "men of science," a term which to this day fell on her ears with sinister sound. Thus prepared for the duties of wife, mother, and leader in society, she shone forth upon Bartles. Her husband, essentially a coarse man, did his utmost, though unconsciously, to stimulate her pride and supply her with incentives to unworthy ambition. He was rich and boasted of it vulgarly; he was ignorant and vaunted the fact, thanking Heaven that for him the purity of religious conviction had never been endangered by the learning that leads astray. He was proud of possessing a young and handsome wife, and for the first time evoked in her a personal vanity. Day by day was it, most needlessly, impressed upon Miriam that she must regard herself as the chief lady in Bartles, and omit no duty appertaining to such a position. She had an example to set; she was chosen as a support of religion. Most happily, the man died. Had he remained her consort for 10 years, the story of Miriam's life would have been one of those that will scarcely bear dwelling upon. Too repulsive, too heartbreaking, a few words of bitterness, of ruth, and there were an end of it. His death was like the removal of a foul burden that polluted her and gradually dragged her down. Nor was it long before she herself understood it in this way, though dimly and uncertainly. She found herself looking on things with eyes which somehow had a changed power of vision. With remarkable abruptness, certain of her habits fell from her, and she remembered them only with distaste, even with disgust. And one day she said to herself passionately that never would she wed again, never, never. She was experiencing for the first time in her life a form of liberty. Not that her faith had received any shock; to her undeveloped mind every tenet in which she had been instructed was still valid. This is the point to note. Her creed was a habit of the intellect; she held it as she did the knowledge of the motions of the earth. She had never reflected upon it, for in everything she heard or read this intellectual basis was presupposed. With doctrinal differences her reasoning faculty was familiar, and with her to think of religion was to think of the points at issue between one church and another, always moreover with prejudgment in favour of her own. But the external results of her liberty began to be of importance. She came into frequent connection with her cousin Eleanor; she saw more than hitherto of the Bradshaws' family life. She had business transactions, she read newspapers, she progressed slowly towards some practical acquaintance with the world. Miriam knew the very moment when the thought of making great sacrifices to build a new chapel for Bartles had first entered her mind. One of her girl friends had just married, and was come to live in the neighbourhood. The husband, Welland by name, was wealthier and of more social importance than Mr. Baskey had been. It soon became evident that Mrs. Welland, who also aspired to prominence in religious life, would be a formidable rival to the lady of Redbeck House. On the occasion of some local meeting, Miriam felt this danger keenly. She went home in a dark mood, and the outcome of her brooding was the resolve in question. She had not inherited all her husband's possessions; indeed, there fell to her something less than half his personal estate. For a time this had not concerned her; now she was beginning to think of it occasionally with discontent, followed by a reproach of conscience. Like reproach did she suffer for the jealousy and envy excited in her by Mrs. Welland's arrival. A general uneasiness of mind was gradually induced, and the chapel-building project, with singular confusion of motives, represented to her at once a worldly ambition and a discipline for the soul. It was a long time before she spoke of it, and in the interval she suffered more and more from a vague mental unrest. Letters were coming to her from Cecily. Less by what they contained than by what they omitted, she knew that Cecily was undergoing a great change. Miriam put at length certain definite questions, and the answers she received were unsatisfactory, alarming. The correspondence became a distinct source of trouble. Not merely on Cecily's account; she was led by it to think of the world beyond her horizon, and to conceive dissatisfaction such as had never taken form to her. Her physical health began to fall off; she had seasons of depression, during which there settled upon her superstitious fears. Ascetic impulses returned, and by yielding to them she established a new cause of bodily weakness. And the more she suffered, the more intolerable to her grew the thought of resigning her local importance. Her pride, whenever irritated, showed itself in ways which in her mind a newspaper paragraph had made known, as if with authority, the great and noble work Mrs. Baske was about to undertake. For a day or two Miriam enjoyed the excitement this produced, the inquiries, the felicitations, the reports of gossip. She held her head more firmly than ever; she seemed of a sudden to be quite re-established in health. Another day or two and she was lying seriously ill, so ill that her doctor summoned aid from Manchester. What a distance between those memories, even the latest of them, and this room in Villa Sannazaro! Its foreign aspect, its brightness, its comfort, the view from the windows, had from the first worked upon her with subtle influences of which she was unconscious. By reason of her inexperience of life, it was impossible for Miriam to analyze her own being, and note intelligently the modifications it underwent. Introspection meant to her nothing but debates held with conscience, a technical conscience made of religious precepts. Original reflection, independent of these precepts, was to her very simply a form of sin, a species of temptation for which she had been taught to prepare herself. With anxiety she found herself slipping away from that firm ground whence she was wont to judge all within and about her. More and more was it difficult to keep in view the sole criterion in estimating the novel impressions she received. To review the criterion itself was still beyond her power. She suffered from the conviction that trials foreseen were proving too strong for her. Whenever her youth yielded to the allurement of natural joys, there followed a misery of penitence. Not that Miriam did in truth deem it a sin to enjoy the sunshine and the breadth of the sea and the beauty of mountains, though such delights might become excessive, like any other, and so veil temptation. But she felt that for one in her position of peril there could not be too strict a watch kept upon the pleasures that were admitted. Hence she could never forget herself in pleasure; her attitude must always be that of one on guard. The name of Italy signified perilous enticement, and she was beginning to feel it. The people amid whom she lived were all but avowed scorners of her belief, and yet she was beginning to like their society. Every letter she wrote to Bartles seemed to her despatched on a longer journey than the one before. Her paramount interests were fading. She could not exert herself to think of 1,000 matters which used to have the power to keep her active all day long. The chapel plans were hidden away; she durst not go to the place where they would have met her eye. She suffered in her pride. On landing at Naples, she had imagined that her position among the Spences and their friends would not be greatly different from that she had held at Bartles. They were not religious people; all the more they must respect her, feeling rebuked in her presence. The chapel project would enhance her importance. How far otherwise had it proved! They pitied her, compassionated her lack of knowledge, of opportunities. With the perception of this, there came upon her another disillusion. In classing the Spences with people who were not religious, she had understood them as lax in the observance of duties which at all events they recognized as such. By degrees she learnt that they were very far from holding the same views as herself concerning religious obligation. They were anything but conscience smitten in the face of her example. Was it then possible that persons who lived in a seemly manner could be skeptics, perhaps infidels? What of Cecily Doran? She had not dared to ask Cecily face to face how far her disbelief went. The girl seemed to have no creed but that of worldly delight. How had she killed her conscience in so short a time? Obviously, her views were those of Mrs. Lessingham, probably those of Mr. Mallard. Were these people strange and dreadful exceptions, or did they represent a whole world of which she had not suspected the existence? Yes, she was beginning to feel the allurement of Italy. Instead of sitting turned away from her windows when musing, she often passed an hour with her eyes on the picture they framed, content to be idle, satisfied with form and colour, not thinking at all. Habits of personal idleness crept upon her. She seldom cared to walk, but found pleasure in the motion of a carriage, and lay back on the cushions instead of sitting quite upright as at first. She began to wish for music. The sound of Eleanor's piano would tempt her to make an excuse for going into the room, and then she would remain, listening. The abundant fruits of the season became a temptation to her palate. She liked to see shops and stalls overflowing with the vineyard's delicious growth. She knew for the first time the seduction of books. From what unutterable weariness had she been saved when she assented to Eleanor's proposal and began to learn Italian? First there was the fear lest she would prove slow at acquiring, suffer yet another fall from her dignity. But this apprehension was soon removed. She had a brain and could use it. Eleanor's praise fell upon her ears delightfully. Then there was that little volume of English verse which Eleanor left on the table. Its name, The Golden Treasury, made her imagine it of a religious tone. She was undeceived in glancing through it. Poetry had hitherto made no appeal to her. She did not much care for the little book. But one day Cecily caught it up in delight and read to her for half an hour. She affected indifference, but had in reality learnt something, and thereafter read for herself. The two large mirrors in her room had, oddly enough, no unimportant part among the agencies working for her development. It was almost inevitable that, in moving about, she should frequently regard her own figure. From being something of an annoyance, this necessity at length won attractiveness, till she gazed at herself far oftener than she need have done. As for her face, she believed it passable, perhaps rather more than that, but the attire that had possessed distinction at Bartle's looked very plain, to say the least, in the light of her new experience. One day she saw herself standing side by side with Cecily, and her eyes quickly turned away. To what was she sinking? But Dante lay unopened, together with the English books. Miriam had spent a day or two of alternate languor and irritableness, unable to attend to anything serious. Just now she had in her hand Cecily's letter, the letter which told of what had happened. There was no reason for referring to it again. This afternoon Cecily herself had been here. But Miriam read over the pages and dwelt upon them. At dinner no remark was made on the subject that occupied the minds of all three. Afterwards they sat together as usual, and Eleanor played. In one of the silences Miriam turned to Spence and asked him if he had seen Mr. Mallard. "Yes, I found him after a good deal of going about," replied the other, glad to have done with artificial disregard of the subject. "Does he know that they are going to Capri?" "He evidently hadn't heard of it. I suppose he'll have a note from Mrs. Lessingham this evening or tomorrow." Miriam waited a little, then asked, "What is his own wish? What does he think ought to be arranged?" "Just what Cecily told you," interposed Eleanor before her husband could reply. "I thought he might have spoken more freely to Edward." "Well," answered Spence, "he is strongly of opinion that Reuben ought to go to England very soon. But I suppose Cecily told you that as well?" "She seemed to be willing. But why doesn't Mr. Mallard speak to her himself?" "Mallard isn't exactly the man for this delicate business," said Spence, smiling. Miriam glanced from him to Eleanor. She would have said no more, had it been in her power to keep silence, but an involuntary persistence, the same in kind as that often manifested by questioning children, an impulsive feeling that the next query must elicit something which would satisfy a vague desire, obliged her to speak again. "Is it his intention not to see Cecily at all?" "I think very likely it is, Miriam," answered Eleanor, when her husband showed that he had left her to do so. "I understand." To which remark Eleanor, when Miriam was gone, attached the interrogative, "I wonder whether she does?" The Spences did not feel it incumbent upon them to direct her in the matter. It were just as well if she followed a mistaken clue. 2 days later, Mrs. Lessingham and her niece, accompanied by Reuben Elgar, departed for Capri. The day after that, Mr. and Mrs. Bradshaw, in very deed, said good-bye to Naples and travelled northwards. They purposed spending Christmas in Rome, and thence by quicker stages they would return to the land of civilization. Spence went to the station to see them off, and at lunch, after speaking of this and other things, he said to Miriam, "Mallard wishes to see you. I told him I thought 5 o'clock this afternoon would be a convenient time." Miriam assented, but not without betraying surprise and uneasiness. Subsequently, she just mentioned to Eleanor that she would receive the visitor in her own sitting room. There, as 5 o'clock drew near, she waited in painful agitation. What it was Mallard's purpose to say to her, she could not with any degree of certainty conjecture. Had Reuben told him of the part she had played in connection with that eventful day at Pompeii? What would be his tone? Did he come to ask for particulars concerning her brother? Intend what he might, she dreaded the interview, and yet, fact of which she made no secret to herself, she had rather he came than not. When it was a few minutes past 5, and no foot had yet sounded in the corridor, all other feeling was lost in the misgiving that he might have changed his mind. Perhaps he had decided to write instead, and her heart sank at the thought. She felt an overpowering curiosity as to the way in which this event had affected the strange man. Reports were no satisfaction to her. She desired to see him and hear him speak. The footsteps at last! She trembled, went hot and cold, had a parched throat. Mallard entered, and she did not offer him her hand. Perhaps he might reject it. In consequence, there was an absurdly formal bow on both sides. "Please sit down, Mr. Mallard." She saw that he was looking at the Saint Cecilia, but with what countenance her eyes could not determine. To her astonishment, he spoke of the picture, and in an unembarrassed tone. "An odd thing that this should be in your room." "Yes. We spoke of it the first time Cecily came." Her accents were not firm. At once he fixed his gaze on her and did not remove it until her temples throbbed and she cast down her eyes in helpless abashment. "I've had a long letter from your brother, Mrs. Baske. It seems he posted it just before they left for Capri. I can only reply to it in one way, and it gives me so much pain to do so that I am driven to ask your help. He writes begging me to take another view of this matter, and permit them to be married before very long. The letter is powerfully written. Few men could plead their cause with such eloquence and force. But it cannot alter my determination. I must reply briefly and brutally. What I wish to ask you is whether with sincerity you can urge my arguments upon your brother, and give me this assistance in the most obvious duty." "I have no influence with him, Mr. Mallard." Again he looked at her persistently, and said with deliberation, "I think you must have some. And this is one of the cases in which a number of voices may possibly prevail, though one or two are ineffectual. But, if you will forgive me my direct words, your voice is, of course, useless if you cannot speak in earnest." She was now able to return his look, for her pride was being aroused. The face she examined bore such plain marks of suffering that with difficulty she removed her eyes from it. Nor could she make a reply to him, so intensely were her thoughts occupied with what she saw. "Perhaps," he said, "you had rather not undertake anything at once." Then, his voice changing slightly, "I have no wish to seem a suppliant, Mrs. Baske. My reasons for saying that this marriage shall not, if I can prevent it, take place till Miss Doran is of age, are surely simple and convincing enough. I can't suppose that it is necessary to insist upon them to you. But I feel I had no right to leave any means unused. By speaking to you I might cause you to act more earnestly than you otherwise would. That was all." "I am very willing to help you," she replied with carefully courteous voice. "After all, I had rather we didn't put it in that way," Mallard resumed with a curious doggedness, as if her tone were distasteful to him. "My own part in the business is accidental. Please tell me, is it or not your own belief that a delay is desirable?" The reply was forced from her. "I certainly think it is." "May I ask you if you have reasoned with your brother about it?" "I haven't had any communication with him since we knew of this." She paused, but before Mallard had shown an intention to speak, added abruptly, "I should have thought that Miss Doran might have been trusted to understand and respect your wishes." "Miss Doran knows my wishes," he answered dryly, "but I haven't insisted upon them to her, and am not disposed to do so." "Would it not be very simple and natural if you did?" The look he gave her was stern all but to anger. "It wouldn't be a very pleasant task to me, Mrs. Baske, to lay before her my strongest arguments against her marrying Mr. Elgar. And if I don't do that, it seems to me that it is better to let her know my wishes through Mrs. Lessingham. As you say, it is to be hoped she will understand and respect them." He rose from his chair. For some reason, Miriam could not utter the words that one part of her prompted. She wished to assure him that she would do her best with Reuben, but at the same time she resented his mode of addressing her, and the conflict made her tongue-tied. "I won't occupy more of your time, Mrs. Baske." She would have begged him to resume his seat. The conversation had been so short. She wanted to hear him speak more freely. But her request, she knew, would be disregarded. With an effort, she succeeded in holding out her hand. Mallard held it lightly for an instant. "I will write to him," fell from her lips when he had already turned to the door. "If necessary, I will go and see him." "Thank you," he replied with civility, and left her. End of chapter 13.
Part 1, Chapter 14 of The Emancipated. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Emancipated by George Gissing. Part 1, Chapter 14. On the Wings of the Morning. I cannot answer your long letter. To such correspondence there is no end. Come and spend a day here with us. I promise to listen patiently, and you shall hear how things are beginning to shape themselves in my mind, now I have had leisure to reflect. Cecily sends a line. Do come. Take the early boat on Monday. Spence will give you all particulars, and see you off at Santa Lucia. We really have some very sober plans, not unapproved by Mrs. Lessingham. We'll meet you at the Marina. Miriam received this on Sunday morning, and went to her own room to read it. The few lines of Cecily's writing which were enclosed she glanced over with careless eye, yet not with mere carelessness either, but as if something of aversion disinclined her to peruse them attentively. That sheet she had once laid aside. Reuben's note she still held in her hand, and kept rereading it. She went to the window and looked over towards Capri. A slight mist softened its outlines this morning. It seemed very far away, on the dim borders of sea and sky. For a long time she had felt the luring charm of that island, always before her eyes, yet never more than a blue mountainous shape. Lately she had been reading of it, and her fancy, new to such picturings, was possessed by the mysterious dread of its history in old time, the grandeur of its cliffs, the loveliness of its green hollows, and the wonder of its sea caves. Her childhood had known nothing of fairyland, and now, in this tardy awakening of the imaginative part of her nature, she thought sometimes of Capri much as a child is wont to think of the enchanted countries, nameless, regionless, in books of fable. What thoughts for Sunday! But Miriam was far on the way of those who recognize themselves as overmastered by temptation, and grow almost reckless in the sins they cannot resist. So long it was since she had been able to attend the accustomed public worship, and now its substitute in the privacy of her room had become irksome. She blushed to be practising hypocrisy. The Spences were careful to refrain from interfering with her to-day, and here, withdrawn from their sight, she passed the hours in wearisome idleness, in worse than that. She could not again look at Cecily's letter. More, she could not let her eyes turn to Raphael's picture. But before the mirror she paused often and long, losing herself in self-regard. Early on the morrow she drove down with Spence to Santa Lucia, and went on board the Capri boat. There were few passengers, a handful of Germans and an English family, father, mother, 2 daughters, and 2 sons. Sitting apart, Miriam cast many glances at her country people, and not without envy. They were comely folk, in the best English health, refined in bearing, full of enjoyment. Now and then a few words of their talk fell upon her ears, and it was merry, kindly, intimate talk, the fruit of a lifetime of domestic happiness. It made her think again of what her own home life had been. Such companionship of parents and children was inconceivable in her experience. The girls observed her, and she believed spoke of her. Must she not look strange in their eyes? Probably they felt sorry for her, as an invalid whose countenance was darkened by recent pain. The boat made first of all for Sorrento, where a few more persons came on board. Miriam was by this time enjoying the view of the coast. From this point she kept her gaze fixed on Capri. One more delay on the voyage. The steamer stopped near the Blue Grotto, that such as the passengers have wished might visit it before landing. Miriam kept her place, and for the present was content to watch the little boats, as they rocked for a few moments at the foot of the huge cliff, and then suddenly disappeared through the entrance to the cavern. When the English family returned, she listened to their eager, wondering conversation. A few minutes more, and she was landing at the marina, where Reuben awaited her. He had a carriage ready for the drive up the Serpent Road to the hotel where Mrs. Lessingham and her niece were staying. His own quarters were elsewhere, at the Pagano, dear to artists. "Well, have you enjoyed the voyage? What did you think of Sorrento?" "We watched the steamer across from there. We were up the road to Anacapri yonder. You don't look so well as when I saw you last. Nothing like." He waited for no reply to his questions, and talked with nervous brokenness. Seated in the carriage, he could not keep still from one moment to the next. His eyes had the unquiet of long-continued agitation, the look that results from intense excitement when it has become the habit of day after day. "Mallard has been talking to you," he said suddenly. "Why do you say that?" "I know he has, from your letter. Look at the views." "What plans did you speak of?" "Oh, we'll talk about it afterwards. That Mallard has been talking you over." Miriam had no resolve by which to guide herself. She knew not distinctly why she had come to Capri. Her familiar self-reliance and cold disregard of anything but a few plain rules in regulating her conduct were things of the past. She felt herself idly swayed by conflicting influences, unable even to debate what course she should take. The one emotion of which she was clearly conscious was of so strange and disturbing a kind that, so far from impelling her to act, it seemed merely to destroy all her customary motives and leave her subject to the will of others. It was the return of weakness such as had possessed her mind when she lay ill, when she was ceaselessly troubled with a desire for she knew not what, and, unable to utter it, had no choice but to admit the suggestions and biddings of those who cared for her. She could not even resent this language of Reuben's, to which formerly she would have opposed her unyielding pride. His proximity infected her with nervousness, but at the same time made her flaccid before his energy. "He came and spoke to me about you," she admitted, "but he left me to do as I saw fit." "After putting the case against me as strongly as it could be put. I know. You needn't tell me anything about the conversation. Let us leave it till afterwards. You see how this road winds, so that the incline may be gentle enough for carriages. There are stony little paths, just like the beds of mountain streams, going straight down to the marina. I lost myself again and again yesterday among the gardens and vineyards. Look back over the bay to Naples." But in a minute or two the other subject was resumed, again with a suddenness that told of inability to keep from speaking his thoughts. "You understand, I dare say, why Mallard is making such a fuss?" "How could I help understanding?" "But do you understand?" "What do you mean?" she asked irritably. "Does he speak like a man who is disinterested?" "It is not my business to discuss Mr. Mallard's motives." "It certainly is mine, and yours too, if you care anything for me." They reached the hotel without further debate of this subject. It was not much after 1 o'clock. All lunched together in private, talking only of Capri. Later they walked to the villa of Tiberius. Elgar kept up an appearance of light-hearted enjoyment. Cecily was less able to disguise her preoccupation. Mrs. Lessingham seemed to have accepted the inevitable. Her first annoyance having passed, she was submitting to that personal charm in Elgar which all women sooner or later confessed. Her behaviour to him was indulgent, and marked only with a very gentle reserve when he talked too much paradox. Elgar went to his hotel for dinner, and left the others to themselves through the evening. The next day was given to wandering about the island. On the return at sunset, Miriam and Reuben had a long talk together, in which it was made manifest that the plans were just as vague as ever. Reuben had revived the mention of literary work, that was all, and proposed to make his headquarters in Paris, in order that he might not be too far from Cecily, who would, it was presumed, remain on the Continent. This evening he dined with the ladies. Afterwards Cecily played. When Miriam and Mrs. Lessingham chanced to be conversing together, Elgar stepped up to the piano and murmured, "Will you come out into the garden for a few minutes? There's a full moon. It's magnificent." Cecily let her fingers idle upon the keys, then rose and went to where her aunt was sitting. There was an exchange of words in a low tone, and she left the room. Elgar at once approached Mrs. Lessingham to take leave of her. "The Grotto Azzurra to-morrow," he said gaily. Perhaps he won't care to go again? My grave sister will make a very proper chaperon." "Let us discuss that when to-morrow comes. Please do limit your moon-gazing to 5 minutes." "At the utmost." From the hotel garden opened a clear prospect towards Naples, which lay as a long track of lights beyond the expanse of deep blue. The coast was distinctly outlined against the far sky, which glowed intermittently the fire of Vesuvius. Above the trees of the garden shone white crags, unsubstantial, unearthly in the divine moonlight. There was no sound, yet to intense listening the air became full of sea music. It was the night of Homer, the island charm of the Odyssey. "Answer me quickly, Cecily. We have only a few minutes, and I want to say a great deal. You have talked with Miriam?" "Yes." "You know that she repeats what Mallard has instructed her to say. Their one object now is to get me at a distance from you. You see how your aunt has changed, in appearance. Her policy is to make me think that she will be my friend when I am away. I can speak with certainty after observing her for so long. In reality she is as firm against me as ever. Don't you notice, too, something strange in Miriam's behaviour?" "She is not like herself." "As unlike as could be. Mallard has influenced her strongly. Who knows what he told her?" "Of you?" "Perhaps of himself." "Dear, he could not speak to her in that way." "A man in love, and in love with Cecily Doran, can do anything. The Spencers are his close friends. They too have been working on Miriam." "But why do you return to this? We have spoken of the worst they can do. To fear anything from their persuasions is to distrust me." "Cecily, I don't distrust you, but I can't live away from you. I might have gone straight from Naples, but I can't go now. Every hour with you has helped to make it impossible. In talking to your aunt and to Miriam, I have been consciously false. Come further this way, into the shadow. Who is over there?" "Someone we don't know." Her voice had sunk to a whisper. Elgar led her by the hand into a further recess of the garden. The hand was almost crushed between his own as he continued: "You must come with me, Cecily. We will go away together, and be married at once." She panted rather than breathed. "You must. I can't leave you. I had rather throw myself from these Capri rocks than go away with more than 2 years of solitude before me." Cecily made no answer. "If you think you will see this is best in every way, it will be kindest to poor Mallard, putting an end at once to any hopes he may have." "We can't be married without his consent," Cecily whispered. "Oh yes, I can manage that. I have already thought of everything. Be up early to-morrow morning, and leave the hotel at 7:30, as if you were going for a walk. Neither your aunt nor Miriam will be stirring by then. Go down the road as far as beyond the next turning, and I will be there with a carriage. At the marina I will have a boat ready to take us over to Sorrento. We will drive to Castellamare, and there take train direct for Caserta and onwards, so missing Naples altogether. You shall travel as my sister. We will go to London, and be married there. Of course you can't bring luggage, but what does that matter? We can stop anywhere and buy what things you need. I have quite enough money for the present." "But think of the shock to them all," she pleaded, trembling through her frame. "How ill I should seem to repay their long kindness. I can't do this, my dearest. Oh, I can't do this. I will see Mr. Mallard, as I wished." "You shall not see him," he interrupted violently. "I couldn't bear it. How do I know?" "How cruel to speak like that to me!" "Of your own cruelty you never think. You have made me mad with love of you, and have no right to refuse to marry me when I show you the way. If I didn't love you so much, I could bear well enough to let you speak with any one. Your love is very different from mine, or you couldn't hesitate a moment." "Let me think. I can't answer you to-night." "To-night or never. Oh yes, I understand well enough all your reasons for hesitating. It would mean relinquishing the wedding dress and the carriages, and all the rest of the show that delights women. You are afraid of Mrs. Grundy crying shame when it is known that you have travelled across Europe with me. You feel it will be difficult to resume your friendships afterwards. I grant all these things, but I didn't think they would have meant so much to Cecily." "You know well that none of these reasons have any weight with me. It is only in joking that you can speak of them. But the unkindness to them all, dear, think of it." "Why say to them all? Wouldn't it be simpler to say the unkindness to Mallard?" She looked up into his face. "Why does love make a man speak so bitterly and untruthfully? Nothing could make me do you such a wrong." "Because you are so pure of heart and mind that nothing but truth can be upon your lips. If I were not very near madness, I could never speak so to you. My own dear love, think only of what I suffer day after day. And what folly is it that would keep us apart? Suppose they had none but conscientious motives. In that case, these people can take upon themselves to say what is good for us, what we may be allowed and what not. They treat us as children. Of course, it is all for your protection. I am not fit to be your husband, my beautiful girl. Tell me, who knows me better, Mallard or yourself?" "No one knows you as I do, dearest, nor ever will." "And do you think me too vile a creature to call you my wife?" "I need not answer that. You are as much nobler than I am as your strength is greater than mine." "But they would remind you that you are an heiress. I have not made so good a use of my own money as I might have done, and the likelihood is that I shall squander yours, bring you to beggary. Do you believe that?" "I know it is not true." "Then what else can they oppose to our wish? Here are all the objections, and all seem to be worthless. Yet there might be one more. You are very young. How I rejoice in knowing it, sweet flower! Perhaps your love of me is a mere illusion. It ought to be tested by time. Very likely it may die away, and give place to something truer." "If so, let me die myself sooner than survive such happiness." "Why, then what have they to say for themselves? Their opposition is mistake, stubborn error. And are we to sacrifice 2 whole years, the best time of our lives, to such obstinacy? Either of us may die, Cecily. Suppose it to be my lot, what would be your thoughts then?" His head bent to hers, and their faces touched. "Dare you risk that, my love?" "I dare not." Her answer trembled upon his hearing as though it came upon the night air from the sea. "You will come with me to-morrow?" "I will." He sought her offered lips, and for a few instants their whispering in the shadow ceased. Then he repeated rapidly the directions he had already given her. "Put on your warmest cloak, it will be cold on the water. Now I can say good night. Kiss me once more, and once more promise." She pressed her arms about him. "I am giving you my life. If I had more, I would give it. Be faithful to me." "Then you do doubt me?" "Never. But say it to-night, to give me strength." "I will be faithful to you whilst I have life." She issued from shadows into broad moonlight, looked once round, once at the gleaming crags, and passed again into gloom. "I think it very unlikely," Mrs. Lessingham was saying to Miriam in her pleasantest voice of confidence, "that Mr. Mallard will insist on the whole term." "No doubt that will much depend on the next year," Miriam replied, trying to seem impartial. "No doubt whatever. I am glad we came here. They are both much quieter and more sensible. In a few days I think your brother will have made up his mind." "I hope so." "Cecily lost her head a little at first, but I see that her influence is now in the sober direction, as one would have anticipated. When Mr. Elgar has left us, no doubt Mr. Mallard will come over, and we shall have quiet talk. What an odd man he is! How distinctly I could have foreseen his action in these circumstances! And I know just how it will be, as soon as things have got into a regular course again. Mr. Mallard hates disturbance and agitation. Of course he has avoided seeing Cecily as yet. Imagine his exasperated face if he became involved in a scene!" And Mrs. Lessingham laughed urbanely. A short and troubled sleep at night's heaviest, then long waiting for the first glimmer of dawn. How unreal the world seemed to her! She tried to link this present morning with the former days, but her life had lost its continuity. The past was past in a sense she had never known, and as for the future, it was like gazing into darkness that throbbed and flashed. It meant nothing to her to say that this was Capri, that the blue waves and the wind of morning would presently bear her to Sorrento. The familiar had no longer a significance. Her consciousness was but a point in space and eternity. She had no regret of her undertaking, no fear of what lay before her, but a profound sadness, as though the burden of all mortal sorrows were laid upon her soul. At 7 o'clock she was ready. A few things that could be easily carried she would take with her. Her cloak would hide them. Now she must wait for the appointed moment. It seemed to be very cold. She shivered. A minute or two before the half hour she left her room silently. On the stairs a servant passed her, and looked surprised in giving the buongiorno. She walked quickly through the garden, and was on the firm road. At the place indicated stood Elgar beside the carriage, and without exchanging a word they took their seats. At the marina they had but to step from the carriage to the boat. Elgar's luggage was thrown on board, and the men pushed off from the quay. Bitterly cold, but what a glorious sunrise! Against the flushed sky, those limestone heights of Capri caught the golden radiance and shone wondrously. The green water, gently swelling but unbroken, was like some rarer element, too limpid for this world's shores. With laughter and merry talk between themselves, the boatmen hoisted their sail. And the gods sent a fair breeze from the west, and it smote upon the sail, and the prow cleft its track of foam, and on they sped over the back of the barren sea. End of chapter 14. Read by Celine Major. Part 1, Chapter 15 of The Emancipated. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Emancipated by George Gissing. Part 1, Chapter 15. Wolf. It was a case of between two stools, and Clifford Marsh did not like the bump. From that dinner with Elgar he came home hilariously dismayed. When his hilarity had evaporated with the wine that was its cause, dismay possessed him wholly. Miss Doran was not for him, and in the meantime he had offended Madeline beyond forgiveness. With what countenance could he now turn to her again? Her mother would welcome his surrender, and it was drawing on towards the day when submission even to his stepfather could no longer be postponed. But he suspected that Madeline's resolve to have done with him was strengthened by resentment of her mother's importunities. To be sure, it was some sort of consolation to know that if indeed he went his way for good, bitterness and regrets would be the result to the Denyer family, who had no great facility in making alliances of this kind. In a few years' time, Madeline would be wishing that she had not let her pride interfere with the chance of marriage. But, on the other hand, there was the awkward certainty that he too would lament making a fool of himself. He by no means liked the thought of relinquishing Madeline. He had not done so, even when heating his brain with contemplation of Cecily Doran. In what manner could he bring about between her and himself a drama which might result in tears and mutual pardon? But whilst he pondered this, fate was at work on his behalf. On the day which saw the departure of the Bradshaws, there landed at Naples, from Alexandria, a certain lean, wiry man, with shoulders that stooped slightly, with grizzled head and parchment visage, a man who glanced about him in a keen, anxious way, and had other nervous habits. Having passed the custom house, he hired a porter to take his luggage, 2 leather bags and a heavy chest, all much the worse for wear, to that same hotel at which Mallard was just now staying. There he refreshed himself, and, it being early in the afternoon, went forth again, as if on business; for decidedly he was no tourist. When he had occasion to speak, his Italian was fluent and to the point. He conducted himself as one to whom travel and intercourse with every variety of men were lifelong habits. His business conducted him to the Mergellina, to the house of Mrs. Gluck, where he inquired for Mrs. Denyer. He was led upstairs, and into the room where sat Mrs. Denyer and her daughters. The sight of him caused commotion. Barbara, Madeline, and Zillah pressed around him, with cries of "Papa!" Their mother rose and looked at him with concern. When the greetings were over, Mr. Denyer seated himself and wiped his forehead with a silk handkerchief. He was ominously grave. His eyes avoided their faces before him as if in shame. He looked at his boots, which had just been blacked, but were shabby, and then glanced at the elegant skirts of his wife and daughters. He looked at his shirt cuffs, which were clean but frayed, and then gathered courage to lift his eyes as far as the dainty hands folded upon laps in show of patience. "Madeline," he began, in a voice which was naturally harsh, but could express much tenderness as now, "what news of Clifford?" "He's still here, papa," was the answer in a very low voice. "Ah, I'm glad of that. Girls, I've got something to tell you. I wish it was something pleasant." His parchment cheek showed a distinct flush. The attempt to keep his eyes on the girls was a failure. He seemed to be about to confess a crime. "I've brought you bad news. The worst I ever brought you yet. My dears, I can hold out no longer. I'm at the end of my means. If I could have kept this from you, heaven knows I would have done. But it is better to tell you all plainly." Mrs. Denyer's brows were knitted. Her lips were compressed in angry obstinacy. She would not look up from the floor. The girls glanced at her, then at one another. Barbara tried to put on a sceptical expression, but failed. Madeline was sunk in trouble. Zillah showed signs of tearfulness. "I can only hope," Mr. Denyer continued, "that you don't owe very much here. I thought, after my last letter," he seemed more abashed than ever, "you might have looked round for something a little—" He glanced at the ornaments of the room, but at the same time chanced to catch his wife's eye, and did not finish the sentence. "But never mind that. Time enough now that the necessity has come. You know me well enough, Barbara, and you, Maddie, and you, Zillah, my child, to be sure that I wouldn't deny you anything it was in my power to give. But fortune's gone against me this long time. I shall have to make a new start, new efforts. I'm going out to Vera Cruz again." He once more wiped his forehead, and took the opportunity to look askance at Mrs. Denyer, dubiously, half reproachfully. "And what are we to do?" asked his wife, with resentful helplessness. "I am afraid you must go to England," Mr. Denyer replied apologetically, turning his look to the girls again. "After settling here, and paying the expenses of the journey, I shall have a little left, very little indeed. But I'm going to Vera Cruz on a distinct engagement, and I shall soon be able to send you something. I'm afraid you had better go to Aunt Dora's again. I've heard from her lately, and she has the usual spare rooms." The girls exchanged looks of dismay. The terrible silence was broken by Zillah, who spoke in quavering accents. "Papa dear, I have made up my mind to get a place as a nursery governess. I shall very soon be able to do so." "And I shall do the same, papa, or something of the kind," came abruptly from Madeline. "You, Maddie?" exclaimed her father, who had received the youngest girl's announcement with a look of sorrowful resignation, but was shocked at the other's words. "I am no longer engaged to Mr. Marsh," Madeline proceeded, casting down her eyes. "Please don't say anything, mamma. I have made up my mind. I shall look for employment." Her father shook his head in distress. He had never enjoyed the control or direction of his daughters, and his long absences during late years had put him almost on terms of ceremony with them. In time gone by, their mother had been to him an object of veneration. It was his privilege to toil that she might live in luxury. But his illusions regarding her had received painful shocks, and it was to the girls that he now sacrificed himself. Their intellect, their attainments, at once filled him with pride and made him humble in their presence. But for his reluctance to impose restraints upon their mode of life, he might have avoided this present catastrophe. He had cried wolf, indeed, in his mild way, but took no energetic measures when he found his cry disregarded. All the worse for him now that he could postpone the evil day no longer. "You are the best judge of your own affairs, Madeline," he replied despondently. "I'm very sorry, my girl." "All I can say," exclaimed Mrs. Denyer, as if with dignified reticence, "that I think we should have had longer warning of this." "My dear, I have warned you repeatedly for nearly a year." "I mean serious warning. Who was to imagine that things would come to such a pass as this?" "You never told us there was danger of absolute beggary, papa," remarked Barbara, in a tone not unlike her mother's. "I ought to have spoken more plainly," was her father's meek answer. "You are quite right, Barbara. I feel that I am to blame." "I don't think you are at all," said Madeline with decision. "Your letters were plain enough, if we had chosen to pay any attention to them." Her father looked up apprehensively, deprecating defence of himself at the cost of family discord. But he was powerless to prevent the gathering storm. Mrs. Denyer gazed sternly at her recalcitrant daughter, and at length discharged upon the girl's head all the wrath with which this situation inspired her. Barbara took her mother's side. Zillah wept and sobbed words of reconciliation. The unhappy cause of the tumult took refuge at the window, sunk in gloom. However, there was no doubt about it this time. Trunks must be packed, bills must be paid, indignities must be swallowed. The Aunt Dora of whom Mr. Denyer had spoken was his own sister, the wife of a hotel keeper at Southampton. Some 7 years ago, in a crisis of the Denyers' fate, she had hospitably housed them for several months, and was now willing to do as much again, notwithstanding the arrogance with which Mrs. Denyer had repaid her. To the girls it had formerly mattered little where they lived; at their present age, it was far otherwise. The hotel was of a very modest description. Society would become out of the question in such a retreat. Madeline and Zillah might choose, as the less of two evils, the lot for which they declared themselves ready. But Barbara had no notion of turning governess. She shortly went to her bedroom and spent a very black hour indeed. They were to start to-morrow morning. With rage, Barbara saw the interdiction of hopes which were just becoming serious. Another month of those after-dinner colloquies in the dining-room, and who could say what point of intimacy Mr. Musselwhite might have reached? He was growing noticeably more articulate, he was less absent-minded. Oh, for a month more! This evening she took her usual place, and at length had the tormenting gratification of seeing Mr. Musselwhite approach in the usual way. Though sitting next to him at dinner, she had said nothing of what would happen on the morrow. The present was a better opportunity. "You have no book this evening, Miss Denyer?" "No." "No headache, I hope?" "Yes, I have a little headache." He looked at her with gentlemanly sympathy. "I have had to see a lot of things in a hurry. Unexpectedly, we have to leave Naples to-morrow. We are going to England." "Indeed? You don't say so. Really? I'm very sorry to hear that, Miss Denyer." "I am sorry, too. To have to leave Italy for such a climate at this time of year." She shuddered. "But my father has just arrived from Alexandria, and, for family reasons, wishes us to travel on with him." Mr. Musselwhite seemed to reflect anxiously. He curled his moustaches, he plucked his whiskers, he looked about the room with wide eyes. "How lonely it will be at the dinner-table," he said at length. "So many have gone of late. But I hope there was no danger of your going, Miss Denyer." "We had no idea of it ourselves till to-day." A long silence, during which Mr. Musselwhite's reflections grew intense. "You are going to London?" he asked mechanically. "Not at first. I hardly know. I think we shall be for some time with friends at Southampton." "Indeed? How odd! I also have friends at Southampton. A son of Sir Edward Mull. He married a niece of mine." Barbara could have cried with mortification. She muttered she knew not what. Then again came a blank in the dialogue. "I trust we may meet again," was Mr. Musselwhite's next sentence. It cost him an effort. He reddened a little, and moved his feet about. "There is no foreseeing. I am sorry to say my father has brought us rather unpleasant news." She knew not whether it was a stroke of policy, or grossly imprudent, to make this confession; but it came to her lips, and she uttered it half in recklessness. It affected Mr. Musselwhite strangely. His countenance fell, and a twinge seemed to catch one of his legs at the same time it made him fluent. "I grieve to hear that, Miss Denyer. I grieve indeed. Your departure would have been bad enough, but I really grieve to think you should have cause of distress." "Thank you for your sympathy, Mr. Musselwhite." "But perhaps we may meet again in England for all that. Will you permit me to give you my London address, a little club that I belong to, and where my friends often send letters? I mean that I should be so very glad if it were ever possible for me to serve you in any trifle. As you know, I don't keep any establishment in England at present, But possibly, as you say, there is no anticipating the future. I should be very happy indeed if we chanced to meet, there or abroad." "You are very kind, Mr. Musselwhite." "If I may ask you for your own probable address?" "It is so uncertain, but I am sure mamma would have pleasure in sending it when we are settled." "Thank you so very much." He looked up after long meditation. "I really do not know what I shall do when you are gone, Miss Denyer." And then, without warning, he said good night and walked away. Barbara, who had thought that the conversation was just about to become interesting, felt her heart sink into unfathomable depths. She went back to her bedroom and cried wretchedly for a long time. In consequence of private talk with his wife, when the family conclave had broken up, Mr. Denyer went in search of Clifford Marsh. They had met only once hitherto, 6 months ago, when Mr. Denyer paid a flying visit to London, and had just time to make the acquaintance of his prospective son-in-law. This afternoon they walked together for an hour about the Chiaia, with the result that an understanding of some kind seemed to be arrived at between them. Mr. Denyer returned to the pension, and when dinner time approached, surprised Madeline with the proposal that she should come out and dine with him at a restaurant. "The fact is," he whispered to her with a laugh, "my appearance is not quite up to the standard of your dinner table. I'm rather too careless about these things. It's doubtful whether I possess a decent suit. Let us go and find a quiet corner somewhere. If a fashionable young lady will do me so much honour." Through Madeline's mind there passed a suspicion, but a restaurant dinner hit her taste, and she accepted the invitation readily. Before long they drove into the town. Perhaps in recognition of her having taken his part against idle reproaches, her father began, as soon as they were alone, to talk in a grave, earnest way about his affairs; and Madeline, who liked above all things to be respectfully treated, entered into the subject with dutiful consideration. He showed her exactly how his misfortunes had accumulated, how this and that project had been a failure, what unadvised steps he had taken in fear of impending calamity. Snugly seated at the little marble table, they grew very confidential indeed. Mr. Denyer avowed his hope, the hope ever retreating, though sometimes it had seemed within reach, of being able some day to find rest for the sole of his foot, to settle down with his family and enjoy a quiet close of life. Possibly this undertaking at Vera Cruz would be his last exile. He explained it in detail, and dwelt on its promising aspects. Madeline felt compassionate and remorseful. Of her own intimate concerns no word was said, but it happened strangely enough, just as they had finished dinner, that Clifford Marsh came strolling into the restaurant. He saw them, and, with expressions of surprise, explained that he had just turned in for a cup of coffee. Mr. Denyer invited him to sit down with them, and they had coffee together. Clifford kept up a flow of characteristic talk, never directly addressing Madeline, nor encountering her look. He referred casually to his meeting with Mr. Denyer that afternoon. "I shall be going back myself very shortly. It is probable that there will be something of a change in my circumstances. I may decide to give up a few hours each day to commercial pursuits. It all depends on uncertain things." "You won't come out with me to Vera Cruz?" said Mr. Denyer jocosely. "No, I am a man of the old world. I must live in the atmosphere of art, or I don't care to live at all." Madeline's slight suspicion was confirmed. When they were about to leave the restaurant, Mr. Denyer said that he must go to the railway station, to make a few inquiries. There was no use in Madeline's going such a distance. Would Clifford be so good as to see her safely home? Madeline made a few objections. She would really prefer to accompany her father. She would not trouble Mr. Marsh; but in the end she found herself seated by Clifford in a carriage, passing rapidly through the streets. Now was Clifford's opportunity. He had prepared for it. "Madeline, you must let me call you by that name again, even if it is for the last time. I have heard what has happened." "Happily it does not affect you, Mr. Marsh." "Indeed it does. It affects me so far that it alters the whole course of my life. In spite of everything that has seemed to come between us, I have never allowed myself to think of our engagement as at an end. The parcel you sent me the other day is unopened. If you do not open it yourself, no one ever shall. Whatever you may do, I cannot break faith. You ought to know me better than to misinterpret a few foolish and hasty words, and appearances that had a meaning you should have understood. The time has come now for putting an end to those misconceptions." "They no longer concern me. Please to speak of something else." "You must, at all events, understand my position before we part. This morning I was as firmly resolved as ever to risk everything, to renounce the aid of my relatives, if it must be, and face poverty for the sake of art. Now all is changed. I shall accept my stepfather's offer, and all its results becoming, if it can't be helped, a mere man of business. I do this because of my sacred duties to you. As an artist, there's no telling how long it might be before I could ask you again to be my wife. As a man of business, I may soon be in a position to do so. Don't interrupt me, I entreat. It is no matter to me if you repulse me now, in your anger. I consider the engagement as still existing between us, and such being the case, it is plainly my duty to take such steps as will enable me to offer you a home. By remaining an artist, I should satisfy one part of my conscience, but at the expense of all my better feelings. It might even be supposed, though, I trust, not by you, that I made my helplessness an excuse for forgetting you when most you needed kindness. I shall go back to England, and devote myself with energy to the new task, however repulsive it may prove. Whether you think of me or not, I do it for your sake. You cannot rob me of that satisfaction. Some day I shall again stand before you, and ask you for what you once promised. If then you refuse, well, I must bear the loss of all my hopes." "You may direct your life as you choose," Madeline replied scornfully, "but you will please to understand that I give you no encouragement to hope anything from me. I almost believe you capable of saying some day that you took this step because I urged you to it. I have no interest whatever in your future. Our paths are separate. Let this be the end of it." But it was very far from the end of it. When the carriage stopped at Mrs. Gluck's, mutual reproaches were at their height. "You shall not leave me yet, Madeline," said Clifford as he alighted. "Come to the other side of the road, and let us walk along for a few minutes. You shall not go in, if I have to hold you by force." Madeline yielded, and in the light of the moon they walked side by side, continuing their dialogue. "You are heartless. You have played with me from the first." "If so, I only treated you as you thought to treat me." "That you can attribute such baseness to me proves how incapable you are of distinguishing between truth and falsehood. How wretchedly I have been deceived in you." From upbraiding he fell to lamentation. His life was wrecked, he had lost his ideals, and all through her unworthiness. Then, as Madeline was still unrelenting, he began to humble himself. He confessed his levity. He had not considered the risk he ran of losing her respect. All he had done was in pique of her treatment of him. And in the end he implored her forgiveness, besought her to restore him to life by accepting his unqualified submission. To part from her on such terms as these meant despair. The consequences would be tragic. And when he could go no further in amorous supplication, when she felt that her injured pride had exacted the uttermost from his penitence, Madeline at length relented. "Still," she said after his outburst of gratitude, "don't think that I ask you to become a man of business. You shall never charge me with that. It is your nature to reproach other people when anything goes wrong with you. I know you only too well. You must decide for yourself. I will take no responsibility." Yes, he accepted that. It was purely his own choice. Rather than lose her, he would toil at any most ignoble pursuit, amply repaid by the hope she granted him. They had walked some distance, and were out of sight of the Mergellina, on the ascending road of Posillipo, all the moonlit glory of the bay before them. "It will be long before we see it again," said Madeline sadly. "We will spend our honeymoon here," was Clifford's hopeful reply. End of chapter 15. Read by Celine Major.